Les portes. Before I begin, let me wish all members, j'aimerais souhaiter à tous les députés.
I would like to wish all members a happy return, and I hope that we will have nice discussions during this session.
Inform the House that a vacancy has occurred in the representation. Mr. Fillmore, member of the Electoral District of Halifax, by resignation effective Sunday, August 31st, 2024. Pursuant to paragraph 25(1)(b) of the Parliament of Canada Act, I have addressed a warrant to the Chief Electoral Officer for the issue of a writ for the election of a member to fill this vacancy.
Pursuant to order made on Monday, June 10, 2024, it is my duty to table in both official languages a letter I have received from the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council regarding the production of documents from the Government, Sustainable Development Technology Canada, and the Auditor General of Canada.
It is my duty to inform the House that for the purposes and under the provisions of Section 50 of the Parliament of Canada Act, Ms. Gould, member for Burlington, has been appointed member of the Board of Internal Economy in place of Mr. McKinnon, member for Gatineau, as member of the King's Privy Council.
I have the honor to inform the House that the Senate has sent a message to the House saying that it has passed the following bill to which the concurrence of the House is desired. Bill S-17, an act to correct certain anomalies, inconsistencies, outdated terminology, and errors, and to deal with other matters of a non-controversial and uncomplicated nature in the statutes and regulations of Canada, and to repeal certain provisions that have expired, lapsed, or otherwise ceased to have effect.
Being 11:06, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business.
Resuming consideration of second reading of Bill C-379, Combating Motor Vehicle Theft Act, standing in the name of Mr. Hoback.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable secrétaire.
The Honorable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leaders.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and welcome back. You know, we find our summers go by awfully quick, that's for sure, and it's nice to be able to come back and talk about some important issues that Canadians are facing day in and day out, Mr. Speaker. And I think as we see the days proceed ahead of us, that we're going to have a lot of good and hopefully healthy debate on those issues that we know Canadians are very, very much concerned about. And it's trying to put it as much as possible into a perspective where we can get a better understanding in terms of where are the Conservatives on a number of policy fronts. Because they do send confusing messages, Mr. Speaker. If you take a look at Bill C-379 as an example, what you'll see is a bill that likely Stephen Harper wouldn't have introduced, Mr. Speaker. Why? Because if you take a look at the legal advisor, who was Ben Perrin, he didn't say or speak very positively about Conservative members of Parliament in regards to legislation in terms of what it is that they're proposing today. And that was Prime Minister Harper's chief, or I should say legal advisor, Mr. Speaker. You see, when you think of auto theft, what you have to realize that it's not just one jurisdiction that is ultimately responsible. And let me give you a tangible example. In the province of Manitoba, we had very serious auto theft taking place in and around that 2004 to 2008. No province in the country on a per capita base was doing any worse than the province of Manitoba. We had thousands of vehicles being stolen every year, and no province was any worse than the province of Manitoba. And what we found was it was a provincial initiative that actually made the difference. It was working with MPI, Manitoba Public Insurance. It was looking in terms of how it is that Ottawa might be ultimately able to complement some of the actions that would help us bring it down. But let there be no doubt, Mr. Speaker, that it wasn't any single level of government. And the lead government in this situation was, in fact, the province of Manitoba. I understand. I hear the issues in terms of the stolen vehicles in the province of Ontario in particular. I can tell you that my Liberal colleagues talk about it at great length because they understand how important the issue is. That's why we had the National Summit. Conservatives from their seat, whoa, as if they're impressed. As well they should be, because it wasn't until after the National Summit that the leader of the official opposition started to raise the issue here in the House. It took a National Summit in order for the Conservative Party to wake up, at least the leadership, Mr. Speaker, to recognize the issue. Out of that National Summit, where we brought the different stakeholders together, it's made a difference, Mr. Speaker, because not only have we seen literally tens of millions of dollars being invested by the federal government, but we have also seen, as a direct result, the number of vehicles being stolen reduced, Mr. Speaker. It is reduced. And as much, Mr. Speaker, as the Conservatives might wish the opposite, as well as they do, Mr. Speaker, they want to see more crime on our streets. They can wish it all they want, Mr. Speaker. At the end of the day, we will continue to be focused on Canadians and bringing forward budgetary and legislative measures that's going to make a real positive difference. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Some things haven't changed. Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Hello, everyone. Happy to return back here today. I would ask my colleagues, well, to work for our common good rather than for their own personal interests. It's a subtle message. Some will hear it, others may not. So I'll start with that in mind, Mr. Speaker. First, in terms of Bill 379, an act to amend the criminal code to limit motor vehicle theft in general. And what this bill does is to establish a minimum sentence of 3 years imprisonment for a third offense. Based on this, the Bloc is relatively in favor of this bill. We're going to vote for it so that it can be studied at committee. You know how we work, Mr. Speaker. We vote in favor of what is good for Quebec and what's good for Quebecers. And if it's the case, we will vote in favor for it. So we think this, if we think things can be improved, well, however, there are a lot of questions in terms of the current wording of this bill, particularly in terms of the aggravating circumstances. They're adding aggravating circumstance if a theft is done for organized crime. And we agree with this, except this section already exists. There's already a section in the criminal code that sets this out. So it's not really useful. It's probably more of a political statement, so they can say they did this, they included this, rather than actually changing the law. So we'll look at this. If we need to maintain it, we will. But as I said, based on what we've evaluated, this section is already set out in the code. So they also plan to prevent conditional sentences. We do have questions. We may not be against this, but we have to look at this at committee. We always have to make sure that the justices have the necessary leeway to show judgment, as they're called, judgment. They are judges. We have to trust them to a certain extent. And sometimes putting a young person who has just committed a first offense, putting them in prison with professional criminals for 3 years may not be the best way of taking action to encourage readaptation and reintegration. We want to reintegrate these people in this society and into the labor force. So we'll have a look at this. I'm not saying we're going to be opposed to it at the end of the day, but we do have questions about that specific section of this bill. We also support the bill because we would like to support people on the ground. As you know, Mr. Speaker, Bloc members are constantly on the ground. Once again, we've just come back from our ridings, and we were on the ground over the summer, and I tried to see every different region in Quebec over the summer, particularly in terms of agri-food in my file. I was on the North Coast, and there were some ridings that were asking me to return there. And some ridings were very hard hit by rains, but I was also able to spend a few days elsewhere in different regions, and this was important. And I also like to take advantage of this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to thank the residents of Berthier-Maskinangé, to pay tribute to their resilience. They were so resilient over the summer during this tough situation. And I would like to tip my hat, Mr. Speaker, to all local officials who are on the front lines when there are things like this that happen. When a city is flooded, it is the local officials that ask for help. And as you know, I was very present. I was supporting them. I kept contact with them, and I supported them the best way possible. So, sidebar closed, but I'd just like to say that I am talking about things on the people on the ground, and the Montreal Police Service is calling for tougher penalties for car thefts, and they have made troubling conclusions. They're saying it's much less risky to steal cars rather than to sell drugs. Of course, we don't want to encourage drug sales either, but we don't want to see laxism in terms of car theft, which perhaps explains the popularity of this crime, which is skyrocketing, which a lot of we lack a lot of legal solutions. Well, car makers aren't really bothered by car theft because there's insurance, and then the person will buy another car. So actually, in some respects, it may even help them. But we have to work for people. Who will be paying at the end of the day? It will be Canadians themselves through their insurance premiums. We've all noticed in recent years an increase rather rapidly in our insurance premiums. So if we don't take action, it'll be our fault if things continue to increase. So I asked the parliamentary secretary, it's not just one level of government that gets involved. Yes, well, they said we had a car theft summit and there was such strong media attention. Well, we realized that they hadn't done any work on this file for 2 or 3 years. So this is a shortcoming of the Liberal government that is worn down. It's waiting with his head down, waiting for things to solve themselves, and they take action when they're really have their backs to the walls. But it's our work as the opposition to do so. We have to get things moving on this file. And car theft. Well, often it involves technology. We have intelligent car keys that seem to make our lives easier, but at the same time, it makes it easier for them to be stolen. And sometimes they plug in a computer for the diagnostic system in the car, and it creates a signal for the key so that they can take off with the car easily. And these people then temporarily park the car somewhere for a few days to see if the theft was noted, and then if it doesn't happen, they leave with it. And that's where there's a real issue. We have a real issue, Mr. Speaker. This bill that is before us is interesting in terms of certain aspects, but there are major gaps. We have to look at the inspection of containers before they're exported. How can we justify you need a search warrant to be able to open up a container at the port. You have to go before a judge. It makes things complicated. The port has its own security service, and we don't patrol it. But then we have CBSA that's saying to inspect. Well, listen to the figures. Over 800,000 containers that left the port in 2022. How many were inspected? Five inspectors were present to inspect these thousands of containers. And then they're surprised that car theft is so popular. We have to take action. Border services, well, we're often also involved in the ArriveCAN scandal. Once again, there has been a major waste of public funds. People are filling their pockets, and then they fill the pockets of their friends. And insurance companies for drugs and dental care will be doing the same thing, Mr. Speaker. So give the money to Quebec, let us run our own businesses. But if I go back to car theft now, the CBSA is problematic. There is negligence there. Even the press has reported that containers were not inspected because sometimes people don't work the evenings or weekends, or they had other things to do. Well, I don't want to say that this is the entire truth. We have to be careful not to be populist, unlike some people here, but it does raise some important issues. I think if we want to take this seriously, we have to look at this, and CBSA have already said to the bloc, and I'll repeat it today, well, they should be placed under management. Well, there were only 5 inspectors for several thousands of containers, and the fact they didn't want to set up a special inspection for vehicles that were being exported, well, we really have to focus on this. We have to increase sentences for those who export vehicles. So there's a lot of work to be done on this file. The bloc will go to committee with an open mind, but also with a lot of questions and a lot of proposals to improve this bill, just like we always do. We work for Quebecers. Thank you.
Reprise des débats, resuming debate. The honourable member from Cowichan-Langford, from Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and good morning to you and to all of my colleagues in the House. I trust that everyone has had an enjoyable summer back in their ridings, and here we are at the first day back. I am pleased to also rise today during private members' business to share some of my thoughts on Bill C-379 as the NDP's public safety critic. And I know that the member who introduced it, the member for Prince Albert, I know he is coming at this issue with sincerity, and that I think every member in this House, no matter what political party you belong to, understands that the issue of car thefts in Canada is serious. It is not a victimless crime. We all represent communities that have suffered from it, and it is certainly something that we need an all-encompassing policy response to effectively deal with. Mr. Speaker, the bill before us today, C-379, it is a relatively short bill, as most private members' bills are, but essentially what it is seeking to do, the main part of the bill, is seeking to increase the minimum term of imprisonment for repeat offenders from 6 months to 3 years. Now, before I get into a discussion of the bill itself, I do want to acknowledge the severity of car thefts in Canada. I am a member of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. That committee has been conducting a study into this very issue, and we are getting close to when we will be able to hopefully table a report in the House of Commons with its recommendations for the government. That report, of course, will be based on the full spectrum of witness testimony that we heard at our committee. But just to put this in context, Mr. Speaker, we know that there has been a significant increase in vehicle thefts across the country. According to Statistics Canada, there were 83,416 vehicle thefts that were recorded in 2021, And then a year later in 2022, that number jumped to 105,673. So a significant increase in just 1 year's time. Between February the 26th and May 23rd of this year, we at the Public Safety Committee held 6 meetings, and we had a total of 42 witnesses with 11 briefs that were submitted. Committee members were also invited to take a trip to the Port of Montreal so that they could actually see in person what CBSA operations were like there and some of the challenges that CBSA members deal with in terms of how they inspect containers, because that is the primary port and method by which stolen cars in Canada exit our country to find lucrative markets abroad. And it is a very big problem. There is an incredible amount of transnational criminal organization that goes into these operations, and the payoff can be quite significant. For one stolen car, you know, people can fetch a price of anywhere from $30,000 to $60,000 or even higher. So it is a significant return on the investments that criminal organizations make to do this. But I will underline this, Mr. Speaker. I would encourage members to wait for that report to come out so that we can review the recommendations that come in it, because I do believe that to effectively deal with this problem, we need an all-encompassing and holistic approach that is not just going to rely on criminal law, but a variety of other different policy measures and programs to tackle it. The main problem I have with this bill is its reliance on a mandatory minimum as a fix-all for a very real and complex problem. And the reason for that, Mr. Speaker, is because if you look at the evidence, and there is a tremendous amount of evidence out there, it shows very clearly that mandatory minimum sentences produce substantial harm, but they have no overall benefit to crime control. And that is our guiding star in this debate. We want crime control. We want to see it come down. But again, the evidence, and is very clearly available, shows that mandatory minimums do not have a beneficial effect on that. What they do, Mr. Speaker, is they represent an intrusion by the legislative branch into an area that is under judicial jurisdiction. They constrain judicial discretion. There is evidence that they deepen racial disparities in the criminal legal system, and they do cause far-reaching harm to individuals, families, and communities. And again, I say this, Mr. Speaker, in the context that auto theft, the actual crime itself, is not victimless, and we also have to keep that in balance, that when a person experiences a car theft, that is a very real problem that we must address, and it causes a significant amount of hurt in our communities. But again, I firmly believe, and the evidence bears this out, is that sentences must be based on individual contextual factors relating to each offense and to each offender, rather than a one-size-fits-all, a legislated minimum sentence that often result in ineffective, expensive, and unduly harsh periods of incarceration. So again, the John Howard Society has done a meta-study analysis of 116 studies into this subject from both Canada and the United States. So a massive analysis of the literature and evidence that is out there. And again, some of the main findings: custodial sanctions have no effect on reoffending, or actually slightly increase it when compared to the effects of non-custodial sanctions such as probation. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to beat a dead horse on this fact. I mean, I think members here have a variety of tools at their disposal. They have the Library of Parliament. They can read that same evidence. But I think this point needs to be hammered home. It is very clear that those mandatory minimums do not deter crime. And actually, there is evidence that if we put in lengthier periods of incarceration, we could actually see an increase in recidivism amongst offenders. And that is certainly not a result that we are aiming for. I also want to talk a little bit about the cost, Mr. Speaker, because in addition to the fact that mandatory minimums affect Indigenous, Black, and racialized Canadians in a very disproportionate way, there's also the fact that the cost of housing an inmate in a federal institution has now reached $428 a day. So if we multiply that by 365, we now know that the cost for an individual in a federal institution per year is now $156,220. That is an astonishing cost to taxpayers, and it is far more expensive than the crime prevention and social outreach programs, which often have much better results and a far better track record. So if we were to take that cost, which is a fact, it is borne out by the statistics, under the members' proposed bill C-379 with a mandatory minimum of 3 years, we are looking at an expenditure of nearly $500,000 per person convicted under this change to the law alone. Because we know that for anyone who's sentenced over 2 years, that is automatically into a federal institution, whereas 2 years less a day is under provincial jurisdiction. But again, those provincial incarceration costs are relatively similar. Again, I am not saying that jail time isn't justified in certain cases, but I maintain that this is up to the trial judge in the committee to determine, given the facts of the case and the nature of the accused who is before the judge. What we should be doing, Mr. Speaker, is putting far more resources into a variety of programs such as training resources for youth or the Help Eliminate Auto Theft program, which had very good success in the province of Manitoba between 2014 and 2015. Those results showed, Mr. Speaker, a 30% reduction in gang involvement. 95% of the people did not receive new charges while in the program. 93% of the property offenders in the program did not receive new charges, and there were 0 new auto theft charges during the program period. 95% of the participants did not receive new offenses against person-related charges. So you look at those, Mr. Speaker, and then you look at the cost of these programs. Compared to the $156,000 per year to put someone in a federal institution, the cost of these programs ranged anywhere from $7,000 to $10,000 per participant and had amazing success rates. And I don't want the Conservatives to escape the fact that, you know, during their time under the Harper government, there were significant cuts to the RCMP budget and to the CBSA budget that put us in the position that we're in. And just recently in December of 2023, just last year, they voted against the estimates that provided important funding to the RCMP, to the CBSA, and to Public Safety Canada. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, we do want to see action against the auto theft crisis, but we want to see the investment in those prevention programs that obviously have a track record and are more cost effective to the taxpayer. And on that, Mr. Speaker, I will stick by my principles. Despite all the rhetoric we see from the Conservatives, they know the evidence doesn't support their argument. What is borne out by the evidence is that crime prevention programs are where we need to be putting those smart taxpayer dollars for effective results. Thank you.
Repeats the débat, resuming debate. The honourable member from Peace River, Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, common sense Conservatives will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. And this bill that we're talking about today, Bill C-379, will be one step in the Stop the Crime initiatives that we've undertaken. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if you remember when you got your driver's license, but I sure do remember when I got my driver's license. And buying my first car, buying my first vehicle was a huge milestone in my life. And where I come from in the country, a vehicle is freedom. The ability to drive is freedom. And that is why, from my perspective, auto theft is such a heinous crime. It takes away a person's freedom. And auto theft has been a long-standing problem in northern Alberta. It is more recently reached Toronto, and suddenly this country is seized with it because of that. But auto theft has been a major challenge for going back a very long time. Now, since I've been probably like 3 years old, I wanted to be an auto mechanic, and I achieved that goal by the time I was 21. And I got to see firsthand, I got to interact with the auto theft deterrent systems on vehicles quite extensively. I programmed thousands of keys for people who either lost their keys or wanted an extra key or something like that. We would program them, and I worked for Chrysler dealership, so that was what we called the SCIM program, security key immobilizer. And that system was introduced in 1998. By 2006, every Chrysler product had it on it. And by when I quit in 2015, there had never been a case of somebody being able to undermine that system. It had been an incredible system and it had worked very well. But at around 2015, companies or people had figured out a way to beat that system. And so here we are today with no real way for auto manufacturers to build a system to deter, to make a secure key, maybe even going back to a hard key again. I don't know if the vehicle that you drive, but most people don't have to put their key in the door to make it open anymore. It's not a hard key; it's a digital key. And so maybe we have to go back to hard keys. I'm not sure about that, but they were relatively easy to get around as well. So I've had extensive experience with that, and I've watched the progression of these systems grow, and I've enjoyed being part of that sort of thing. And I also watched. I also had the luxury of owning my very first car. In fact, was a Chrysler Neon, and that was in 1999. That was the most stolen car in Edmonton, and I also owned a Jeep TJ, which in another year was the most stolen vehicle in Edmonton as well. But both of those vehicles, the police put out sting vehicles, and it didn't take very long to ensure that they just had to arrest a few people stealing these sting vehicles, from those vehicles going from being the most stolen to the least stolen. Just a couple of weekends of doing these sting operations and charging people with auto theft. And that was, and bringing people to justice. And so we hear a lot from the NDP around mandatory minimums and all how they don't work and things like that. But the deterrence effect of the law is a real thing. Bringing people to justice is a real thing. Ensuring that Canadians understand that if you steal a vehicle, you will go to jail is a real thing. And having the police having the backup to feel that they can pursue this, ensuring that the police have the resources to do this. These are all other things, but private members' bills can't spend money. And so this bill is taking one part of the law that we can affect with a private member's bill. And I want to thank the member for bringing this bill forward and ensuring that we can put in effect that deterrence mechanism to ensure that the justice can be brought when your vehicle gets stolen. And there's nothing more for many people. Their vehicle is their lifeline to the world. Their vehicle is often a personal statement. They've got a lot invested in their vehicle, and to wake up in the morning and discover your vehicle missing is a huge insecurity that builds in your life. It also, in many cases, people work out of their vehicle. Their vehicle is their place of work. And to wake up in the morning and discover that your entire business is missing, all your tools, all your livelihood is missing because somebody stole your vehicle. That often is the case. And we have seen over the last number of years the Liberals government's like soft on crime initiatives have led to increases in auto theft. And why is that? Because there's no deterrence anymore. I've had constituents come in and talk to me about the fact that the people that are stealing these vehicles are brazen. They know that they're going to get away with it. They know what to say when they're stopped with the stolen vehicle. They know what to say to get out of it. The justice system has been a failure for bringing these people to justice, and because of that, there is no deterrence on auto theft. And the police are more than frustrated with this. The police will build a case, will make an arrest, only to have the courts slap the person on the wrist, build a revolving door to ensure, put the person out on bail. That again, and we've addressed this as well. Another is saying jail, not bail, for repeat offenders, because we see folks that have been charged with auto theft out on bail, stealing more cars. So this has become a major thing. Now, I don't know if you seen in the news, Mr. Speaker, but some of the suggestions for the solutions for this is to leave your keys near the door to ensure that your family isn't violently offended by auto theft attempt. So that does not seem like a solution. We've seen this cost of living rise across the country, and auto theft is contributing to that, Mr. Speaker. The increases to the insurance rates because of the auto theft is making one more thing in our lives more expensive. And we're seeing that all around in terms of just the distress that people are feeling because they can't make ends meet, and the fuel that they put in their car is one of the things, but their insurance is another thing that keeps on going up, being driven up by the 105,000 cars that are stolen each year in Canada. And so that all of these things together means that we need to address auto theft. And I think that this bill is a good step along the way. Now, we hear criticisms from the NDP that we need a holistic bill. Well, Mr. Speaker, this is a private member's bill, and private members' bills aren't allowed to spend money. We're not allowed to build big national programs that cost a whole bunch of money. Set forward a strategy that will need money. And so if we can push the government to do those things, great. I think that we need that. To allow to put forward like these sting operations that I experienced back in the early 2000s when auto theft was also a challenge. There was a focused, concerted effort to bring auto theft down. They pulled a lot of levers to make that happen. That's when we seen the rise of immobilizer systems on the vehicles as well. The manufacturers got involved, the insurance companies got involved, government got involved, community associations got involved, and we were able to bring auto theft down again. But now we've seen this lack of deterrence from the soft on crime liberals has driven up auto theft. And we've also seen technological advances by the thieves. And so I am hopeful that this bill will pass and that we will bring in that deterrence piece of the puzzle in to ensure that we have a strong deterrence. We ensure that the police have the tools. We ensure that prosecutors are able to bring these people to justice, and to ensure that vehicle thefts go down. But this bill is just a small piece, the small piece on the start, and we hope that this bill will inspire the government to take bold action to bring auto theft down across the country. So if they are not able to do that, common sense conservatives stand ready to stop the crime, axe the tax, build the homes, and fix the budget. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise ce débat.
Resuming debate.
Reprise ce débat. L'honorable député de Rivière.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill merits careful study. It deserves to be studied in committee. But I'm not yet ready to give support to this bill on behalf of the Bloc Québécois as it is currently worded. Now, of course, vehicle theft is a scourge that we must combat. I'll give you some statistics. In 2022, there were 10,595 vehicles stolen in Quebec, and also in 2022, 70,000 vehicles were stolen in Canada. That is massive. In fact, in Quebec, that equates to 29 vehicles stolen every day. There's been a 138% increase since 2016. Now, this, of course, leads to some very unhappy consequences for vehicle owners. But this affects all vehicle owners and all drivers. Insurance policies have also increased by 50% from 2012 to 2022, mainly due to the increase in car thefts. We need to tackle this. This is no trivial matter. In this place, we have addressed many crimes, especially crimes against people. That's something that the Bloc Québécois deeply cares about. Vehicle theft is not necessarily a deep crime against a person, but it is incredibly serious. That said, We are against mandatory minimums in the Bloc Québécois. Mr. Speaker, we know that mandatory minimums have barely any effect on those who commit the offenses that mandatory minimums target. Now, in this bill, the minimum sentence would be increased from 2 years to 3. And I must say, Mr. Speaker, that I don't believe in that. I think that those moving the bill feel that these measures will have a positive impact, but I and the Bloc Québécois, well, we don't believe that. But we do feel that we need to tackle the problem. Now, what of increasing sentences? And what about the aggravating factor? The fact that if it was committed for the benefit of or at the direction of a criminal organization, that would be an aggravating factor. Well, we have been suggesting stronger measures. We, the Bloc Québécois, since 2015, we have been proposing stronger measures to fight organized crime. I even tabled a bill in 2016. We suggested creating a registry of criminal organizations so that we could better deal with them and so that we could better tackle crime related to criminal organizations. Then we also suggested even belonging, membership itself to a criminal group to be considered an offense. Being a card-carrying member or even supporting a criminal organization could be, in our view, a criminal offense, but our 2016 bill was voted down. We've not given up the fight, and we will continue to wage this fight. When it comes to vehicle theft, Mr. Speaker, it is apparent that a young person who decides to steal a car after a heavy night of drinking on a Saturday night, that's not who we're targeting here. They're not the main culprits in vehicle theft, though of course that's a problem. But criminal organizations are at the heart of this problem. They pay and support younger people, often young people who are of a lower socioeconomic status, and they will encourage them to steal vehicles for the profit of the criminal organization. So yes, we should punish those who steal cars. I support that. That is important. That said, mandatory minimum sentences, that's too strong in my view. And the conditional sentence order as well, we feel it's too strong, and we're taking away the judge's discretionary power to address cases on a case-by-case basis. Now, Mr. Speaker, I think that we need to put our trust in judges. Judges hear cases and judge them on their merit. Mandatory minimums are useful in some cases. In our view, we feel that mandatory minimums can be useful in crimes against humanity, against human beings. Then we can deal with those who commit crimes against people. There are some crimes which we should show no mercy for, clearly. But in this case, and in many cases, we do agree with mandatory minimums if it's a crime against a human being. But we feel that mandatory minimums here would be counterproductive. As a society, we would be undermining ourselves if we didn't give judges discretionary power to make decisions on a case-by-case basis based on evidence in each case. We should not just systematically give out mandatory minimums. Now, as for the suggestion about the aggravating factor, if the crime has been committed in relation to a criminal organization, that I support. We do agree with that. Here we are in the federal parliament. We adopt modifications to amend the criminal code. That is the federal government's jurisdiction. Sometimes, though, the federal government tries to meddle with provincial jurisdiction, which we detest, but this is under federal jurisdiction this here. Mr. Speaker, I find it hard to believe that after all this time, now I'm still a relatively new MP, I've been here since 2015. We've been working on these matters since 2015. We need to tackle organized crime. I think we need to show no mercy to criminal organizations. We need to target them. We need to go after them and punish them very strictly, severely, and effectively. But there is another option. We've always studied crime and asked ourselves, does the crime warrant a mandatory minimum sentence? But here's another question we could ask ourselves. Would there be another way to get rid of this type of crime? We could perhaps treat or rehabilitate, reintegrate those who commit crimes. And I think there are other ways. I think we need to study this. It warrants careful attention. Now, I'd like to mention electronic bracelets, which can be used during release. If a person is sentenced, Mr. Speaker, for example, they're sentenced for having stolen a car, and if we're considering giving them 2 years or 3 years sentences, what if we said to that individual, instead, you will be behind bars for 6 months, maybe a year, and then for the remainder of your sentence, you will serve your sentence in society while wearing an electronic bracelet, a tracking bracelet. When someone wears an electronic tracking bracelet, it would be very difficult, if not impossible, for a criminal organization to recruit them. I can't speak for criminal organizations, but I don't think that their top recruit preferences would be those who are being tracked with an electronic bracelet and can be found and tracked anywhere at any time. That would be rather risky for a criminal organization. But this type of strategy can contribute to rehabilitating people. So rather than having to return to their former lives of crime, this might encourage them to behave in pro-social ways, behave as part of society. Now, I'm not saying that this is the one and only magic bullet solution, but this is a solution that we could look into. I feel that we need to really give this some thought. We feel that mandatory minimums are counterproductive, but we support alternative ways, sentences with alternative ways of rehabilitating individuals. But as for the consideration of the aggravating factor of being at the direction of or in association with a criminal organization, we totally agree with that, and parties can count on the Bloc Québécois, and you can count on the Bloc Québécois, Mr. Speaker, to support that sort of measure. Meanwhile, we want to study this in committee to see how it can best serve all Quebecers and all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Now, right of reply.
From the honourable member from Prince Albert.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank everybody here for giving this bill due consideration and going through it and providing some good insight in what we should be doing or not doing. I also want to thank the House for having the ability to raise this issue on behalf of Canadians, because it is a very serious issue. Canadians are saying they want to see action on auto theft. They want to make sure that things are being done to stop this. It's costing them a lot of money, harm, personal safety, creating a lot of stress. This is an issue that actually needs to be addressed by the House of Commons, and this bill provides that option. You know, Mr. Speaker, I've heard members from different parties give their opinions and views, and some had some really good ideas. I know my member from the Bloc here talked about how he's willing to get it to committee. That's all I was asking for. That's all Canadians were asking for, was a chance to get it to committee and then look at it in a very serious manner. Bring in the appropriate witnesses, bring in the police chiefs, bring in the police unions, bring in the judges, bring in the appropriate people. You know, the members from this so-called summit that they had, they could bring in the experts from there if they have data to bring in that. The NDP talked about some of the programs in British Columbia and Manitoba. We'll bring in that data into committee and then look at that and see how you can craft it into something that we can make it work here in Canada. But doing nothing is not an option. Doing nothing means you haven't listened to one word your constituents have told you this past summer. Your constituents, I'll guarantee you, talked about crime. If you're going door to door, crime would have been one of the top 2 issues they would have talked to you about. You know, Mr. Speaker, this could go to committee. This could be massaged, changed. I'm open-minded on that. I'm a type of person that's not overly partisan. I just like to move the yardsticks to make sure that at the end of the day, Canadians have benefited. That's the total goal of this piece of legislation, is to get it there so we can talk about it and look for the best practices. You know, when I look at the response, the member from Winnipeg North, he talked about the programs they had in Manitoba and how good they were. I'll remind him that in Winnipeg alone, auto theft's up 62.5%. in Winnipeg alone. That's not the rest of Manitoba, that's Winnipeg alone. That's not 2015 to 2022, it's up 62%. If you go right across the board, right across Canada, these numbers are astounding. This is a real issue that Canadians want to be talking about, want us to work with. This is an example where parties can actually work together and accomplish something together that would benefit all Canadians. But what have we seen, Mr. Speaker? A partisan attack by the Liberals. Basically, they're saying, you know what, there's not a problem. Even though they had a summit on it, even though they put it into their budget, even though they've started to allocate money next year on this, $14 million a year, but they say it's not a problem. No, just close your eyes, it's not there, put your head in the sand. It just matches the reasons why this party's so out of touch. This party has lost touch with Canadians. It doesn't understand what Canadians are asking them to do. They don't understand the role they have as a government to represent Canadians and actually bring in laws to protect Canadians. Protect Canadians. Do I need to repeat that again? Protect Canadians. Here's a prime example. We could go to the committee. We can bring forward different ideas from different provinces, from different from different groups, associations. I have no issue with any of that. But at the end of the day, we need to have a piece of legislation coming out of the House of Commons that actually attacks the issue and reduces the crime. So what is the best way to do that? But if you don't go to committee, if you don't get it there, then what have you said to your constituents? It's not a big enough issue. We don't care. That's how it's going to be perceived. That's what they're going to think. They're going to come back and you're going to go back to door knock and you say, okay, what about crime? Well, we did have a PMB, but we voted against it. Why? Good question. Why? Why wouldn't you get it to committee? Why wouldn't you talk about it? Why wouldn't you keep an open mind like I'm willing to do and keep an open mind and actually get a piece of legislation forward that may lower crime in autos, may lower actual insurance rates, may lower the ability of people to feel safe in their homes or unsafe in their homes. Mr. Speaker, there's lots of options here. But one of the options that should not be considered is the option of not taking it to committee and talking about it. And if the government wants to go down that path, that would explain why they are where they are in the polls. They've lost touch with Canada and Canadians. They don't represent what they're asking them to do. They have their own opinions, and instead of listening to them, they're going back to preaching to them. That doesn't work, Mr. Speaker. And the next election will prove that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Mr. Hoback, seconded by Mr. Moore, moved that Bill C-379, an act to amend the Criminal Code, motor vehicle theft, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Si un député participant en personne désire
If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried on division, or if a member of a party participating in person wishes to call for a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
A vote, please.
Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, September 18, 2024, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House.
Mr. Speaker, I would suggest that we suspend for a few minutes till noon so we can get things underway under government business.
Agreed? House is suspended until noon. House, I recognize the honourable member. I see that the honourable member from Regina Capella is rising on a question of privilege.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am rising on a question of privilege following my notice under Standing Order 48 concerning the failure of the government to comply with the order which this House adopted on Monday, June 10th. A majority of the House voted that day to compel the government to produce a series of unredacted records concerning Sustainable Development Technology Canada, a body engulfed in Liberal scandal in recent years, leading to it being dubbed the Green Slush Fund, for the purpose of making those documents available to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. The government has failed to comply, failed to obey this House order, as we learned this summer when the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Counsel reported to the House through you on July 17th. Mr. Speaker, you are being put into a situation, like your predecessors were so conspicuously placed in, to address a serious impasse over document production. As your well-regarded predecessor, Mr. Speaker Milliken, said on April 27th, 2010, at page 2042 of the debates, in a widely acclaimed ruling, quote, "Before us are issues that question the very foundations upon which our parliamentary system is built. In a system of responsible government, the fundamental right of the House of Commons to hold the government to account for its actions is an indisputable privilege and, in fact, an obligation," end quote. The current obligation originates, as you know, Mr. Speaker, from the Conservative opposition motion adopted on the heels of an utterly scandalous Auditor General's report. Over the summer, yet another officer of Parliament, the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner, also weighed in, finding the former Liberal hand-picked chair of SDTC guilty of breaking the Conflict of Interest Act twice. There is little doubt the Liberal government must be held to account over this debacle, which is why the House decided to exercise one of its ancient powers,
to compel the production of papers. Indeed, as a mark of how old the power is, Erskine May treated it as a settled matter in the first edition of his self-titled treatise on parliamentary procedure, published in 1844 at page 309, quote, "Parliament, in the exercise of its various functions, is invested with the power of ordering all documents to be laid before it which are necessary for its information," end quote. House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, elaborates at pages 984 and 985 upon the scope of that power. Quote, "The standing orders do not delimit the power to order the production of papers and records. The result is a broad, absolute power that on the surface appears to be without restriction. There's no limit on the types of papers likely to be requested. The only prerequisite is that the papers exist in hard copy or electronic format and that they are located in Canada. They can be papers originating from or in the possession of governments, or papers the authors or owners of which are from the private sector or civil society, individuals, associations, organizations, etc. No statute or practice diminishes the fullness of that power rooted in House privileges, unless there is an explicit legal provision to that effect, or unless the House adopts a specific resolution limiting the power. The House has never set a limit on its power to order the production of papers and records," end quote. This, Mr. Speaker, is a critical point and one to which I will return. In a May 2019 report on the power to send for papers, the United Kingdom House of Commons Procedure Committee concluded at paragraph 16, quote, "The power of the House of Commons to require the production of papers is in theory absolute. It is binding on ministers, and its exercise has consistently been complied with by the government," end quote. In recent years, our own House has, however, encountered several incidents of government refusals to provide records which it or its committees have ordered to be produced. Most famously, there was the very high-profile, high-stakes decision of your longest-serving predecessor, Mr. Speaker Milliken, concerning documents regarding the Afghanistan conflict, following a Liberal opposition motion, which the House adopted in December 2009, requiring the public tabling of 40,000 unredacted pages of sensitively classified records about operations in an active war zone with zero provision for their safekeeping. Bosk and Gagnon explain at page 139 the subsequent events. Quote, "The government refused to provide documents as ordered, citing national security concerns. Questions of privilege were raised based on the House's absolute right to order documents. The Minister of Justice insisted that as the government had a duty to protect information that could jeopardize national security, that right was not without limits. On April 27th, 2010, Speaker Milliken ruled that it was within the powers of the House to ask for the documents specified in the House order and that it did not transgress the separation of powers between the executive and legislative branches of government. Thus, the Speaker concluded that the government's failure to comply with the House order constituted a prima facie breach of privilege. However, he gave the parties 2 weeks to develop a mechanism that would accommodate the government's concerns over national security and the House's right to receive the documents," end quote. As a result, 3 of the 4 recognized parties negotiated an agreement in principle to have an ad hoc committee of parliamentarians convened to review the 40,000 pages in question and to vet them for future tabling. Meanwhile, in 2011, another prima facie case of privilege was found in respect of efforts by the Standing Committee on Finance to obtain documents with financial information. Allow me to summarize the House the pertinent developments there. In autumn 2010, the Finance Committee requested certain financial information from the government and ordered the production of various documents concerning economic projections and costing estimates. The government responded that certain of the documents sought constituted cabinet confidences. In February 2011, the Finance Committee agreed to report the foregoing events to the House. That report, the Finance Committee's 10th report, was presented and a question of privilege was raised. While awaiting a ruling, the government tabled in the House some documents responsive to the Finance Committee's requests, and in any event, the House adopted an opposition motion ordering the production of the same documents. Subsequently, on March 9th, 2011, Mr. Speaker Milliken ruled on the question of privilege, finding a prima facie case of privilege, whereupon a motion to refer the matter to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs was adopted. That committee then presented its 27th report on March 21st, 2011. While most of the report dealt with the government's invocation of cabinet confidence, something which is an issue in the present case but not a central one, there are still two notable items in the report's summary of the evidence which are relevant to quote. Firstly, at page 4, quote, Mr. Robert Walsh, House of Commons Law Clerk and Parliamentary Counsel, indicated that the Speaker had concluded in his ruling that Parliament has the right to receive all the information that it requires, but the government may decide to refuse to provide this information. In that event, the government must convince Parliament that its decision was well-founded. Later, at page 9, Mr. Ned Franks, Professor Emeritus in the Department of Political Studies at Queen's University, affirmed that he sided with Speaker Milliken and declared that, in his view, the government was not entitled to limit Parliament's power to receive information. On March 25th, 2011, the House considered and adopted an opposition motion proposed by Michael Ignatieff, which stated, among other things, quote, that the House agree with the finding of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs that the government is in contempt of Parliament. Where the House subsequently agreed with the 27th report's conclusions, it stands to reason that the House likewise endorsed the analysis leading to it. Most recently, we had the famous 2021 case concerning the Winnipeg Lab documents. As most of us will recall, in spring 2021, the then Special Committee on Canada-China Relations adopted 2 orders for unredacted copies of documents concerning very troubling reports out of Winnipeg's National Microbiology Laboratory. When those orders weren't honored on June 2nd, 2021, to compel the production of the same documents, yet the government persisted in its refusal to comply. That led to a question of privilege on which your immediate predecessor ruled on June 16th, 2021, at page 8548 of the debates, when he reaffirmed that, quote, at the heart of the parliamentary system and firmly anchored in our Constitution, there are rights and privileges that are indispensable to the performance of members' duties, end quote. The House, in turn, on June 17th, 2021, adopted a motion to find the Public Health Agency of Canada to be in contempt for its failure to obey an order of the House, and, accordingly, ordered its president to attend at the bar of the House to be admonished and to hand over the documents. That led to the historic moment on June 21st, 2021, when Ian Stewart, the agency's president, stood down there at the bar to be admonished by the Speaker in the following words, quote, the privileges held by the House of Commons are an integral part of the Constitution Act 1867 and the Parliament of Canada Act. These rights include the right to require the production of documents. The privileges in question, like all those enjoyed by the House collectively and by members individually, are essential to the performance of their duties. The House has the power, and indeed the duty, to reaffirm them when obstruction or interference impedes its deliberations. As guardians of these rights and privileges, that is precisely what the House has asked me to do today by ordering the Speaker to reprimand you for the Public Health Agency of Canada's contempt in refusing to submit the required documents, end quote. In parallel, the Liberal government, quite shockingly, initiated proceedings in the federal court against the House and its Speaker, seeking to block any further attempts to obtain those documents. Our then Speaker quite fearlessly fought back in court against a government of his own party background, seeking to have the government's court application thrown out. The Prime Minister's selfish and self-interested early election call brought an abrupt end to those federal court proceedings. In the new Parliament, an ad hoc committee of parliamentarians, similar to the 2010 example, was eventually established to look at the Winnipeg Lab documents. In February of this year, its work on 600 pages of documents was finally tabled some 35 months after the standoff in the special committee began. In the end, we discovered that most redactions were not about national security, but about protecting the government from embarrassment. Mr. Speaker, there have also been developments in the United Kingdom Parliament in recent years, which some of our colleagues may not be fully familiar with. In the 2017 general election, the incumbent Conservative government did not secure a majority in the House of Commons. The Labour Party subsequently devoted some 10 of its opposition days in the first session of Parliament following that election to ordering the production of documents. Half of those motions were defeated by the House, and of the remaining 5, 4 of them were responded to in a satisfactory manner by the government. It is the 5th motion which warrants our attention and was a case which prompted the UK House of Commons Procedure Committee to study the matter and issue its 9th report, entitled The House's Power to Call for Papers, Procedure and Practice, in May 2019, which I had quoted earlier. In November 13th, 2018, the UK House of Commons adopted the following motion proposed by Sir Keir Starmer, who is now the country's Prime Minister. Quote, that an humble address be presented to Her Majesty, that she will be graciously pleased to give directions that the following papers be laid before Parliament. Any legal advice in full, including that provided by the Attorney General, on the proposed withdrawal agreement on the terms of the UK's departure from the European Union, including the Northern Ireland backstop and framework for a future relationship between the UK and the European Union, end quote. Subsequent events can be summarized by the following extracts from paragraphs 41 to 43 of the UK Procedure Committee's 2019 report. Quote, ministers advanced arguments against the motion from the dispatch box, but did not seek to divide the House. The motion therefore passed unopposed. In points of order raised immediately after the House's decision, members sought to clarify the obligations on the government arising from it. No ministerial statement was made in response. An agreement between the United Kingdom and the EU on the UK's withdrawal from the EU was endorsed by heads of state and government at the European Council meeting of 25th November 2018. On the 3rd of December, the Attorney General presented to Parliament a command paper which purported to describe the, quote, overall legal effect, end quote, of the agreement of 25th November 2018. On the same day, he made a statement to the House. Neither the command paper nor the statement made reference to the resolution of the 13th of November, and the command paper did not purport to be a return to the resolution of the House. Following the presentation of the government's command paper to the House, Keir Starmer, together with representatives of 4 other political parties, wrote to the Speaker alleging that the government had not complied with the terms of the resolution of the 13th of November. The Attorney General also wrote to the Speaker with his observations on the matter. He argued that the government was in considerable difficulty in knowing how to comply with the resolution, end quote. Mr. Speaker, Bercow ruled on December 3rd, 2018 at column 625 of the official report, quote, the letter I received from the members mentioned at the start of this statement asks me to give precedence to a motion relating to privilege in relation to the failure of ministers to comply with the terms of the resolution of the House of the 13th of November. I have considered the matter carefully, and I am satisfied that there is an arguable case that a contempt has been committed. I am therefore giving precedence to a motion to be tabled tonight before the House rises and to be taken as the first business tomorrow on Tuesday. It will then be entirely for the House to decide on that motion, end quote. The following day, after defeating a government amended, the House voted to adopt the following motion, quote, that this House finds ministers in contempt for their failure to comply with the requirements of the motion for return passed on the 13th of November 2018 to publish the final and full legal advice provided by the Attorney General to the Cabinet concerning the EU withdrawal agreement and the framework for the future relationship, and orders its immediate publication, end quote. In response, the government produced a complete unredacted copy of the Attorney General's legal advice the next day. According to the Procedure Committee's report at paragraph 68, the Attorney General, quote, said he had complied with the order of the House of the 4th of December out of respect of the House's constitutional position, end quote. A government which respects the constitutional position of the House of Commons. Let's all just imagine that for a moment, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned earlier, the Liberal government is, on the other hand, in my submission, in contempt of Parliament yet again. Bosque and Gagnon comment at page 81, quote, the House also claims the right to punish as a contempt any action which, though not a breach of a specific privilege, tends to obstruct or impede the House in the performance of its functions, or is an offense against the authority or dignity of the House, such as disobedience of its legitimate commands, end quote. On the next page, they articulate the well-established categories of contempt, including, quote, deliberately altering, suppressing, concealing, or destroying a paper required to be produced to the House or a committee, without reasonable excuse refusing to answer a question or provide information or produce papers formally required by the House or a committee, and without reasonable excuse, disobeying a lawful order of the House or a committee, end quote. In the present case, the government has disobeyed a lawful order of this House. It has failed to provide all of the papers which were formally required by this House, and in so responding, many papers were altered or outright suppressed through the redaction process. On June 10th, the House ordered the government to deposit a series of documents concerning SDTC, the Liberal Green Slush Fund, with the law clerk within 30 days. No redactions or other alterations were contemplated by that order, nor was any information permitted to be otherwise withheld. Though I wouldn't be surprised if you have a fresh update for us today, Mr. Speaker, we do know that based on the law clerk's July 17th and August 21st reports to you, which you tabled the same days, the Department of Finance, Sustainable Development Technology Canada, and the Treasury Board Secretariat each provided only partial responses. Several government institutions redacted the records, which they deposited with the law clerk, including the Atlantic Canada Opportunities Agency, the Business Development Bank of Canada, the Canada Revenue Agency, the Canadian Northern Economic Development Agency, the Department of Foreign Affairs, Trade and Development, the Department of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities, the Department of National Defense, the Department of Natural Resources, the Department of Public Works and Government Services, the Department of Western Economic Diversification, Export Development Canada, the Federal Economic Development Agency for Southern Ontario, the Pacific Economic Development Agency of Canada, the Privy Council Office, the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council, and the Standard Council of Canada. I would add here that the Department of Natural Resources also decided only to provide the House with records from the Director General level and higher. For those not familiar with government hierarchy, a Director General is a pretty elite bigwig within the government. They are typically at least 4 layers above your typical frontline worker. Who knows what pertinent information from the front lines, so to speak, was concealed by this maneuver? The House order certainly didn't contemplate this approach. 3 other organizations, Mr. Speaker, fall into both of these categories by providing incomplete responses and redacting what they did provide: the Department of Industry, the Department of Justice, and the National Research Council of Canada. For its part, the Justice Department brazenly put the House on notice that some 10,772 pages of relevant documents were, quote, completely withheld. The Communications Security Establishment, meanwhile, simply wrote that it was refusing to turn over any documents, even redacted ones. Then we have the case of the Public Sector Pension Investment Board, the body which manages $250 billion of public sector pension assets, which claimed that it is not part of the government. I guess it's not just campaign managers who are distancing themselves from this Liberal Prime Minister. The Auditor General, for her part, also refused to provide documents, referring to her obligations under the Auditor General Act to honor whatever security restrictions the government imposes on its information. So not only has the government refused to comply with the House's order, but it has also shackled the Auditor General, an officer of Parliament, from being able to comply as well. Before moving on, I do want to pause here to recognize the Privacy Commissioner's, our former law clerk's, gold standard approach. He provided a set of records with what he called proposed redactions, along with a clean copy of the records because he wrote, quote, "These provisions of the Access to Information Act do not limit the House of Commons' constitutional authority to seek and obtain information and documents," end quote. Well, Mr. Speaker, at least he gets it. Regardless, there is clear and convincing evidence before the House today that a contempt was committed by the government's flagrant and systematic disobedience to the House's June 10th order. While I think it is clear-cut, it is, of course, ultimately a decision for the House to take. In his March 9th, 2011 ruling, Mr. Speaker Milliken cited page 281 of Sir John Bourinot's Parliamentary Procedure and Practice in the Dominion of Canada, 4th edition, quote, "But it must be remembered that under all circumstances, it is for the House to consider whether the reasons given for refusing the information are sufficient. The right of Parliament to obtain every possible information on public questions is undoubted, and the circumstances must be exceptional, and the reasons very cogent, when it cannot be at once laid before the House," end quote. From there, the chair added at page 8841 of the debates, quote, "It may be that valid reasons exist. That is not for the chair to judge. A committee empowered to investigate the matter might, but the chair is ill-equipped to do so. However, there is no doubt that in order to produce documents is not being fully complied with, and this is a serious matter that goes to the heart of the House's undoubted role in holding the government to account, end quote. The UK Procedure Committee in its May 2019 report concluded at paragraph 16, quote, "The way in which the power to require the production of papers is exercised is a matter for the House and not subject to the discretion of the chair," end quote. That committee commented at paragraph 35, similarly to the views of Mr. Speaker Milliken, on the means of assessing compliance. Quote, "There is no recognized procedure to assess the papers provided to the House as a whole in response to a resolution or order, and no means of appeal against non-compliance, short of raising the issue as a matter of privilege. Where papers have been provided to a body of the House, compliance has been easier to assess. Select committees in receipt of papers have been able to review the information they have received and to determine whether the House's instructions have been complied with," end quote. The UK Procedure Committee concluded at paragraph 86, quote, "The House alone determines the scope of its powers to call for papers. In its consideration of each motion, it is able to discern whether an appropriate or irresponsible use of the power is sought and whether it is being asked to require the production of information from ministers on a scale disproportionate to the matter under debate. We expect that in each such case, the House will continue to exercise its judgment in favor of a responsible use of the power," end quote. A similar point was also made in the first report of our House's former Standing Committee on Privileges and Elections, tabled on May 29, 1991, and of which the House took note on June 18, 1991. Quote, "It is well established that Parliament has the right to order any and all documents to be laid before it, which it believes are necessary for its information. The power to call for persons, papers, and records is absolute, but it is seldom exercised without consideration of the public interest," end quote. In our present case, the House has before it, I would submit, a thorough record upon which to take a decision. The law clerk's reports with the annexed correspondence from assorted deputy heads lay before the House both sides of the argument. Personally, I side with the law clerk and his defense of the rights of Parliament. For those who would advocate that we must temper the House's authority with a willingness to accept the government's decisions to withhold information, supposedly in the name of the public interest, I would recall that these balancing acts are represented within the House's own self-restraint and not by any veto exercised by an outside authority. Mr. Speaker Milliken articulated the concept on April 27th, 2010 at page 2043 of the debates. It is the view of the chair that accepting an unconditional authority of the executive to censor the information provided to Parliament would in fact jeopardize the very separation of powers that is purported to lie at the heart of our parliamentary system and the independence of its constituent parts. Furthermore, it risks diminishing the inherent privileges of the House and its members, which have been earned and must be safeguarded. As has been noted earlier, procedural authorities are categorical in repeatedly asserting the powers of the House in ordering the production of documents. No exceptions are made for any category of government documents, even those related to national security. Therefore, the chair must conclude that it is perfectly within the existing privileges of the House to order production of the documents in question," end quote. Having established that it is for this House to decide how to exercise its authority in ordering the production of papers, how can we go about such mechanisms to strike the right balance? As you recall, Mr. Speaker, in the 2010 case of Afghanistan documents, the House ordered some 40,000 pages of records to be produced in the original and uncensored form. Merci pour l'intervention.
Thank you for that intervention.
Okay, as you recall, Mr. Speaker, in the 2010 case of Afghanistan documents, the House ordered some 40,000 pages of records to be produced in the original and uncensored form forthwith, even though the complete disclosure of them could have prejudiced Canada and her NATO allies' interests in a conflict zone. That prompted Mr. Speaker Milliken to suspend the effect of his ruling to allow a critical gap to be filled. In 2021, we were dealing with about 600 some pages involving professional and counter-espionage investigations, while the motion had embedded a series of safeguards, like having the records vetted by the top secret cleared law clerk. That gave your predecessor the comfort to allow a motion to proceed immediately from his ruling. In the present case, the House adopted the motion for the purpose of making these documents available to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, Canada's national law enforcement agency, to ensure adequate confidentiality for information which might be sensitive in any potential criminal investigation. The June 10th order established a procedure whereby institutions would directly deposit their records with the law clerk, who in turn would transmit them to the RCMP. The documents were not tabled, nor were they meant to be tabled. Instead, the law clerk was directed to prepare a report to the House to be tabled by you. In other words, the documents in question are not open to public inspection. Privacy interests are protected. The documents are literally simply being transferred within the federal government from one institution to the RCMP, another institution, through the good offices of our own law clerk. It is incumbent upon us to act, and act now, in the face of this disregard for the House's authority. To quote page 239 of Parliamentary Privilege in Canada, second edition, quote, "Disobedience to rules or orders represents an affront to the dignity of the House, and accordingly, the House could take action, not simply for satisfaction, but to ensure that the House of Commons is held in the respect necessary for its authority to be vindicated. Without proper respect, the House of Commons could not function," end quote. Now, I recognize that the government will undoubtedly try to lay the blame at the feet of the public servants who prepared the documents and applied the redactions, but it is not the public service, but the Cabinet, which is accountable here on the floor of the House of Commons. On September 15, 2021, in preparation for this Parliament, the Privy Council Office provided a briefing note to Paul McKinnon, then a Deputy Secretary to the Cabinet, and a former Chrétien PMO staffer, a former senior staffer for the current Minister of Agriculture, and if I'm not mistaken, a brother of the Minister of Labour, to advise that, quote, "In the event that parliamentarians press for the release of confidential information, the appropriate minister or ministers should take responsibility for the decision to provide or withhold the information," end quote. Mr. McKinnon, in turn, on November 24th, 2021, immediately following a question of privilege being raised here concerning the Winnipeg lab documents, sent a briefing note to the then government House Leader stating, quote, "Consistent with the principles of responsible government, the ultimate accountability for deciding what information to withhold from or release to parliamentarians resides with the responsible minister. Public servants do not share in ministers' constitutional accountability to the Houses of Parliament, but support ministers in this accountability, including by collecting and transmitting documents to Parliament," end quote. Those, Mr. Speaker, are the words of the Prime Minister's own department. So we think that it is only fair the Prime Minister should heed the words of his own officials. The Prime Minister needs to take responsibility for a whole of government failure to respect the will of the House of Commons. That's why the motion I intend to put forward, should you agree that this is a prima facie contempt, would reiterate the House's June 10th order and direct all government institutions which failed to comply with the original order to get their act together and deposit with the law clerk all of the documents we originally ordered without any redactions this time, and to do so within 1 week. For good measure, the motion would also express the House's view to urge the Prime Minister, consistent with the spirit of the principles of responsible government, to make his view clear and known to those delinquent government departments that he expects the House's order to be complied with this time. In the interim, you have an important decision. The House of Commons, Canadians, and hundreds of years of constitutional parliamentary government are looking to you to allow us to stand up for the ancient rights of the people's elected representatives. Now, Mr. Speaker, I know it is customary to reflect and ponder on arguments made on these types of questions of privilege, but I would put it to you, this is a very easy decision. We just have to ask ourselves the following questions. Did the House adopt a production order? Yes, it did. That's not a matter of opinion. That's in the journals. And you know that, Mr. Speaker. Was the order complied with? No. Some provided partial responses, a few withheld documents, and most of them redacted them. Again, it's not my opinion. It's not a subjective analysis. That's in a report tabled by you, written by the law clerk on how the government complied with the order. The law clerk, whose reports lay out all of these facts, are there on the table. You could quickly consult with him and make your ruling right now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'd like to thank the honourable member from Regina Capel for his substantive and comprehensive question of privilege that he's put before the House. It is my understanding, of course, and it is a normal tradition that we would hear from the different party House leaders as to their comments on this, and I hope that they will do so forthwith. I see that the honourable member from New Westminster Burnaby is rising on his feet.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's nice to see you here again. And I heard my colleague's statement from the lobby, and we'd like to reserve the right to come back to this issue shortly. I'd like to thank the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby for that intervention. And we will await his intervention on this issue shortly. The Honourable Government House Leader.
And the certain courtesy would like to be able to review what it is that the opposition House Leader has said and then return back to the House once we've had that opportunity to do so.
Again, as I indicated to the other honourable member, that I appreciate the intervention, and I hope that the Parliamentary Secretary will do so forthwith so that the Speaker would be able to make a determination to the House. I do not see,
I don't see anyone from the bloc rising on this point. But I hope to get back to the House on this in short order. Orders of the day.
Government orders, ordre émanant du gouvernement.
Government bills, Commons. Study at second reading of Bill C-71, an act to amend the Citizenship Act of 2024. Mr. Miller, seconded by Ms. Leboutier, moves that Bill C-71, an act to amend the Citizenship Act 2024, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
As we return to the House, I want to begin by acknowledging that we are gathering today on the traditional unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people. I'm honored to rise in this House today to discuss the proposed amendments to the Citizenship Act. The legislation provides a clear framework for citizenship by descent, with the immediate goal of restoring and granting citizenship to lost Canadians. Some of us, like me, were fortunate to be citizens by birth. Others come from far and wide, choose Canada to be their home, and earn their citizenship through our naturalization process. Then there are those who are Canadians by descent, those that are born outside of the country to a parent who is a Canadian citizen.
Regardless of how a person obtains their citizenship, I think we all agree that we appreciate all Canadians in the same way in our diversified nation. Whether we were born Canadian or chose Canada as our new country, we are united by common principles and mutual respect for our communities and our country. We are all proud to call ourselves Canadian. Since the foundation of what we call Canada today, people from all over the world have made Canada their home. Canadians are a welcoming people who help one another. We show our commitment to one another through our communities, and we support charities, we do volunteer work, or we provide support to those who need it.
A set of common values and take pride in who we are and what the country stands for. We're welcoming, inclusive, generous. A country that supports human rights, equality, and respect for all people. There's no doubt that Canadian citizenship is highly valued and recognized around the world. We want our citizenship system to be fair, accessible, with clear and transparent rules. That's why when issues arise around our citizenship laws, it's important that Parliament addresses them. Given recent challenges to the first generation limit that Harper Conservatives unfairly introduced, it was clear that changes were needed to the Citizenship Act to address cohorts excluded from citizenship. This is especially relevant for those born outside Canada to a Canadian parent.
It's important for members to know the history of the Citizenship Act in order to better understand how this problem arose. The first Canadian Citizenship Act was passed in 1947. It included provisions that could cause some individuals to lose their citizenship or never become citizens. Those provisions are today seen as outdated, and they have either been repealed or amended. Those affected by those provisions who lost their citizenship or were never citizens are known as lost Canadians. In the past, Canadians could transmit their citizenship to their descendants born abroad, not just to the next generation, but also beyond the first generation, on condition that they met certain requirements and that they applied for citizenship before a certain age. When a new Citizenship Act came into effect in 1977, people born abroad to a Canadian parent, also born abroad, were citizens, but they had to do something to retain their citizenship before they turned 28, otherwise they would lose it. This requirement was not well understood, and as a result, some people lost their citizenship and became lost Canadians. My department generally receives from 35 to 40 applications to recover citizenship because of this problem.
In 2009, several amendments to the Citizenship Act remedied the majority of these older lost Canadians cases by providing or restoring citizenship by their 28th birthday. Since 2009, approximately 20,000 individuals have come forward and have been issued proof of their Canadian citizenship because of these changes. However, the Harper Conservatives introduced the first generation limit, which the Ontario Superior Court has deemed unconstitutional on both equality and mobility rights. Madam Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition has suggested he would use the notwithstanding clause if given the chance, that they are considering taking away people's rights when it suits the Conservatives. Right. What the Conservatives Party did here is a concrete example of taking away the rights of Canadians. So when Conservatives say that we have nothing to fear, Canadians need to take note of what they've done in the past. That's right. And this is a record where Conservatives, with the Leader of the Opposition as one of their members, took people's rights away. And this should speak for itself.
The 2009 legislative amendments also made it such that all those born after the 1977 Act, but who had not yet reached the age of 28 when the changes were made, to keep their status and to remain Canadian citizens. However, there's still a cohort of individuals who describe themselves as lost Canadians. They were born abroad to a Canadian parent after 1977. The second generation or further generations who lost their citizenship before 2009 because of rules which have been repealed, which forced them to take action to maintain their citizenship in Canada before their 28th birthday. Some of these individuals born abroad grew up in Canada without knowing that they needed to actually do something in order to keep their citizenship status. We know that this is a small group of people. We know that because the only ones who were affected are those who were born abroad in the second generation or the next generation between 1977 and 1981. That is, Canadians who had already reached 28 years of age and who lost their citizenship before the 2009 Act passed, which repealed the requirement. Senator Martin from British Columbia tabled a public interest bill, S-245, to fix this issue. The goal of the bill and amendments passed by members of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration is to restore the citizenship of that group of individuals.
S-245 was studied by the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration. The bill was amended to include not only a mechanism to restore the citizenship of this court, but also a mechanism to allow some people born in the second or subsequent generation to be born Canadian citizens by descent if their Canadian parent could demonstrate that they held a substantial connection to Canada. That is, if a child's Canadian parent had been in Canada for 3 years before the child was born, they could pass on their citizenship to that child. Bill S-245 also proposes that children born abroad and adopted by a Canadian can also access citizenship. The process for adopted children is obviously a grant of citizenship. What has changed since S-245 began, since we began the review, is a key decision by the Ontario Superior Court of Justice that determined that the first generation limit, Madam Speaker, on citizenship by descent was unconstitutional. It's clear that the House must now take immediate action to address the issues the court noted. And since S-245 went through a number of changes and improvements based on feedback from experts and those impacted, Conservative Party continues to delay the progress of this bill. Not only that, but they filibustered S-245 for nearly 30 hours during the actual study. Obvious here again, Madam Speaker, that there's little care for Canadians' rights. During that time, the Member of Parliament for Calgary Forest Lawn, who has sponsored a Senate Bill S-245, as well as a former Conservative immigration critic, recommended the introduction of a private member's bill or a government bill to address the remaining cohort of lost Canadians. Madam Speaker, we have a government bill in front of us to do just that. Bill C-71, an act to amend the Citizenship Act 2024, establishes a revised framework governing citizenship by descent and restores citizenship to lost Canadians and their descendants. This revised regime also addresses issues raised by the recent Ontario Superior Court of Justice ruling by providing a pathway to citizenship for those born or adopted abroad. Similar to what is proposed by S-245, this bill expands access to citizenship by descent, but in a more comprehensive and inclusive way. Like Bill S-245, it'll restore citizenship to the last cohort of lost Canadians, but it also proposes that all individuals born outside Canada to a Canadian parent before the coming into force of this legislation will also be citizens by descent, including those previously excluded by the first generation limit. For those born outside our borders, beyond the first generation or after the legislation comes into force, they will be citizens from birth if their Canadian parent can demonstrate their own substantial connection to Canada. That means the parent was in Canada for 3 years, cumulative, doesn't need to be consecutive, before the child was born. Any child born abroad and adopted by a Canadian parent before this bill is coming into force date will have access to the direct grant of citizenship for adoptees. That includes those previously excluded by the first generation limit. You see, Madam Speaker, we're dealing here today with fundamental issues of fairness for people who should be Canadian citizens. When the legislation comes into force, the same substantial connection to Canada test will apply for Canadian adoptive parents who are also born outside of the country to access a grant of citizenship. If the adoptive parent was physically in Canada for 1,095 days or 3 years prior to the adoption, their child can access the adoption grant of citizenship. Finally, as with previous changes to the Citizenship Act that help other lost Canadians, this bill will confer automatic citizenship on some people born outside Canada who may not wish to be citizens.
In many countries, double citizenship is only allowed for some jobs, especially jobs within the government, the military, or in national security. In some countries, having citizenship of another country can lead to legal challenges, professional challenges, and other challenges, especially when it comes to accessing benefits. That's why this bill would allow people to engage in a simplified procedure to renounce their citizenship. Many of those who will automatically be granted citizenship when this bill enters into force and who don't want citizenship will be able to use the simplified procedure to renounce the citizenship. The simplified procedure has a few requirements. One can't be a resident of Canada. One cannot become stateless. Order. Just a moment. The honourable member will be able to restart his sentence, but I do believe that the honourable minister may have his cell phone on his desk, and the cell phone is causing some issues for interpretation. Would it perhaps be possible to put the phone on the chair instead? I don't know if it's your cell phone or maybe the cell phone belonging to someone around you, but it is causing some issues for interpretation. Thank you very much. The honourable member, please begin your sentence again. Apologies for the interruption. Oh, that's fine. And please do let me know if the issue persists, because my phone was rather far from the microphone, but do keep me posted. So as I was saying, I was explaining the simplified process for renouncing citizenship and how it has a few requirements. One can't be a resident of Canada. One cannot become stateless by giving up their Canadian citizenship. And one must request the process through the department.
Substantial connection to Canada test will apply for Canadian adoptive parents who are also born outside the country to access a grant of citizenship. The adoptive parent was physically in Canada for that 1,095-day period or 3 years. Prior to the adoption, their child can access the adoption of grant of citizenship. Finally, as with previous changes to the Citizenship Act that helped other lost Canadians, this bill will confer automatic citizenship on some people born outside Canada who may not, again, wish to be citizens. And we will remediate that as the case may be. Ce projet de loi introduit des modifications visant à apporter
This bill includes some measures to make it easier for people to regain citizenship and increases eligibility beyond first generation as long as the people can demonstrate that they have a substantial connection to Canada. These legislative amendments respond to the concerns raised in a recent Ontario Superior Court ruling.
Advocate for lost Canadians who has met many members of Parliament in fighting for this noble cause has said that this bill will be the first time in Canadian history that women achieve the same rights as men in the Citizenship Act. It'll be the first time that the Citizenship Act is actually charter compliant. There is urgency in this matter, Madam Speaker. It's crucial that we establish an updated framework as soon as possible. I would hope, given the cross-party support from the new Democratic Party, the Bloc Québécois, and the Green Party to restore citizenship, that we are positioned to move the legislation forward quickly.
I look forward to working with members of both places to move this legislation along without further delay, other than the necessary time to study the bill.
To who we are, uniting us through shared values of democracy, equality, and inclusion. Through this legislation, we're working to provide a more inclusive Citizenship Act and ensure that those who are rightfully Canadian are seen as such under the law. Thank you. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, coming back from the summer recess, I was hoping that the minister wouldn't start by being so partisan on this bill. I want to remind him, because he mentioned it several times about the Harper government. I have the session of Parliament from February 7th, 2008, when actually the Liberal Party voted for the first generation limit. And then it proceeded to vote again for it at third reading. So this original ruling, this decision in legislation to introduce a first generation limit was supported by the Liberal Party at the time. I missed the part where the minister said today on how many people will be impacted by the legislation in its multiple parts. That is the key criteria here, because I think it is reckless to continue forward legislation where government officials have told us at committee repeatedly they don't know how many people will then be eligible for citizenship by descent. So I asked the minister, how many people will be eligible for citizenship by descent through C-71?
The honourable minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think what the member opposite fails to note, this is a question of Canadians' rights. People that have the right to be Canadian and the right that was denied to them by the Harper government. Now, he wants to talk about numbers, and perhaps that is important from a logistical planning perspective. I don't deny that. But again, please don't continue to deny the rights of Canadians that duly should be Canadian today.
Hear, hear.
On the 2009 amendments, as an indicative matter, as I mentioned in my speech, there are about 20,000 people that were affected and became Canadians. And we routinely, as a matter of people that apply to our department have about 40 to 45 people per year that do ask us for the restoration of their rights. Now, there will be more to this, and we'll need an organized way to do this. This is why we are responding in an organized fashion to a ruling of the Ontario Superior Court. And I believe if the member opposite is concerned with numbers, he will take heart in the fact that we will have a 3-year naturalization limit for people to be able to prove that substantive connection to Canada.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Welcome back. Welcome back to everyone for this new session. The Bloc supports studying the principle of the bill in committee because we understand that the main objective is to rectify an injustice. I have the same question as my Conservative colleagues. I would like to have more statistics about those who are impacted and how many there are. So the government will not appeal the ruling. It's also been said that those who are affected or who will be affected have a lot of questions about how this will impact them and their families, and that the government will take the right amount of time to study the process. So here's my question to the minister. How does the minister intend to address the situation? The member did use the pronoun you while directly addressing the government, so I will remind the member to please speak through the chair. The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to thank the Bloc Québécois for their support. They are not necessarily the biggest advocates of Canadian citizenship, but they are supporting us in correcting an injustice relating to Canadian citizenship. And as we've said, this is a matter of fundamental rights and of justice. So I thank the Bloc Québécois for their support. We will have to first pass the bill. It will need royal assent. Then we will need to start an internal process, which will be necessary because we need to respond to many questions asked by the Superior Court of Ontario. They have asked us to clearly set out mechanisms and processes by which these individuals can obtain Canadian citizenship in a reasonable time frame. So there will be many questions, many details, and I look forward to discussing this more in committee or even in person.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I thank the minister for bringing Bill C-71 to the floor. This is something that New Democrats have fought for ever since John McCallum. So it's been more than a decade, at least for me, in this fight. Now, with Bill C-71, the minister was just touching on the issue around royal assent. Now, in the bill, there's a provision, the commencement provision, that confers a discretion on the governor in council, meaning the cabinet, to determine when to proclaim the act into force and does not set a specific date. So can the minister advise this House and families that are waiting to have their rights restored, how long is it going to take for this bill to become law and in effect? Would it be a proclamation in royal assent? The Honourable Minister.
I would certainly expect that to be the case. Again, I want to thank the NDP for their support. This was a modification that we made relatively recently, simply to make sure that the court didn't feel like it was constrained if they had only a certain number of days to feel like it was constrained by our legislative process. We have told the court time and time again we plan to put this into force as quickly as possible. Otherwise, it's a bit more of an open application process where I would have the discretion to grant citizenship. So I would implore Parliament to move quickly if they don't feel that my discretion shouldn't be fettered by Parliament. It absolutely should in this case, and there should be a number of reasons and and concrete bases for people to get their citizenship. And the naturalization test, I think, is a perfect point for that.
Questions and comments? The Honourable for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to begin by thanking members in other parties and the Minister of Immigration in particular for bringing C-71 forward. The Honourable Member for East Vancouver has been tireless, as have many citizen champions, as mentioned by the Minister, Don Chapman. The work to restore the rights to lost Canadians is urgent. So I'd like to, with all due respect to the Minister, repeat the question from the Honourable Member for East Vancouver. When might we see this passed into law? It's obviously urgent that it be done as expeditiously as possible through the House and the Senate.
The Honourable Minister.
I mean, that's probably a question best. Who yelled it? Oh.
Honourable Minister has the floor. I would ask members to please hold off to their thoughts. And the Honourable Minister.
Yelling at you, Madam Speaker. You know you're in tough. You know, as soon as possible, obviously, I think this question is best answered by the Conservative Party. I think a lot of us in this House would like to see it approved at all stages and get into force so we can actually get these rights recognized by Canadians who are waiting to become and have waited for a hell of a long time to become citizens.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I did shout out to the minister because I think, you know, there seems to be a will to want to see this legislation advance. So I was yelling out to say we should call the question. But what's clear from the official opposition is that for the Conservative Party of Canada, whether under this leader or under Prime Minister Harper, there's always been two classes of Canadians. And a change that they made left certain Canadians behind. That's one of the reasons I ran for office, is that the Conservatives never wanted people like myself to have their voices heard. So I would ask the minister, what is it about this legislation and the constitutionality? We know that there's been a couple of rulings, and also to the comments of Don Chapman. I worked for the Honourable Andrew Telegdi when Don Chapman was leading this charge to ensure that their rights and their abilities were also advanced, and it was important that it happened then, but it didn't, and here we are today. So I would like to hear from the minister, what is the importance of this legislation, and is there a willingness to have the question called so we can see this legislation advance as quickly as possible? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Again, Madam Speaker, this is fundamentally about rights. The court case that generated this it's a pretty short one. I would invite members to take a quick read of it. But one of the telling statements by the judge in the case was to highlight the fact that women in particular were unduly burdened as to where they would have to decide to have their child, failure of which to have them in Canada would result in the person in question losing their citizenship. I mean, these aren't far away examples. My own children were not born in Canada. Their next generation could possibly have been in jeopardy. So it hits home in a lot of ways. It isn't about people that have never been to Canada. Obviously, this is Canadian citizenship. It is not for all. There are tests to becoming Canadian citizenship. We know, at least I know in my department, how important it is to make sure that there are rigorous rules to decide who becomes Canadian citizen or not. But here, it's a question of rights. And the court case in question is about women's rights. And as Don Chapman said, as the court said, this will perhaps be the first time where women, where the Citizenship Act is charter compliant when it comes to women.
That's right. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'm glad to be up on my side as the first member of the official opposition to rise on C-71. And after hearing the minister speak on this, it tells me that there's a member there who just came here unprepared to actually deal with the substance of the legislation, the substance of the legislation that he himself tabled in this House. So first of all, just to debunk a bunch of things that were said that are actually incorrect. They're not true. If you look at the record, Madam Speaker, like I said in my question, on February 15th, 2008, and on Thursday, February 7th, 2008, in the original debate on C-37, on the first generation limit that introduced the rules that existed between 2009 and until the end of 2023, when the Ontario Superior Court ruled that there were 2 charter violations. The Liberal Party of Canada voted for it. They supported a motion to continue forward with the legislation at the next stage. Twice, not once, where you could perhaps say they weren't paying attention, but they did it twice. They accepted the logic of it. And I want to show you, Madam Speaker, that not only did they accept the logic of it, there is a report from a 2005 immigration committee that actually recommended doing something like a first generation limit rule into legislation. 2005 was when Prime Minister Paul Martin was in charge, which means that it was a minority government and the majority on the committee decided to push forward on that recommendation, which was then adopted in 2007 by Diane Finley, who was the immigration minister at the time. So this ridiculous claim that we on this side are taking away rights or that rights are being taken away is absolutely false. They all support, in fact, even the NDP supported that motion at the time. There are some members sitting here today who were in their seats at the time when they supported that C-37 motion, not once, but twice. So let's start with that. Nobody is losing their citizenship through this legislation. That is not what we're talking about. Conservatives believe that everybody has a right, if they meet the rules, to apply for citizenship. But new rules are being created here for citizenship by descent with a substantive connection clause that the judge said was necessary. We disagree with how the substantive connection test is created and what the rules are for it. That is a substantive reason to oppose this legislation at second reading, something that all the other parties knew about, because as the minister mentioned, we were going through this during the S245 debate. Now, again, I think I've shown that this is not anything new. Other parties supported the first generation limit at the time. They were all on side to push through C-37. And in our belief is that Canadians like myself, who are naturalized Canadians, are treated exactly the same in the Citizenship Act and the law as Canadians who are born here. My children are born here. I'm a naturalized Canadian. We are considered Generation Zero for the purposes of current legislation. In fact, I'm not the only one saying that. That's the judge saying it in Section 9. So he says Gen Zero, the applicants belonging to Gen Zero are Canadian-born citizens who had children abroad or naturalized Canadian citizens who had children abroad after their naturalization and whose children acquired Canadian citizenship automatically by descent. This is really what we're talking about is grandkids. And the critical question that government officials have been incapable of answering, and I think we would want the sound logistical planning, the words that the minister used himself just now. Sound logistical planning would indicate when you're passing legislation, proposing it to the House, that the House, the members should know how many people will be affected by it, how many people will be included, because this is about the grandkids who are born abroad to parents who are abroad when they get citizenship by descent. That is the critical question here. And they haven't been able to answer that, Madam Speaker. They haven't been able to answer how many people would this apply to. And I would think that all the benefits that we give out to Canadian citizens that this Parliament has voted on, transfer payments that we allow, the ability to travel on a Canadian passport, one of the strongest passports in the world, the ability to be evacuated from certain countries when there are issues and problems overseas, like we saw during the pandemic. You would think that this government would take the summer to do their homework. Yep. And the minister didn't do their homework. Instead, he came here to accuse conservatives, accuse anybody who disagreed with him, frankly, did not even read the record from 2008 to know that his own party voted for it. They were in support of it. The same rule that the Superior Court in Ontario found for two reasons is not charter compliant. Well, I believe that that should have resulted in an appeal to the Supreme Court of Canada. On a matter as important as the Citizenship Act, I would have liked to have seen the government appeal it. The Minister of Immigration refused to explain to the House why he did not seek that appeal, why he chose not to go forward. Now, one of the reasons, and it's found later in the ruling, I'm going to read from the ruling partially, Madam Speaker, because I think it's important. One of the reasons that the legislation was found to be not charter compliant is a bureaucratic incompetence at the Immigration Department. And that is entirely on the back of the minister. He is responsible for the logistical planning, those are his words, to make sure there is no backlog, that applications have the correct information in them, that officials are held accountable. So I'm going to read from section 263 to 265, different parts here. So the judge noted on cross-examination, he testified that his source for this information were various unnamed IRCC case managers. However, the information Mr. Millard obtained from these case managers was replete with inaccuracies. With respect to Mrs. Murayama, these include misidentifying the year Mrs. Murayama's father was naturalized as a Canadian citizen, Mrs. Murayama's mother's citizenship, the reason for rejection of Mrs. Murayama's children's application for permanent residency. Now, there are also errors in Mr. Miller's evidence about how Mr. Chandler's child acquired Irish citizenship. Paragraph 264. I note that in addition to these errors, at the outset of the hearing, I was advised that Mr. Burgess had been told that his child, QR, so this is the high identity of minors, had been granted permanent residency or citizenship status. However, counsel for Mr. Burgess was unable to confirm exactly what was going on because in the mail, the Burgess family had received citizenship documents pertaining to someone else entirely, unrelated to the family or the application. In paragraph 265, the judge, again, found in a very small sampling that there was an error rate of 50% in these particular case files. Now, I think many of us in our constituency offices back in our ridings, about 80 to 90% of our work now is immigration case files. I hope members will agree with me that we find replete errors time and time and time again. Because of the errors on the bureaucratic side that this minister at his department that he runs, that he's responsible for, his minister of accountability for, the judge found that there were charter violations. That is not a problem with the original idea that the Liberal Party of Canada supported. I'm going to repeat that to them. They supported it not once by accident, but twice. They knew exactly what they were doing at the time. Now, the minister talked about the substantive connection test without referring it to directly, saying that there would be a 3-year naturalization limit. Now, that is an incomplete statement. It's an incomplete answer. That suggestion to use the same rule that we have for permanent residency is the one found in applications for permanent residence to Canada, 3 out of 5. So I don't think that is enough. I've made that case before at the Immigration Committee during the S245 debate. And the reason I don't believe it's enough is because of the way it's going to be calculated. So the way the rule will be applied here is if the parent of the child could demonstrate 1,095 days in Canada non-consecutive at any time before the birth of the child. If you're having children later in life, you will have more time to prove that 1,095 days to pass on your citizenship by descent. So by descent here. If you ever traveled back to Canada, you could obviously give birth to your children in Canada. As a Canadian by descent, you could do that here, and they have birthright citizenship, just like my children do when they were born in Calgary. All of them, all 4 of them were born in Calgary. The 1,095 days also, when we proposed to make it consecutive so you could prove a substantial connection to Canada. And I thought 3 years, we agreed at committee amongst conservatives, 3 years seemed like a reasonable amount. You went through a K-12 system, you went to school for a few years, and then your parents left Canada for whatever reason, for work opportunities, take a year off, whatever it is, that 3 years consecutive would be a good demonstration of a substantial connection to Canada. That was voted down by the Liberals. In fact, they voted down nearly, I think, all of our amendments. We proposed over 40 of them. And let it not be said that we're not reasonable. We actually voted with the Liberals on 10 of their amendments. That we said, you know, we can see the wisdom of it. There are sections in C-71 we agree with, treating adopted children of Canadians equally to those who are naturalized or born Canadians. We agree. That seems like a reasonable thing to do. The faster revocation rules for citizenship, if you don't want your citizenship and you want to give it up, we agree. It should be a simpler process. The example that the minister gave, again, it's an incomplete example. The best example to give would be for those members of parliament serving in the Australian parliament, they actually cannot be dual citizen. It's directly in our constitution. So in order to not have certain members who might have Canadian citizenship eligibility by descent, you not want to make them ineligible. I know in my case, I am a dual citizen. I'm a citizen of Canada by naturalization, and I'm a citizen of the Republic of Poland by birth. Now, they would charge me about $565 to give up my citizenship, and I am not giving up 1 red cent. There are still some red cents in circulation. I will not give up 1 red cent to the Republic to have to pay them to give up my citizenship, and the application is entirely in Polish as well. Our rules actually be much simpler for individuals to be able to renounce their citizenship if they did not want it. I find it interesting that the minister didn't even know that about his own legislation. We also support another important part, which was in the original S245, this Senate bill that came from our colleague on the Conservative side, Senator Yonah Martin. So Senator Martin wanted to address 50 months of lost Canadians between 1977 and about 1981. We agreed. That's why the legislation came here. And at the time we said, can't we just pass this quickly enough to look after the Section 8 lost Canadians? Because we agreed that they should have their citizenship restored because they missed the cutoff date. In fact, one of our members from Saskatchewan almost became one of those lost Canadians, and he only found out in a few months' time that he needed to actually apply to maintain his citizenship. So we agreed with the principle that that group of Canadians should have their citizenship restored, protected. Now, the other changes that the government's proposing in here is not what I would call proper planning, proper logistical planning, to use the minister's term. And why should we believe that this minister would be capable of managing the new applications that will result of people seeking the proof of citizenship document? That's why I asked the question, how many people will this be? How much resources are needed to process these? Are they in the thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands? Are they more than that? That would be a huge burden on the department. Back in September of 2022, that minister announced that they would have all digital applications, and the claim was made both in public and private in that committee that it would help reduce the backlog of immigration applications. It hasn't done that, Madam Speaker. We're still at over 2 million backlogged applications in the system, and some of the wait times are just as long, if not longer, than they used to be for some of the major PR programs. I'll read you a few of the headlines from different commentators, immigration consultants on this. So the first one is here from Law 360 Canada. Bill C-71 depreciates Canadian citizenship by Sergio R. Caris. First reading, how the Liberals keep dropping the barriers on who can become a Canadian. Jamie Sarkonik. Liberals water down citizenship for grandkids of convenience Canadians. Government bill will allow Canadians to pass citizenship rights to kids born abroad. This is a Canadian Press article. Another one here from Brian Lilly. Trudeau Liberals making moves to cheapen Canadian citizenship. Canada introduces new bill, it says, to restore citizenship by descent. And then if you go into the provisions on this substantial connection test, on which I have, again, a lot of concerns. At committee, we proposed a change to make it consecutive days, 1,095 consecutive days.
Point of order, the honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Is there a hard time with the interpretation?
Is it working now? Is it working now? I'll keep talking. Oui. Is the translation working? No?
I'm not sure, Madame Speaker. You were the one speaking in French. I thought there was a problem with the translation. That's why I was speaking in English to see if it was working in French.
Is it working now? Testing. Okay, oui. Oui, c'est bien. Okay, and I just want to remind the honourable member, he was reading titles and he mentioned the Prime Minister's name. So I would just ask him maybe to just say Prime Minister as opposed to the name. The honourable for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Forgive me for that error if I read the Prime Minister's name into the record. I don't believe I did. So yeah, forgive me for that, Madam Speaker, and thank you for reproaching me for doing so. Peut-être je vais donner un break.
Perhaps I will give the interpreter a break and continue in French because I see that I have roughly 6 minutes left to speak about the backlog of applications at the Immigration Department. We always forget that it's immigration and citizenship, that there's two things there at the same time. So all of the backlogged applications, well, there's more than 2 million of them. And this minister is insisting he's working on them. He spends a lot of time on Twitter, on X, battling with anonymous people and taking cheap shots at those who don't agree with him, rather than managing his department. And we see this a lot at committees, at the Immigration Committee. There are many people with this backlog of applications. Some people wait 2, 3, 4, 5 years, sometimes even, for applications that should be easy to complete in the deadlines that are given. And now we're seeing this today. We'll have a look at the refugee situation, the management of this government, and by this minister in particular. Well, what we've seen at the department today more than 220,000 asylum seekers that are in the backlog, more than 300,000 that are waiting. And now there's a 3.5-year wait before a request can be processed, examined, and for an answer to be applied. So in 2016, it was estimated at roughly 17,000. So we went from 17,000 for asylum seekers to 220,000 backlogged files and more than 100,000 files that are in processing. So thousands of people are waiting, people who came to Canada under another immigration program or went through Roxham Road. They made an asylum request or a refugee request, and we thought that the government would have given enough resources to manage these people who go through the system to make sure that their rights are not violated. And that's what the minister has said here. But now we're seeing year after year, it continues. I even have the figures. In 2022, when the minister became the Minister of Immigration, it was over 60,000 backlog. In 2023, the backlog went to over 150,000. And then in 2024, in July alone, we're over 200,000 backlogged files. And now I made an ATIP request that I received the answer to today that shows that more than 18% of people who make a request for an asylum application, 18% of international students, they're international students, and they are now in this backlog in this department.
When the minister's talking about, he doesn't know the numbers, couldn't respond to the question. This is critical to how immigration and citizenship and the refugee system is managed in Canada. The minister doesn't know the impact of his own legislation. And that greatly worries me that he's not aware of the details. And like I've demonstrated, we Conservatives had a private member's bill that was proposed from the Senate side that offered to fix the Lost Canadians for Section 8 Lost Canadians, those 50 months. We were on side. We proposed substantive amendments once the scope of amendments was expanded to the substantive connection test, and to introduce what I think is the most critical requirement to have a police record check, to actually do a security record check. One amendment, I will say, that the Liberals voted against, with their allies in the NDP, voted against it at committee. And now we've seen over the last 6 to 12 months, many security issues with different types of visa applicants who have been approved and come to Canada. I think the security of Canadians is incredibly important. The integrity of our citizenship system is critical. And I don't trust this minister. I don't trust the Liberal Party. I don't trust their allies in the NDP either, that they will be able to manage the new flow of applications, because they just don't know how many people will be eligible through C-71 for citizenship by descent. And as the judge found in his own ruling, the reasons for the charter non-compliance is not that there was an overall violation for it. It was because of the incompetence of the minister, the bureaucracy that was failing to provide accurate information. Madam Speaker, 50% errors in applications being processed. Dates were wrong, names were wrong. Even they received a citizenship document for someone who wasn't even related to the same family. Those are serious errors in administration that the minister should have had fixed. So we will be opposing this piece of legislation. We will then propose amendments, because we're going to seek those amendments at committee to try and fix the legislation. And if we can fix it, then we'll revise our position. Because I think if we can fix it by providing the substantive connection test be 1,095 days consecutive or more days, we can come to some type of agreement on what Canadians expect. And a security record check is an absolute requirement. We have already chaos in the immigration system. The immigration minister and the government that he's part of has destroyed the consensus in Canada that immigration is a great thing. And I think it is a great thing. I'm just sad to see so many Canadians come up to me during door knocking at town halls they don't agree with anymore. So because we can't trust them with something as important as our citizenship, we're going to vote against them.
Great job. Then comments, the honourable member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I found it really fascinating to listen to that member's comments. And what's really interesting is that in Canada, we have an elected house, and so Canadians get to choose who they're voting for. But we also have an independent judicial process. And that independent court ruled the Harper legislation unconstitutional on multiple grounds. And this member, rather than actually respect our independent court processes, is suggesting that this government should have been appealing that decision rather than give Canadians their rights. This Conservative Party, today, no different than under the Prime Minister Stephen Harper, believes that they can pick and choose Canadians' rights. It is wrong then, it is wrong now. I would like to understand from the member, when he challenges the substantive clause, why is it that he believes that second generation born abroad should be having to do the substantive clause, yet people born prior should not? And why does he believe he has the ability to determine who should be a Canadian and who has the right not to be a Canadian, I guess? Thank you.
Member for Calgary Shepherd.
So to the point I think the member was making, nobody will lose their citizenship through C-71. There's no new person who will lose their citizenship. As I've said before, and the member's heckling me now, if she'd allow me a chance to answer it, I'll give a thoughtful answer as best I can, Madam Speaker. Her own party voted for this legislation twice, back when it was C-37, the first generation limit.
Sorry, the honourable member is has had her opportunity to ask a question now. I just want to remind members, if they want to have other conversations, they should take it out so as not to disturb the member who has the floor. A point of order, the honourable member for Waterloo.
Madam Speaker, I know that I do sometimes speak in this house when it's not my turn, but when I do not speak and I'm given that credit, I don't appreciate it. In the case where the member referred to, it was actually not me speaking.
I'm sorry, the honourable member was having a conversation with someone across the way. And I would just ask her to step out and have that conversation if she wishes to speak, because it does disrupt. There is an echo in the house, so we can hear what's going on at the other end. The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So to continue what I was saying, when it was C-37, the first generation limit was introduced, the Liberal Party of Canada voted in favor of those changes twice. So they can't now claim that now it's a charter violation and they've kind of changed their minds. They supported it then for reasons that they had. I don't know what those are exactly, but they did twice, so it wasn't a mistake. And what I believe in this legislation, the key is, what will be the impact on our citizenship system and our immigration system, and how many people would this impact? The minister was incapable of answering, and I think it's a critical question that Canadians need to know.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for Calgary Shepherd. We agree, we get along pretty well, we can work well together. I think he's a person that can put partisanship aside in dealing with legislation on immigration. So I agree with some of the things he said in his speech. He said that it's chaotic right now, the situation, and that's true. The department is probably one of the most dysfunctional in the whole federal government. And when he talks about politicians who should stop being aggressive and to support people who are in need, I agree fully with him about that. I think that's a good way of looking at things. So I agree with my colleague once again on that. Now, when it comes to this bill, the only thing I have trouble understanding in the Conservative position, which I respect, by the way, is when it comes to the amendments to improve this bill, if it's sent to committee, if it ever gets sent to committee. So we agree with the principle of the bill, but there is room for improvement. So why doesn't the colleague vote for this bill to be referred to committee, and then it can be improved, and then we can vote for or against, depending on whether or not the amendment's passed? The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from the Bloc. We work on a committee together. Sometimes we're opposed, but it's not personal when you have a difference of opinion, a political difference, and it happens, especially when you're from different parties. So Our problem is that the last time we dealt with this issue at the committee was that we proposed dozens of amendments that would have included the fact that the 1,100 and some days be counted consecutively. They would have to be consecutive, and there would have to be a security check to find out whether there were any national security issues for each application the department received. The government party, the Liberals, and the NDP voted against our amendment, and that's why it's very important. That's why we're voting against this, because we're pretty sure the same thing would happen at committee again.
Because the truth of the matter is the Conservatives actually filibustered Bill S245 for 30 hours at committee. And even after that it has gone through the committee and be referred back to the House for third reading, they traded down that bill in the order of precedence 8 times so that we will not get to debate that bill in third reading in this House and vote it on. Now, the leaders of the official opposition wrote to family members who were concerned about their rights being taken away and their constitutional rights being violated. And the official opposition leader's office responded to the family members, and I quote, "Conservatives will preserve what it means to be a citizen of this country and fundamentally what it means to be a Canadian. Please be assured we will continue to support and advocate for this legislation to reach its third reading in the House of Commons." That's in reference to Bill S245. This is blatantly false. If that's the case, why did the member from Calgary Forest Lawn traded the bill in the order of precedence 8 times so that it cannot be in this House for third reading debate?
The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always interesting to hear the NDP complain about committee work because they always want to send things to committee. I want to do work at committee, and when it's presented to me, I do it. So we proposed well over 49 amendments, and I'm looking at them here because I have them with me. We've offered 10 times we voted with the Liberals in support of their amendments that we agreed with. So we were willing to do, I'm being heckled again.
Again, I want to remind the members if they have an opportunity to ask a question, if they wish to ask more questions, to please wait till the appropriate time. The honourable for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. No, so it's interesting. This is the first day back, and I think I've been heckled more as a member today than I have probably in the entire last session. And I'm not a member that does the heckling. I hope you will agree, Madam Speaker. I try to restrain myself. I'm not always perfect. I have a member next to me who sometimes does the same. So on the committee work, South Shore St. Margaret's, I know. On the amendments, we proposed substantive amendments that would improve the bill. And I told the members on the committee that if we could seek consensus on our amendments, that we would vote in favor of the legislation. But we couldn't find it. Police record checks are important. Making sure a person has a substantive connection to Canada is important. At the very minimum, it should be consecutive and not just spending a few days in a year. There's also the question of how would you prove 1,095 days in the previous 40 years of your life? Say you had kids when you were starting at 40. Now, these are important administrative question. Even the minister recognized them, but he couldn't answer how many people would be impacted. And I'll just remind the NDP, they voted for C-37 with a first generation limit back in 2008.
Comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I think it's a very simple question in which many Canadians are concerned about. The leader of the Conservative Party has no issue in terms of raising the notwithstanding clause. Now we have a former Conservative government that tried to establish the first generation limits. And we have a Superior Court in Ontario that says it's unconstitutional. Will the critic for immigration give clear indication to the House that a Conservative party, the official opposition, would never use the notwithstanding clause in order to invoke its will in regards to Canadian citizenship? Will he give us that assurance?
The honourable for Calgary Shepherd.
That member well knows, as the parliamentary secretary on the government side that speaks often in the House, that we will only use it on justice bills. It's not a justice bill. This is a Citizenship Act. I just want to remind the member, because again, he implied, he basically said it, that there's taking away of rights here. The Liberal Party of Canada on February 7th, 2008, on Bill C-37, voted in favor of second reading and referred it to a committee. And on February 15th, again, the same thing, seeking unanimous consent, not unanimous consent and a vote on division. No, unanimous consent to simply proceed with the motion on third reading and passed all the report stage and was concurred in. The Liberal Party supported the 2009 first generation limit at the time, so they can't now back away from it. We just want legislation that is reasonable, not reckless, legislation that where the numbers are provided to parliamentarians so that we know what we're voting on and we know what the impact will be on Canadian citizenship and on Canadians in general.
Resuming debate, l'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. A Bloc member speaking to the Canadian Citizenship Act may seem strange to some people, but as you know, it would be easier for lost Canadians. Once Quebec is an independent country, it'll be easier for those lost Canadians to get their Quebec citizenship back. Madam Speaker, I took the floor a few months ago in this House to talk about Bill S-245, the purpose of which was to correct historic injustice by granting citizenship to Canadians whose files had fallen through the cracks. We're talking about the children of Canadian parents who were born abroad, who lost their citizenship because of changes in the federal rules or for other things that seemed unjustifiable at the time. So essentially what S-245 was about was restoring citizenship to people who lost their status because of the overly complex and often unfair provisions of previous Canadian laws. Bill C-71, the bill before us today, takes up on this, follows through on this idea. C-71 incorporates all the amendments proposed in S-245, which were designed to correct the injustices and errors of the Citizenship Act. The bill is an answer to the Ontario Superior Court of Justice ruling that the limit on the transmission of citizenship to the first generation of children of Canadians born abroad was an unconstitutional limit. So obviously Quebec one day will have its own citizenship legislation, but the government was then given 6 months to amend the law. C-71 was tabled as a safeguard because S-245 was unfortunately roadblock. And why was that, Madam Speaker? Well, because of partisanship on committee and elsewhere. So on that point, Madam Speaker, I'd like to repeat the following. Despite my occasional differences of opinion with my colleagues from other parties who sit here in this House, as you know, I do not typically behave in a partisan fashion. I believe that being transparent often allows me to do my job better on behalf of my constituents and Canadians. My constituents put their trust in me and elected me to work in the House of Commons with whatever parties or whatever colleagues to make progress without looking at what my colleagues' political stripes were, without allowing that to be a problem. So I'm often disappointed by all the partisanship we see here in this place. So today I'm not speaking just for Quebecers, but also for a fair few Canadians whose applications at IRCC have fallen through the cracks. As the Bloc's immigration and citizenship critic, I'm going to talk to you about Canadian citizenship because that affects everyone here. And I'm also the critic for international human rights, so there's a lot of overlap there. So more specifically today, I'm talking about C-71, an act to amend the Citizenship Act. I want to talk to you, Madam Speaker, about these people who are now known as lost Canadians, and they often lost their citizenship for reasons that were misunderstood and ridiculous. According to the department's estimates, there are still between 100 and 200 lost Canadians who still have not recovered their citizenship. So the bill corrects an oversight in the 2009 legislation, which was a missed opportunity to remove the requirement for these people to reapply to recover their citizenship when they turn 28. Madam Speaker, at the risk of spoiling the surprise, but for the sake of consistency, and this is a principle that many of my colleagues from the other parties seem to lack, I am going to state clearly that I was in favor of S245 and I am in favor of C71. When you think about it, this bill fits perfectly with our contemporary vision of what citizenship should be. Citizenship, once duly granted, should never be taken away from an individual unless there's an exception. So a person should never be stripped of their citizenship. Only a citizen should be able to freely renounce his or her citizenship of their own volition. Like all parties here in the House, the Bloc defends the principles of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and that document stipulates that all are equal before the law. Citizenship is an egalitarian legal status given to all members of the same community. It does grant privileges, but it also creates duties. In this case, Canada, I'm sorry, I think I heard someone singing or playing an Elvis Presley song behind me. I don't know if that has anything to do. Anyway, their voice was pretty good. So, as I was saying, citizenship grants privileges, but it also imposes duties. And in this case, Canada has failed its own citizens. It's crucial to fix this problem because, as I was saying, citizenship has to be equal for everyone. It's just a question of principles. And if you look at the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, it's clear that this is just a question of principle. And I don't think I'm alone in thinking that it's still very unfair that in 2022, an individual can lose their citizenship for reasons that they're probably unaware of. Those provisions are outdated. They're from a distant era based on a dubious principle about what it means to be a citizen of Canada. And previous reforms didn't go far enough and they weren't directive enough. And that's why we've had to get involved. We know that the process of recovering one's citizenship is quite complicated, far too complicated, in fact. The Department of Immigration and Refugees and Citizenship is probably the most dysfunctional department in the federal apparatus. And I think my colleagues agree with me because everyone in their riding offices has to deal with all these complex files, and they're mostly dealing with citizenship. And Madam Speaker, you would probably agree, even though you have to remain neutral, I'm sure you get tons of these cases in your constituency office, and they're hard to solve. So the department is dysfunctional. They've got all kinds of problems. There are structural issues in that department as well. So it's already complicated enough dealing with that department. But the problem has to be solved as quickly as possible. We need to find a solution. And I think there's a pretty clear consensus around that. And certainly around C71, and this is certainly what we see at committee.
Now, let's take a look at what's happened previously, so we can see how complicated this file is. There was reform in 2005, another one in 2009, and in 2015. 3 reforms. Now, there is a good deal of citizens who've been forgotten in these reforms. Spouses, children, children of soldiers, members of Indigenous communities. People who were left behind, not supported, because the original legislation has not been properly shored up. So here's my request to my Conservative colleagues. They should arrive in committee with amendments, and we will study their amendments as the Bloc Québécois always does. And if the amendments are good, we'll vote for them. If not, we'll vote them down. So we wish to carefully study all Conservative amendments. Now, this act to amend the Citizenship Act, and I'll be saying this for all those who are tuning in today, would ensure that citizenship by descent is conferred on all persons who were born outside Canada before the coming into force of this enactment to a parent who was a citizen. This would also confer citizenship by descent on all persons born outside Canada and allow citizen and also in the case of adoption. So for all persons outside Canada who were adopted before the coming into force of the enactment by a parent who was a citizen, and also to support all those who lost their citizenship under former Section 8 of the Act, or because they made an application under that section that was not approved. We came close to royal assent at some point, but parliamentary obstruction and delays brought us to where we are today. So people are waiting, and they're waiting because of petty politics. That's been the case, though, on many files and in many committees here on the Hill over the past year. And I'm not accusing one side more than the other. I've seen obstruction from the official opposition and the government. But unfortunately, behind all this obstruction are people whose needs are unmet, and they've been unmet for electoralist reasons or petty partisan politics reasons. The Bloc Québécois, though, we're here to support people. We're here to support Quebecers who care about the future of Quebec. And we're not only here for Quebecers when it comes time for elections. No, Madam Speaker, we're here for Quebecers at all times. What's good for Quebec, we vote for. What's not good for Quebec, we vote against it. C-71 would support more Quebec citizens. When I see federal parties blocking, delaying, being partisan, as was the case for S-245. When I see that, I put myself in the shoes of those who have been finally waiting for royal assent. For example, in Quebec, there's the case of Jean-François Roy. He was born abroad, although his father did his PhD in the United States, but he came back to Quebec, spent his whole life in Quebec, and was not able to automatically acquire citizenship. That type of situation leads to unnecessary stress for families who are dealing with a lack of thoroughness on the part of the federal government. This federal government is always taking too long to address situations, especially everything that comes that is related to immigration. There's always backlog. Even new programs, before they even start, there seems to be a backlog. This is so unfortunate for people. There are real people, human beings, men, women, and children who are stuck in limbo with IRCC. It should be the most humane, humanitarian department, but unfortunately, it's the least so. There are horror stories every day in immigration, and I'm the Bloc Québécois critic for immigration, so I hear these stories every day. All that to say that the bottom line is that the Bloc Québécois is here for people, first and foremost. That's why we will vote for C-71 in principle. We will study it thoroughly as necessary. We will thoroughly review and consider all amendments tabled. That's what we're here for, and that's what we were elected for. We do have differences of opinion here, and this comes as no surprise to anyone. The Bloc Québécois does want an independent Quebec. We will succeed one day. Everyone who works with us here in Ottawa, they know that we are independentists, that we want independence, and they know that eventually Quebec will become a country. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Madam Speaker. And I do think that we do need to put it in perspective, as the member made reference to, is that the people that it actually affects. There are many individuals in the different regions of the country that are, in fact, being challenged in their ability to get their citizenship recognized. And whether it's Senate legislation or now government legislation, that it is imperative that we try to see the legislation at least get to the next step. And I'm wondering if the member can provide his thoughts in regards to, by advocating getting it out of second reading and going into committee, will at least be able to advance it. Conservatives say that they have amendments, and it would be welcome to see the type of amendments that they would have. And maybe we can come up with some sort of unanimous support in getting the legislation through. His thoughts on that.
The honourable member for Lac Saint Jean. Well, this rarely occurs, Madam Speaker, but right now, I believe that my colleague heard my speech, summarized it into one question, and asked it to me. His question is exactly what I said in my speech, so we agree. The Bloc Québécois supports S71 in principle, just like we supported C71, just like we supported S245. And the Conservatives say that they'll be tabling common sense amendments. Well, if they're so common sense, then we'll support them. I don't think C71 is a bill on which we should have partisan issues. This is not the type of issue where we should act silly or engage in politicking. This is a simple bill in principle. There is an injustice, and we must address it through legislation. And that is the most essential part of the work of parliamentarians, is it not, Madam Speaker? The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Here's my question. In committee, if this bill makes it to committee, would the Bloc Québécois be ready to support an amendment making it such that it would be mandatory to have a criminal record check for every citizenship by descent application? The honourable member for Lac Saint Jean. Well, I will look into that. I will carefully consider that amendment. But for there to be such an amendment in committee, we need to vote for the bill in principle so that it can be studied in committee. Thus, I suggest that my Conservatives colleagues join us in voting for the bill on principle to send it to committee, and then I'm sure we'll be able to find common ground on which we all agree.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for his collaboration and cooperation at committee on S245. I was delighted to work with him and was delighted he supported the NDP amendments as well, because that is the right thing to do, to restore the rights of Canadians, the rights that the Conservative took away. Now, I just wanted to ask the member, he might not have been elected at that time, neither was I, but to my understanding and to the knowledge of Don Chapman, who is really an extremely knowledgeable guy about the Lost Canadian file. When the Harper government brought in Bill C-37, he actually put forward an edict for all the parties that if they did not support it in its entirety, that they would actually take away the bill. And so that meant the Conservative put in a poison pill in that bill with the first generation cutoff rule. And so would the member agree that that is the wrong thing to do on an issue as important as people's basic fundamental rights?
The honourable member for Lac Saint Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was not an MP at that time, but the Bloc Québécois member for Vaudreuil-Dorion worked with Mr. Chapman and knows him well and worked with him on the file. It's a very important file. In the Bloc Québécois, we have a lot of expertise when it comes to Canadian citizenship, because knowing about citizenship will help us when we eventually implement Québécois citizenship. I don't want to get into that. My colleague will understand that. For those who are tuning into debate, they can see that the Bloc Québécois members are the only adults in the room. Now, I'm not targeting anyone. I'm not pointing a finger at anyone, but Everyone needs to contribute for us to work as a team. So I think that we should work together to send this to committee. There are already 3 parties which have stated that they will vote for this on principle. We will also be able to study conservative amendments in committee. The Bloc Québécois, as we've said, when we study a bill, we don't do so through an electoralist lens. We do so for the good of Quebecers. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech and for his intelligent, open-minded, and constructive attitude. He mentioned the possibility of Quebec citizenship, but in the meantime, would he not agree that the entire process of immigration and citizenship, here we're debating C-71, which would fix some issues, but would he not agree that all immigration files should be thoroughly reviewed? That way we could all participate, study matters thoroughly and wisely. And as he said, this would be good practice for us for a future Quebec citizenship. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. C-71 is a very good step in the right direction to correct a flagrant injustice. C-71 is a good start. C-71 could also serve as a guidebook to us in Quebec for a future Quebec citizenship, because it would really set out and establish clearly what it means to be a citizen of a country, what the definition is of that here. So this warrants consideration and teamwork. C-71, as we've said, is a step in the right direction. Many people want this matter resolved. It's been going on for way too long. The Bloc Québécois will work to correct this injustice.
The honourable member for Waterloo.
I very much appreciated the member's speech. Today's debate gives me the impression that we would consider conservative amendments in committee. The Bloc also has its opinions, which we would debate in committee. We can see that the Bloc Québécois will be supporting this bill. Here's my question to the member. In his view, is it important to vote for this bill so that we can debate it in committee, so that we can hear from expert witnesses, ask questions of expert witnesses? So would now be the time to put the question right now so that we can move forward on this file? Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Well, very quickly, Madam Speaker. Yes, I do, on the whole, agree with what the member has just suggested. Thank you. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to emphasize that, achieving one's citizenship is a very significant fashion, as I have had opportunities, no doubt others have, to witness the swearing in of citizenships. And often we should not be taking it for granted. And one of the things that's quite upsetting, and I made reference to it in the question I asked to the Conservatives, is the idea that the Conservative Party feels very easy and relaxed in terms of using the notwithstanding clause. You have a superior decision made from the province of Ontario that says the first generation issue that the Harper government brought in is in fact unconstitutional. Can I get the Bloc's perspective in regards to having the Citizenship Act in compliance with the Constitution?
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Well, they're bringing up the notwithstanding clause, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this current legislature, the atmosphere is a bit odd because this question that I was just asked does not really relate to my speech. And in my speech, I said that in C-71, in studying it, we shouldn't be slinging mud at one another, that we should work together. There seems to be a general broad consensus for C-71. But then he asked me a question about my speech, but all he was trying to do was sling mud at the official opposition. Let's not start with that. It's only Monday. It's the beginning of the session. Could we please be responsible parliamentarians who represent the people of our ridings? Can we represent people responsibly without trying to set parliamentary traps and engage in politicking, please, Madam Speaker?
Before I go to resuming debate, there seems to be a lot of conversations happening. I know members are piling in for question period, but I asked them to please do that very quietly to allow the debate to continue. The honourable member for Vancouver East, I will have to interrupt her in about 4 minutes. The honourable member.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very happy to enter into this debate on Bill C-71 because the House is going to be getting ready for statements and question period. I will be interrupted with my speech. So I'm going to actually put a few things on the public record to the members' point from the block that this is not about partisanship. But I think what is important, though, is that we actually put on the public record the history of what's happened with respect to lost Canadians. Members will know that 15 years ago, the Conservatives brought in Bill C-37, an act that was supposed to fix a lot of the lost Canadian issues. Now, in that, it did fix some of those issues. But in that process, the Conservative also put in a poison pill in the bill. And that is to say that on the first generation cutoff rule, deeming those whose second generation born abroad would not be able to confer their citizenship or receive the citizenship from their parents, that was incorporated in Bill C-37. At the time, I wasn't here, but those who watched that debate saw what happened, and the Harper government was clear to say, unless Bill C-37 passed in its entirety, or the bill would die, that they would actually get rid of it and kill it. That is information from Don Chapman, who is the king of experts on lost Canadian issues, because he's dedicated his life to addressing this injustice. And that is the knowledge that he brings to this floor by sharing with me about what happened. That is why the NDP and the Liberals had to vote for it, because we had no choice. Because if it didn't, what would it mean? Because it would mean this. Thousands upon thousands of Canadian World War II vets and tens of thousands of Canadian war brides and their children would have gone to their graves disenfranchised from their own country. A 20-year-old war bride in 1946 would today be 98 years old, and most of the Canadian brides and their World War II soldier husbands are now dead. If we hadn't accepted the first generation cutoff limit under C-37, all these folks would have died without citizenship, all because Harper would have killed Bill C-37. That is the reality, and that's why people were jammed to do that. Now, despite that, the critic for the NDP at the time, Olivia Chow, put on the public record and said this: we could get this bill done very quickly and accommodate this element by doing something very simple, just by amending subclause 2.2, or actually taking it out of the bill, because right now it limits citizenship to the first generation born to or adopted by Canadian parents. The NDP tried to raise the issue, and Olivia had said that we should get rid of the first generation born rule that the Conservatives brought in, but that was not allowed to take place because it was the poison pill that the Conservative put in place. Otherwise, they would have taken away all of those rights for war veterans and the war brides. That is the reason, and that's the history. Is this partisan politics? No, but it is an important part of the history to know what happened and where the lost Canadian issue stemmed from, why we're here, and why the Superior Court had ruled that it is unconstitutional to take away those rights.
So now I do want to remind, I want to remind members, first of all, the honourable member will have 16 minutes the next time this matter is before the House. I want to remind members that we are going into statements, and I would just ask members to please have conversations on the outside as opposed to on the inside during this process. The honourable member Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to reflect on the end of an era for local television and radio in Kingston. CKWS turned global Kingston and their local radio stations have been more than just news outlets. They have been a trusted friend, a reliable source of information, and valued part of our daily lives. I want to say thank you to the dedicated professionals who have worked tirelessly to bring us the news, weather, and stories that matter the most. People like Bill Hutchins, Bill Walichka, Julie Brown, Bill Hall, Doug Jeffries, and so many more. These are the trusted voices that have made a lasting impact. To all the reporters, anchors, producers, and behind-the-scenes staff, your commitment to excellence and your passion for journalism have enriched our lives in countless ways. As the local news scene evolves, we will continue to rally to bring back the spirit of connection and information sharing that you fostered for decades. Thank you.
Again, there's quite a bit of a buzz, so I would ask members to please have conversations on the outside if they're not interested in listening to the statements. The honourable member for Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of the NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime's up, time's up. Hard work should always be rewarded, but life has never been so hard for Canadians. Workers can't afford to put gas in their tanks to get to work. Moms and dads are struggling to put food on the table, and a generation of Canadians has lost hope in the dream of home ownership. Fortunately, there is hope on the horizon. A common sense Conservative government will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. We will turn the hurt that this Prime Minister has caused into hope so that hard work is rewarded, food is affordable, neighborhoods are safe, and every Canadian has a fair shot at a good life. Mr. Speaker, it's time for a carbon tax election.
The honourable member Nepean.
Madam Speaker, I am deeply concerned by violence targeting the religious minorities, including Hindus, Buddhists, and Christians in Bangladesh. Every time there's instability in Bangladesh, religious minorities, particularly Hindus, face the brunt. The share of religious minorities in the population of Bangladesh has significantly decreased since it achieved its independence in 1971. From 23.1%, including about 20% Hindus, it has now come down to just 9.6%, including about 8.5% Hindus. Canadian Hindus who have families in Bangladesh are concerned about the security and safety of their families, their temples, and properties. They will be holding a rally on Parliament Hill next Monday, September 23rd, to highlight the current situation there. They'll be joined by Canadian Buddhists and Christians who have families in Bangladesh. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Rivière du Nord. Mr. Speaker, a big patriot has just left us. Marcel Tessier, who marked decades of Quebecers' lives, passed away recently. He sang the opera brilliantly, and we often heard him on TV. And the luckiest of us had him as a teacher. Anyone who knew him was suspended to his every word, hung to his every word. He was a grand historian, and he knew how to teach. He said that if Quebecers knew their own history better, Quebec would be an independent and free country for quite some time. He was a passionate storyteller. We will miss you, Marcel. Rest in peace. The honourable member for Orleans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I wish this House a strong start to the new parliamentary year, I would like to wish all the students in Orleans an excellent start to the new school year and a year filled with success. I'd like to thank all the teachers and staff in our schools for their guidance and support in their success. It's also a great pleasure to welcome over 600 students, residents from my community at my annual corn roast and barbecue. I'd like to underscore the top-rate collaboration of the Orleans Lions Club, which year after year ensures the smooth running of the cooking station. And it was also a privilege to welcome 21 young cadets from the Phoenix 632 Squadron of the Royal Air Force Cadets who came to lend us a hand at the event. Thank you.
The honourable member from Dauphin Swan River, Neepawa.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of the NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, time is up.
That's right.
But now the Prime Minister has doubled down on his carbon tax by appointing Mark Carney as his new de facto finance minister. As a jet-setting member of the global elite, Carbon Tax Carney has spent his entire career promoting a costly carbon tax. He supports the Prime Minister's plan to quadruple the carbon tax and oppose removing the carbon tax from home heating. Carbon Tax Carney has no issue lecturing working-class Canadians while he wines and dines with his global elite. He has so many conflicts of interest that the Prime Minister is shielding him from Canadian disclosure laws. Carney remains beholden to his corporate boards, meaning his interests of Canadians are an afterthought. Conservatives are demanding Mark Carney be sworn in as public office holder, so he follows Canada's conflict of interest laws. No Liberal is above the law.
Hear, hear. The honourable member from Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the memory of Senator Joseph Day, who sadly passed away earlier this year. Joe Day was a distinguished lawyer and a remarkable and much-loved parliamentarian. Representing the province of New Brunswick for almost 2 decades, he held an exceptional 18-year tenure with the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, culminating in his election as the Assembly's vice president from 2016 to 2018. Joe held a deep love for the NATO Parliamentary Association and its mission. He worked tirelessly to advance and promote the mandate of the Defense and Security Committee. As the committee's general rapporteur, Joe was a leading voice for NATO to strengthen its deterrence and defense position after Russia's illegal annexation of Crimea in 2014. Today, he's remembered not only for elevating Canada's position within the NATO alliance, but also for his achievements, as well as his kindness and sunny character. Joe, thank you for your leadership, your contributions to Canada, and your commitment to peace and security in the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am honored to be back in the House after a productive summer in my riding of Mississauga, Erin Mills. Over the summer, I attended over 100 events, met with 180 organizations and businesses from my riding to discuss the issues most important to them. We welcomed thousands of residents to my 7th annual Mississauga Erin Mills barbecue. Our Women and Youth Council hosted a health symposium as well as a mental health panel to highlight important issues impacting the well-being of youth and women in our community. I met with hundreds of residents to talk about important issues such as housing and grocery prices. I hosted a roundtable discussion with Canadian Palestinians to listen and better understand their lived experiences with anti-Palestinian racism. Mr. Speaker, we have considerable work ahead of us on many important issues, and I'm looking forward to working with all members in this House to deliver for Canadians. Thank you.
The honourable member from Cumberland, Colchester.
After 9 years of NDP Liberals, taxes up, costs up, crimes up, and time is up. Criminal gangs active in illegal lobster poaching have been terrorizing communities in Nova Scotia, and the incompetent Minister of Fisheries and Oceans has been nowhere to be found. This is dereliction of duty by the same minister that ignored the expert advice and reopened the northern cod fishery ahead of time. We are a nation of laws, founded under the principles of peace, order, and good government. But right now, Atlantic Canada's fishing communities don't have any of those blessings, and they feel completely abandoned by Ottawa. The president of the Unified Fisheries Conservation Alliance has described the situation as total lawlessness. The lobster fishers in Pugwash have reached out to me directly and told me just how concerned they are about the lack of enforcement. Unchecked illegal poaching must be stopped, and help is on the way. Common sense Conservatives will end lawlessness in the fishing industry, and we will restore order and safety to Atlantic Canada.
Excellent. The honourable member from Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, today marks the 2nd year since the tragic murder of Mahsa Jina Amini. We commemorate her life, her story, and the names of countless others, amplifying the Iranian people's persistent call to end all form of persecution, violence against women and all civilians. Canada stands with the Iranian protesting for a better future where human rights are respected. The concern must be addressed and their right to protest must be protected. Mr. Speaker, the fight for human rights and freedom, as well as for justice and accountability, has not stopped. That is why Canada has led the international effort to respond to the Iranian regime's actions, including listing the IRGC as a terrorist entity and recently changing the designation day of the Iranian regime to June 23rd, 2003, ensuring its senior officials are inadmissible to Canada. We'll never forget the story of Mahsa Jina Amini and those who lost their life fighting for women in Iran and around the world. Zan, Zendegi, Azadi, women, life, freedom. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Montmagny-Lisle, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 9 years of this Liberal government has meant 9 years of inflationary spending. 9 long years during which the Liberals, with the support of the Bloc, have made Quebecers pay dearly. You could even say that there's no Bloc Québécois party in Parliament, only the Bloc Liberal coalition. It was this Bloc Liberal coalition that voted for the largest expansion of the federal government ever recorded. The Bloc Liberal coalition that voted to swell Ottawa's bureaucracy with 100,000 more public servants. The Bloc Liberal coalition that voted for $500 billion in budgetary appropriations to expand the most centralizing and costly federal government in history. That's why we don't have a Bloc Québécois party, just a Bloc Liberal coalition, which uses Quebecers to waste and centralize their money here in Ottawa. The Bloc Liberal coalition is out of touch with Quebecers' daily lives. Besides, what's the Bloc for? Or rather, who does the Bloc serve? Quebecers or the Liberal Prime Minister? Fortunately, common sense Conservatives are hearing them loud and clear, and we're going to cut taxes, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop crime. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Kildonan, St. Paul.
After 9 years of the NDP Liberal government, taxes are up, costs are up, crime's up, and time's up, Mr. Speaker. The carbon tax has increased the cost of food, fuel, and home heating, and as a result, we're seeing record numbers of working Canadian families relying on food banks. And to make matters worse, the NDP Liberal government planned to quadruple the carbon tax, and they continue to vote for soft on crime policy. Since 2015, violent crime in Winnipeg is up 67%, car thefts up 63%, homicides up 100%, and gun crime up a whopping 177%, Mr. Speaker. This is the Liberal NDP record. Canadians struggling to afford food and crime and chaos in our streets. So today in Elmwood Transcona, the choice for Winnipeggers is simple. A vote for the NDP is a vote for the Liberals and their soft on crime, carbon tax agenda. Only a common sense Conservative government will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime.
The honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier.
Rise today to honor Marlene Catterall, a trailblazing role model for Canadian women who served on Ottawa City Council and as Member of Parliament for 17 years. An accomplished parliamentarian, Marlene preferred to be known as a community activist. She fought for justice, lobbying for the release of constituent Maya Rara from Syrian prison. As Canada's first female chief government whip, she broke barriers in this chamber. Marlene
negotiated the unanimous vote to establish the Women Are Persons Monument on Parliament Hill and received the Governor-General's Persons Award, Canada's highest honour for women. Committed to the Francophonie, she has served on the board of directors of the CMFO and the Maison de la Francophonie of Ottawa. In recognition of her commitment, she received the Laurier Prize for ACFO Francophile of the Year.
will be deeply missed by all who knew her. Thank you.
The honourable member from Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, New Democrats believe in taking care of each other. We believe that healthcare should be universally, accessibly, and publicly delivered. We believe that every Canadian should be able to afford a decent home and a fridge full of groceries. However, many Canadians are losing hope right now. New Democrats want to restore that hope and make life more affordable for everyone. But here's the truth. The Conservatives will steamroll the middle class if they are given the chance. When they were in power, they cut health care by more than $30 billion. Wait times ballooned and Canadians suffered. They cut pensions, forcing people to work longer and live on less in retirement. Conservatives have said that they will cut health care, dental care, pharmacare, child care, employment insurance. Even our Canadian pension plan is at risk, and all this to give a break to their corporate friends. NDP here in the House, we're here working for Canadians.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille. Mr. Speaker, so we can hear my statement, I would like the sound in the House to be lowered, please. Order, please. The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I would like to pay tribute to Benoit Roy, defender of Quebec and the French language, who was awarded the Chevalier de l'Ordre de la Pléiade of the Francophonie on 8th July. Benoit champions Quebec's sovereignty and the French language. Since 1974, he has dedicated himself to defending Quebec culture, and he founded a movement to protect French in Quebec. In a few months' time, we'll be celebrating the organization's 25th anniversary, and by then, Benoit will have been presented 63 awards. Rather 117 awards over this period. And he organized a gala dinner to celebrate National Patriots Day, paying tribute to those who worked for Quebec's political freedom and independence. His unwavering commitment has made him a key player in the promotion of Quebec's identity and of the French-speaking world. Congratulations, Benoit. Thank you for everything you do for my riding and for Quebec.
The honourable member from Battle Creek Crowfoot. Battle River Crowfoot, je m'excuse.
Thank you. Taxes up, costs up, crimes up, times up. Mr. Speaker, over the summer, I spoke to thousands of Canadians where I heard heartbreaking stories of how they are hurting after 9 years of the NDP Liberals. It was 2 years ago that the sellout and cowardly leader of the NDP signed on to a costly coalition with that Liberal Prime Minister. But a couple of weeks ago, he tried to convince people that he had a spine, and with much bravado, he tore up the agreement. But following his media stunt, he refuses to state whether the NDP will vote to force a carbon tax election. The sellout NDP leader didn't get the bump in the polls he was hoping for, I guess, and went on to even suggest that after voting for the carbon tax 24 times, he has somehow found the light and now will oppose it. But with a caveat, details to come after he qualifies for his pension. Canadians need a carbon tax election now to decide between a costly coalition of the NDP Liberals or common sense Conservatives who will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime.
The honourable member from Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, recently Manitobans were shocked and saddened by the sudden passing of Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs Grand Chief Kathy Merrick. Grand Chief Merrick was more than a leader. She was a beacon of strength, wisdom, and compassion. Her dedication to the AMC was not merely a role she undertook, but a calling she embraced with unwavering commitment. Her leadership was characterized by a deep understanding of the challenges faced by First Nations people and a relentless pursuit of justice and equality. Her impacts extend beyond her professional achievements. Grand Chief Kathy Merrick was a loving daughter, sister, wife, mother, aunt, cousin, grandmother, a supportive friend, and a trusted mentor to many. Her legacy will live on through the lives she touched and the progress she championed. As we reflect on her life, let us remember her resilience in the face of adversity, tireless work on behalf of First Nations people, and her unwavering commitment to building a better future. Mr. Speaker, her contributions have paved the way for many, and her spirit will continue to inspire us as we move forward on the journey towards truth and reconciliation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Colleagues, I know you're looking forward to this. I have the honor to inform the House that the Clerk of the House has received from the Chief Electoral Officer a certificate of election and return of Mr. Stewart, member for the Electoral District of Toronto, St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, it is an honor to present to you Don Stewart, the member for the electoral district of Toronto-St. Paul's. He has taken the oath, signed the roll, and now claims the right to take his seat.
Let the honourable member take his seat.
Congratulations. Good luck, Senator. I'm really happy that you joined us. It's the best place you'll ever be. Good luck. Take care, sir. Call me Greg.
Questions orales. Oral questions. Leonard.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. For 9 years, the Liberal bloc has put a tax on your food, causing your groceries to be more expensive, doubled the cost of housing, and doubled the national debt. With the full support of the bloc, the bloc has voted over 200 times to keep this party and this government in power. And now they want to increase your taxes even more. Isn't it time for you to have the chance to choose a new common sense government that will cut taxes, build housing, fix the budget, and stop crime? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, if the opposition leader had spent any time speaking to Canadians this summer, he would realize that Canadians want solutions. They want solutions to the challenges they face as families with fighting climate change. They want to know how Canada is going to position itself for the economy of the future. But the opposition leader is only interested in his own interests, not Canadians' interests. Meanwhile, we on the other side of the house here will continue to work to deliver the goods to Canadians to build a stronger economy for all. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, what Quebecers see is the biggest expansion of the federal government in Canadian history, a centralizing government and a costly one at that. And all this with the full support of the Bloc, which has voted some 200 times for inflationary spending, centralizing spending, and bureaucracy, which totals $500 billion. Mr. Speaker, Quebecers have the right to have a common sense government that will cut taxes, build housing, fix the budget, and stop crime now. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. What we're doing, Mr. Speaker, when we announced in Quebec a significant investment in Telesat to create good jobs in Quebec, which will have an impact on productivity and national security in Canada and all around the world, the Conservative response was to call their friend Elon Musk to say, no, you can't send those jobs here to Canada. Instead, you should be giving your money to American billionaires. We find that completely far-fetched. We are here to invest in Quebecers for the future.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
After 9 years of NDP Liberals, taxes up, costs up, crime's up, time's up. And now he wants a 300% carbon tax hike, all the way up to 61 cents a litre. Why not let Canadians choose a common sense conservative government that will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime now?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
If the opposition had spent any time listening to Canadians over the summer, he would have heard that they need solutions. They need answers to the challenges they're facing. That's not what he's offering. Indeed, he doesn't care about Canadians. He just cares about himself and his own political interests. We're going to keep focused on doing the things that he refuses to do, whether it's him voting against dental care, whether it's against him voting against child care, whether it's him voting against a national school food program. We're going to still deliver the things that matter to Canadians, like food in kids' bellies, child care spaces, and supports for seniors to go to the dentist, many of them first time in years.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Children are hungrier than ever after 9 years of the NDP Liberals. In fact, 25% of them are not getting enough food, and we now know why. A carbon tax fraud has been perpetrated by this NDP Liberal Prime Minister, who kept secret Environment Canada documents that showed that the carbon tax was blowing a $25 billion hole in our economy. Our economy per capita is smaller today than it was 10 years ago, during which time the American economy has grown by 19%. Instead of a reckless plan to hike the tax to 61 cents a litre, why not allow Canadians to vote to axe the tax?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Here's a news flash for the Conservative leader. Climate change costs money. And what would cost the most money to Canadians at all is his do-nothing climate plan. News flash. When the Toronto subway gets flooded, it costs money. News flash. When forest fires hit communities across this country, it costs Canadians money to rebuild. When you have droughts that hit farmers and agriculturists across this country, it costs money. What doesn't cost money is putting money in 8 out of 10 of the money of Canadians' pockets with the Canada Carbon Rebate to support their families and fight climate change.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister just proved my point. His tax doesn't stop floods, fires, or droughts. All it does is create more poverty. This also from a high-flying, high-taxing, high-carbon hypocrite who flew 92,000 kilometers in a fuel-guzzling, tax-funded private jet while he taxes single moms and seniors for heating their homes. Now, carbon tax Carney wants him to put the tax back on home heating oil. Will he reject carbon tax Carney and instead allow Canadians to choose to axe the tax?
Just want to remind all members, and to do so early, to be very mindful of their language that they use in referring to other members in this House. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative leader doesn't believe in climate change, and that's why he has a do-nothing plan to fight climate change. It would cost Canadians money and challenge the future we're building for our kids. Our plan with the Canada Carbon Rebate puts more dollars in 8 out of 10 Canadians' pockets right across the country, supports the middle class and people working hard to join it, while delivering the kinds of investments that are going to grow our economy and reduce emissions at the same time. This is a responsible climate plan that fights climate change and supports Canadians. He wants to do nothing. He wants to hurt Canadians.
L'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, allow me first of all to wish a warm welcome to everyone. Welcome back here to all of us. It's a by-election in La Salle Aymar Verdun today, and I'd like the Prime Minister to explain to retired people aged 65 to 74 in that riding why their pension checks are 10% lower than retirees who are 75 and over. This is a horrible form of discrimination, and they're entitled to know why. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we did recognize that seniors 75 and over have higher costs and often lower savings. So we've increased investments for them. But what I don't really understand, Mr. Speaker, is that the Bloc, which claims to be concerned about people of that age group, those 65 and over, why did they vote against dental care for those tens of thousands of seniors all across Canada who've recently been able to get dental care paid by the federal government, and the Bloc voted against it? They don't care about seniors in the Bloc. Once again, I'd like members to stick to language that's much more clearly parliamentary. The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, it's easy to get the Prime Minister confused. I'm talking about a jurisdiction that is exclusive to Quebec, that the federal government has encroached upon. He also said that Anglophones in Quebec couldn't get healthcare services in English the same as Francophones. That's false. So I would ask him explicitly to recognize that he misled Montreal, Quebec, and La Salle et Marverdun's Anglophones when he said that Anglophones don't get the same healthcare services as Francophones. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. He claims to speak for the government of Quebec, but the government of Quebec itself admitted that they were going to issue an order to clarify and explain that they were not going after Anglophones. We're still waiting for that explanation, but if the government of Quebec can recognize that, then I think the Bloc should be able to acknowledge it too. So for seniors over 65 who got dental care, thanks to us, they don't care about them. They just want their jurisdiction, but we're providing something that Quebec was not providing. And so the federal government stepped up and paid for that so that those seniors could get dental care that their own government, provincial government, wasn't providing them, and the Bloc voted against that. The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby. The housing crisis in La Salle et Marverdun, like everywhere else in Quebec, continues to worsen under the Liberals. Hundreds of people are now homeless. This is the direct result of the Liberals and Conservatives making rules so rich investors get richer while tenants pay more. Together, the Liberals and Conservatives have lost over 1 million affordable housing units. People deserve better. When will the Prime Minister stop working for real estate giants and start protecting tenants at last? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. What's been done in recent years is I've had a lot of good conversations with the NDP leader and colleagues in the NDP, and I know that they're truly concerned about Canadians' situations and they want to help. But what's obvious is that they have no idea how to go about it. And as soon as the Conservatives attack them a little bit, they hide and run. Yes, it's difficult to deliver progressive things in this country, but we as a government are doing just that. And with or without the NDP, we will continue to deliver for people all across the country. We will provide housing, services, and more.
The honourable member from New Westminster, Burnaby.
No excuses. No one in Canada should be homeless, period. Full stop. And no one in Canada should pay out of pocket to get the health care they need. The Liberals are letting people be charged membership fees or bundled payments to gain access to primary care covered by universal health care. And Conservatives want people to pay for health care in Elmwood, Transcona, and right across this country. Liberals let you down on health care, you pay. Conservative cut health care, you pay. When will Liberals start making people pay for health care that should be free?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as everyone in here knows, over the past couple of years, I've had lots of great conversations with the NDP, and I know they actually do care about Canadians and about delivering for them. Unfortunately, they have no idea how to do it, and as soon as hard things got hard, they turned tail and ran, Mr. Speaker. Wanted to avoid the criticisms of the mean old Conservatives and tried to save themselves. Well, the reality, Mr. Speaker, is we know that hard things are hard. We're going to continue to deliver progressive solutions for Canadians because we're going to step up and fight for Canadians and not hide from the Conservatives.
The honourable member from Thornhill.
The Prime
Prime Minister gave the Finance Minister a real vote of confidence last week as he outsourced the job that she was supposed to have been doing for 4 years and gave it to a man who's not even in the Liberal caucus. First, the Prime Minister tried to fire her in the newspaper, and now she's being shoved aside for Carbon Tax Carney, a man focused on his own profits and his own corporate interests, who was brought in to serve as the de facto Finance Minister. She's lost her job responsibilities. She's lost her credibility. How long will the phantom Finance Minister endure this humiliation?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I am not going anywhere. Understand why the Conservatives prefer to focus on personal mudslinging and attacks rather than to actually talk about the economy. They don't want to talk about inflation because it's been down in the target range for 7 months in a row. They don't want to talk about interest rates down 3 times in a row. All they can do is insult people.
The Honourable Member from Thornhill.
Who's going to tell her? She just got a demotion and he hired a guy that's not even elected to do her job. Does anyone believe that Carbon Tax Carney is going to tell the Prime Minister how to help a family afford groceries as the loudest cheerleader for carbon taxes ever? If the Finance Minister isn't completely humiliated by now, can she explain why Canadians should trust a man who is the #1 supporter of higher taxes to do her job?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we are seeing more clearly than ever that the only thing the Conservatives know how to do is to level personal attacks and personal denigration. They do not care about Canadians, and now they're scared about the facts of our economy. So let me tell you some facts. Inflation in the target range for 7 months in a row. Interest rates down 3 times in a row. And the IMF says we'll have the strongest economic growth in the G7.
The Honourable Member from Calgary, Nose Hill.
This summer, after he argued that Atlantic Canadian home heating oil should be carbon taxed, carbon tax-loving Mark Carney spent a lovely summer of whimsy having champers at the Royal Box at Wimbledon and rubbing shoulders at a swish cocktail party with a wealthy CEO who yesterday coincidentally got millions of dollars of tax dollars. This is not someone who's in touch with the struggle of average Canadians, but neither is the Prime Minister. Did he push aside his now phantom female cabinet minister because carbon tax-loving Mark Carney could get him into fancier parties than she can?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, I first want to begin by saying it's great to be back in this place. I really did miss most people on this side. I can't say that I missed all of you that much, but I did miss you a little bit. But what I do want to say is that it's just typical from the Conservatives that when they have an eminent Canadian, someone who has given so much to this country, who doesn't agree with their economic vision or their vision at all in Canada, they attack them. Mr. Speaker, we need to be better than this. We need to support Canadians and be grateful when they put forward for public service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Calgary, Nose Hill.
They're not even letting her answer the question anymore. At a time when so many people are struggling to make ends meet and pleading for someone to fix the budget, I'm struggling to find a reason why the Prime Minister would put an out-of-touch elitist, active archpriest of carbon price profiteering who has massive conflicts of interest in charge of the federal budget while shunting aside his female cabinet minister. What a feminist. Why does the now phantom finance minister have to get approval for Canada's fall economic statement from carbon tax, conflict of interest, Mark Carney?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'm actually really glad to welcome back to the QP roster the member for Calgary Nose Hill. We haven't heard her raising her voice for a while. Mr. Speaker, I'm not going anywhere, but I am not surprised to see the Conservatives continue cartoonish personal attacks. And that is because they are afraid to reveal to Canadians their plan for austerity and cuts, because they know that's not what Canadians want.
The honourable member from Peterborough, Kawartha.
Mr. Speaker, we have two sources saying the view of some senior officials within the PMO, including Chief of Staff Katie Telford, that the Phantom Finance Minister has been ineffective in selling the government's economic policies. So, it's curious because we have a fake feminist Prime Minister who says he's all for women. Taxes are up, costs are up, the economy's in the toilet, and this carbon tax, Mark Carney, is now going to quadruple the carbon tax on all home heating across Canada. So why is this Phantom Finance Minister okay with being publicly humiliated by this fake feminist Prime Minister?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the only people being humiliated today are Conservative MPs who have to listen to their colleagues wallow in the mud of personal character assassination. But what we are focused on is representing and working for Canadians. That's why, Mr. Speaker, the real news today is 30-year mortgage amortizations for all first-time home buyers. That's the real news.
The honourable member from Peterborough, Kawartha.
Mr. Speaker, it is not Conservatives saying that. It's the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, Katie Telford, for the record. And so I guess the question is before this Phantom Finance Minister. She simply has two choices. Is she going to join the graveyard of Liberal female ministers under this fake feminist Prime Minister? Or, like Jody Wilson-Raybould, Jane Philpott, or will she continue to be publicly humiliated?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, what we are seeing today is the Conservatives running away from the reality about the Canadian economy. They are running away from the fact that inflation is in the Bank of Canada's target range for 7 months in a row. They are running away from interest rates down 3 times in a row, the first time in the G7, and wages outpacing inflation for 18 months. The only thing the Conservatives know how to do is traffic in cheap insults. Canadians are a lot better than that.
L'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of talk these days about elections. Some are doing their calculations, but for the Bloc, it's simple. Our confidence is in Quebecers, not the Liberals, not the Conservatives, Quebecers. And Quebecers are telling us they're concerned about the cost of living and seniors' standard of living. That's why our priority is to increase old age security for people aged 65 to 74. They're being unfairly discriminated against, and it's got to stop. It's as simple as that. Will the government listen to this simple request from Quebecers? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the next time the Bloc supports seniors will be the first time in the history of this Parliament. Let's look at the facts. When we restored the retirement age to 65, what did the Bloc do? They voted against. When we increased the GIS, helping millions, thousands of seniors in Quebec, the Bloc voted against that too. And when we provided dental care to seniors, the Bloc voted against that too. They're doing nothing for seniors. The honourable member for Shefford. The Bloc's request is simple. Our bill, C-319, would increase the OAS for 65 to 74-year-olds by 10%. It's so simple and so sensible that in committee, all parties supported our bill. All that's missing is the government's support. So since all parties agreed to increase OAS for 65 to 75-year-olds by 10%, will the government do the only right thing and give C319 a royal recommendation? The Honourable Minister of Labour. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to welcome the Bloc with their support for seniors, because this is exactly what this government is all about. Look at what we've done, whether it was the grocery rebate, whether it was increasing the GIS, whether it was the many things we've done, including dental care this year, which is being delivered all across Quebec, including my colleague opposite's riding, which she voted against. Mr. Speaker, we are there for seniors. Now, member for Shefford. I toured all over Quebec this summer to talk about C319. Everyone gets that it's unfair for seniors under 75 to get 10% less than the rest. Everyone gets that, unlike the Liberals, a grocery bill doesn't discriminate based on age. That's why this is the Bloc's top priority. Quebecers understand the problem. They understand our approach. Will the Liberals finally get it too and give C319 a royal recommendation? The Honourable Minister of Labour. Mr. Speaker, what the Bloc doesn't seem to get is that actions count and votes here in the House count. Voting against dental care for seniors, voting against bringing the retirement age back down to 65, that's what Quebecers have seen from the Bloc. The Government of Canada will always be there to take care of Quebecers, and the Bloc has never shown themselves to be there to protect Canadians' pensions, whether it's in Quebec or elsewhere. This is our first day back, but I'd like everyone to remain polite. The Honourable Member for Chalabour-Haut-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc voted for the largest expansion of the federal government ever. More spending than ever, more public servants than ever, more scandals than ever, with Quebecers' money. How did the Prime Minister convince the Bloc to support the most expensive and centralizing government in Canadian history? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, our government is proudly progressive. Our government is proud of our action on the climate. We're proud of our support for childcare, and our government is very proud of our support for families. And Mr. Speaker, we know that those progressive values are the same values that Quebecers hold dear. And that is why we are supporting Quebec. We're supporting them when it comes to the climate, to childcare, and we're proud to be doing it here too. The Honourable Member for Chalabour-Haut-Saint-Charles. The Bloc claims to defend Quebecers' interests. Is it in Quebecers' interest to support the most expensive government in Canadian history? Is it in Quebecers' interest to raise their taxes, to strengthen the federal government, which is constantly encroaching on Quebec's jurisdiction? It's clear the Bloc is only defending the Prime Minister's interests. What did the Prime Minister offer the Bloc leader to get him to agree to support this centralizing government? The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans. Mr. Speaker, look at the Conservatives. They have no shame in claiming that they want to march towards prosperity when all they can do is take the path of austerity. Canadians know that all the Conservatives can do is chop, 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 Mr. Speaker. They cut investments for ports, for small craft. They made cuts to science, to families, to child care services. They cut for dental care. And that is the path the Conservatives will take, the path to austerity. The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, one coalition appears to have ended but another remains, the Bloc Liberal coalition, responsible for $500 billion in inflationary centralizing spending. Under this coalition, the public service grew by more than 100,000 public servants. That's the most expensive government in Canadian history. But wait times and service standards have never been worse. My constituents and staff in Beauce have to wait hours to get answers. What did the Prime Minister promise the Bloc leader to keep him in power? The most expensive and centralizing government in Canadian history. The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This summer I had the opportunity to speak to many of my colleagues in the Liberal caucus who met in my riding, and we talked about the cuts the Conservatives made when they were in power. So I took them to the experimental farm because they don't believe in science, so they made cuts to agricultural research. I took them to show a cultural center that we built because all they did was make cuts to culture. Quebecers remember that when the Conservatives were in office, all they could do is make cuts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, because of Liberal inaction, people in Nanaimo Ladysmith are forced to cut back on groceries to keep up with rising prices. Meanwhile, the Conservatives continue to pad their pockets with donations from the same CEOs who are gouging Canadians. Over the summer, people shared with me that they are exhausted and just aren't able to make ends meet. Why are the Liberals taking a page out of the Conservative playbook by putting corporate greed ahead of everyday people?
Shame, Paul, shame. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, excuse me.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. It's a shame that the NDP's recent hard right turn has taken them down the wrong path. It's too bad that they've caved to the Conservative pressure. We worked collaboratively for many months to introduce numerous rounds of changes to Canada's competition laws, which I think are significant signs of progress that will amount to better prices, more options for Canadians. That includes more powers to the Competition Bureau to crack down on anti-competitive behavior. Those changes are going to make a real difference in Canada's economy.
The honourable member from North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, the poorest seniors are receiving hundreds of dollars less every year because Liberal policies created another GIS clawback. This summer, I heard from seniors and their loved ones. They are drowning. Conservatives cut pensions and increase the retirement age, and Liberals are punishing the poorest seniors. Canadians never win with Liberals or Conservatives. When will the clawbacks end?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Labour.
As the member well knows, not only does the GIS or CPP or the OAS go up, but it goes up now quarterly, Mr. Speaker. In fact, there are no clawbacks when the member knows full well that we've expanded actually the amount of money a senior on GIS might make before any money is clawed back. We've expanded that substantially. The member should know that.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, members on this side of the House have spent their summers listening to Canadians. We heard about grandparents and children getting access to the Canadian Dental Care Plan. And we heard about the need for a government that's focused on building more homes faster, growing our economy, and making life cost less. What we've seen from Conservatives do all summer is bet against our economy and bet against Canadians for their own political gain. Can the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, share with us the good economic news we saw over the summer and what this means for Canadians and for their families?
Good question.
The answer's still no. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague for his excellent question and for his very hard work. COVID and its economic aftermath have been hard for Canadians, and that's why it's important to recognize the good news we've had this summer. Canada was the first G7 country to lower interest rates, easing the burden on homeowners. And inflation has now been within the Bank of Canada's target range for 7 months. Wages have outpaced inflation for 18 months in a row. We have more work to do, and that's why we're focused on Canada and Canadians.
L'honorable député de Chicoutimi.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, I've been to Sacré-Cœur several times to meet the Boisaco Forestry Company. The employees are feeling very worried, and rightly so, because they're in danger of losing their jobs. The Environment Minister's order is a nightmare for the forestry sector. It's going to kill jobs, shut down businesses. It could even wipe out communities. The sector represents 1,200 jobs in Quebec and nearly 900 million in economic benefits. Will the minister stop and think about the human beings behind his radical policies, and will he guarantee that he will not impose his order? The Honourable Environment Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to be here with you today at the beginning of the session. I'd like to remind my Conservative colleague that the Government of Quebec committed in 2016, and now it's 2024, almost 2025, but the Government of Quebec committed 8 years ago to present a plan to protect the woodland caribou. They haven't done so. Recently, they signed an agreement with us, the federal government, saying that their plan would be ready in June 2023 to protect 65% of the woodland caribou habitat. They promised to do so, so they should do so if they don't want a federal order. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm curious. I'm wondering, can the minister even point to Sacré-Cœur on a map? Inflation, cost of living, interest rates, life is hard enough as it is. Now the Liberals, they just have to add another layer of stress. The Bloc Québécois supports them, and the only way to get rid of this tired old government is to replace it with a Conservative government. The Bloc voted with the Liberals 188 times to keep the Liberals in power. Will the Bloc Liberal coalition leave forestry workers alone once and for all? The Honourable Environment and Climate Change Minister. Mr. Speaker, if only you knew how many times this summer I met with Quebecers. They find this ridiculous. It's ridiculous to talk about a Bloc Liberal coalition. Now, we work well with the Bloc Québécois, but there is no coalition. Quebecers find that really far out. The Conservatives do not care at all about protecting the environment. That's apparent. They don't care about water quality, the quality of our environment, about the future we're leaving our children. We, though, are here for people, for communities, and for the environment, Mr. Speaker.
Calgary, Forest Law.
After 9 years of this Liberal NDP government, taxes up, costs up, crimes up, time's up. When the Prime Minister promised to quadruple the carbon tax scam, the leader of the NDP said, yes, sir, anything for his $2.2 million pension. And now, the Canadian Truckers Alliance released a damning report. The carbon tax scam adds more than $4 billion cost to farmers, families, and food. Why don't they just call a carbon tax election now and let Canadians decide whether to quadruple or axe the tax for good?
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Newsflash, Mr. Speaker. We had a carbon tax election in 2021, and the Conservative Party had a platform where they said they would put in place carbon pricing in this country. Maybe he just has to go and look back at their own platform, Mr. Speaker. Again this morning, the Parliamentary Budget Officer was in committee saying that 8 out of 10 Canadian families where carbon pricing applies get more money than what they pay in pricing, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, the Conservative Party of Canada continues to spew lies and disinformation on this issue.
The Honourable Member from Calgary, Forest Law.
The PBO proved that orange jumpsuit, handcuff-wearing minister is lying when he said that more Canadians pay into this.
I know it's the first day back for members. We've all spent this time with our ridings. I'm going to ask the Honourable Member if he could rephrase his question because he knows that you can. I'm going to ask him to. going to ask the honourable member to rephrase his question, to not use language which is normally considered unparliamentary. The honourable member from Calgary Forest Lawn from the top.
What this orange jumpsuit wearing, handcuff loving minister doesn't understand is that the PBO proved Canadians pay more into this scam than what they get back. And it's done nothing to stop a single forest fire or flood. It's a scam and nothing else. And the leader of the NDP continues to prop this carbon tax scam up so he can get his $2.2 million pension. That's why he voted in favor of it 24 times. Call a carbon tax election now so Canadians can axe a tax and kick this carbon tax costly coalition to the curb.
It's really important for all members to choose their language and use their words judiciously in a way that is respectful to the House. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, that kind of language from the member opposite is totally inappropriate. And quite frankly, Canadians deserve better. But it's what we've come to expect from the Conservative leader and his caucus, who would prefer.
Outside the House, right?
Colleagues, I could not hear the Honourable Minister give her response. It's difficult for me to hear that, so that I can make sure that the language is correct. The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House, please, from the top.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the language from the member opposite was completely inappropriate, and quite frankly, Canadians deserve better. But unfortunately, that's what we've come to expect from the Conservative members and their leader. And the reason why they're focusing on the price on pollution is because they want to distract Canadians from the real agenda, where they cut pensions for seniors, they cut childcare for families, they cut and defund the CBC at a time of increased disinformation. Mr. Speaker, they want to hide their real agenda from Canadians because they know that they won't like it. But Mr. Speaker, they need to be under that scrutiny and they need to be honest with Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Again, I'm going to ask members on all sides to please make sure that they only address the House when they have recognized by the Speaker to hold the floor.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. On October 30th, Quebec will move forward for patients and their families. Quebec will implement its own legislation to govern advance requests for medical assistance in dying. 6 professional orders are calling on the federal government to align the criminal code with Quebec's legislation. Allow me to quote the Collège des médecins. We deplore the fact that the federal government has not agreed to amend the criminal code to authorize this approach, which is well regulated and on which a broad consensus exists in Quebec. Will the Justice Minister finally listen to patients, doctors, and science and amend the criminal code? The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a very sensitive topic. We need to take the right amount of time. We need to study the legal implications of this matter. We also need the time to have a national, countrywide conversation. I need to discuss this with all of my provincial and territorial counterparts. We all need to discuss this and reflect because there will be many consequences, but I look forward to continuing to discuss and work with the colleague across the way. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Yes, but since February 2023, the minister has been repeating that he's consulting the provinces, that he's thinking things over, that advance requests are complicated. While he was dithering, though, Quebecers are for it. 97% of Quebecers support this, and Quebec has passed its own legislation. Patients want it implemented, and doctors want to be able to practice with complete peace of mind. Does the minister understand that there's a difference between carefully studying an issue and dragging his feet while people suffer? The Honourable Justice Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the utmost respect for the important critical work that Quebec has accomplished when it comes to advance requests. Canada has one and only one criminal code for good reason. Canadians deserve clarity. and clear standards regarding what is criminal and what is not. So we are not yet ready to implement an exception for Quebec on this matter, but we will continue to be transparent and we will continue to work in collaboration with Quebec in determining the next steps. Thank you.
Member from Toronto, St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years, the NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, time's up. Just last week, we heard 1 million people in Ontario were accessing food banks. Meanwhile, the NDP leader supports the Prime Minister, keeps him in power, and supports his crushing carbon tax increases. I just finished a successful by-election campaign. Why will the NDP Liberals not let Canadians decide about the carbon tax and call a carbon tax election now?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to welcome my new colleague to this place. It's important, of course, to always be open and transparent with Canadians. And what we see is someone else who knows how to repeat three-word slogans as opposed to being able to deliver for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, what the members opposite are doing are trying to evade what they actually plan to deliver for Canadians. So I hope that the member opposite can be more honest and transparent with Canadians moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That's a good hope.
The Honourable Member from Brantford, Grant.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and now time is up. Canadians are feeling more unsafe than ever. Violent crime up 50%, sex assaults up 75%, car theft 46%, and shockingly violent gun crime over 100%. Will the Liberals finally join Conservatives in protecting Canadians and demanding jail, not bail, for repeat violent offenders?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General for Canada.
Mr. Speaker, my fundamental job is to keep Canadians safe. Here's what we've been doing in the last 12 months. We've increased...
Colleagues, I would appreciate being able to hear the Honourable Member's response. The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General for Canada, from the top, please.
Mr. Speaker, my fundamental job is to keep Canadians safe. Here's what I've been doing the last 12 months. I proposed new offences for money laundering. The Conservatives voted against. I've increased the penalties for violent carjackings. The Conservatives voted against. I and my colleague, the Minister of Public Safety, have put $160 million to aid the CBSA and law enforcement in detecting and stopping car thefts. Car thefts are down 17% over the last 6 months compared to last year. There's still more work to do. We're going to continue to do that work. While the Conservatives shout slogans, we are going to keep Canadians safe.
The Honourable Member from Brantford Brent.
Simple fact is criminals have nothing to fear under the NDP Liberal legislation. Bill C-48 has done nothing to stop the crime in our communities. Instead of listening to premiers and law enforcement who have called for bail reform, the Justice Minister pretends that C-48 is a success. Mr. Speaker, it's an abject failure. When will the minister stop protecting criminals, start standing up for victims by reversing their catch and release policies?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I spent the summer listening to victims, and what they talk to me about is intelligent policies and approaches to crime. What we did is pass in this chamber, thankfully with the unanimous support, bail reform. The job is now on the provinces to ensure that bail reform bears fruit. What am I talking about, Mr. Speaker? The people that decide bail decisions are justices of the peace and primarily provincial court judges appointed at the provincial level. The people that appeal bail decisions, such as my colleague in his former capacity, are provincial crown attorneys who are under the direction of provincial premiers and provincial attorneys general. When there's not enough jail space to keep people in jail who don't deserve bail, that's a provincial responsibility.
The honourable member from Halifax West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On this day, 50 years ago, 32 women across Canada took the oath to become RCMP's first female officers.
Wow.
They became known as Troop 17. Today, we celebrate them and all women who have taken the oath since, who selflessly serve in the RCMP to keep Canadians safe. Can the Minister of Public Safety update this House on the efforts made to encourage more women to follow in their footsteps and join the RCMP?
Amazing.
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, 50 years ago, 32 brave women took the oath to become the first female RCMP officers. Despite facing challenges and discrimination throughout their careers, the women of Troop 17 persevered and have inspired thousands of women to proudly serve in the RCMP. Today, more than 1/5 of the RCMP regular members are women, and the RCMP continues its effort to recruit even more women to join the force. I know all colleagues will join me in celebrating the women of Troop 17 and all those who proudly serve in the RCMP today. Well done.
The honourable member from Coast of Bay Central, Notre Dame.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of the NDP Liberals, taxes up, costs up, crimes up, time's up. And now foreign access to Northern Cod is up. With the backing of the 6 Liberal Newfoundland and Labrador MPs, this government broke the promise to allocate the first 115,000 tonnes of Northern Cod to the inshore harvesters, and they caved to NAFO pressure to allow foreign countries back in with 5% of the Northern Cod quota. So this minister, Mr. Speaker, does she work for foreign nations or does she work for Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government is aware of the cultural, economic, and historic importance of cod for the people of Newfoundland and Labrador. That's why, after 30 years of closure, I announced new modern fishing, which will lead to significant windfall for Newfoundland and Labrador, all while leading to well-paying jobs. Our government is committed towards sustainable, prosperous fishing that will support the generations of today and tomorrow, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of NDP Liberals, taxes up, costs up, crimes up, and time's up for this atrocious Liberal fisheries minister. She has failed to protect one of Atlantic Canada's most important industry, the lobster fishery. In my riding, there are no DFO enforcement officers along the Canada-US border. Poachers from Maine are illegally fishing lobsters in our waters. They are stealing Canada's natural resources. 60 New Brunswick fishing boats held a peaceful protest Saturday, calling on the minister to enforce the law and protect Canadian sovereignty. Will she do her job, or will the Prime Minister fire her?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our DFO officers do a very difficult job. They do it every day. But the opposition keeps saying that there's no enforcement on our waters. Well, that is completely false. And moreover, Mr. Speaker, it's irresponsible. This work is ongoing.
The honourable member from New Brunswick Southwest had the opportunity to ask his question. I'm going to ask him to please hold his comments and let the minister respond to his question. And I'm certain he has an opportunity to ask questions again on the same issue. Then I have
the Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans, and with 12 seconds remaining. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If he can shout, I can shout. We are deploying the necessary additional resources in order to protect our oceans and our resources, Mr. Speaker.
member from South Shore, St. Margaret's.
After 9 years of NDP Liberals, taxes, costs, and crime are up. And fisheries officers are refusing to patrol the Maritimes because these Liberals will not let them enforce the law. Poachers are attacking with shotguns and knives. Meanwhile, Liberal Fisheries Minister number 6 lives in denial, refusing to listen to the union. 20,000 pounds of lobster a day are poached through the Sonyaville Wharf alone. Americans are fishing in Canadian waters. Will the Prime Minister listen to fishermen for a change, call an election so Conservatives can fix the fishery?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I encourage my colleagues to listen to the English interpretation of what I'm about to say in French, Mr. Speaker. What's being suggested is totally false. DFO enforcement agents are doing their job, Mr. Speaker. And on this side of the House, we're not putting on a show. We're working because this is an important matter. This pertains to safety, the safety of our waters and on our waters, and what he's suggesting is totally irresponsible. We will continue to do the necessary work in the right way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Again, I'll ask members who ask questions to please ask their question and then listen to the response and then take up the question again when their turn has been offered. The Honourable Member from Richmond Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This summer, I was pleased to join the Minister of Health to sign 2 new healthcare agreements with British Columbia. These agreements will enhance wages for personal support workers and improve accessibility and affordability to medication across BC. Canadians believe in our healthcare system, and we must continue to build up a healthcare system for all generations. Could the Minister of Health please share with us how these agreements will support healthcare in BC?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Richmond Centre for his advocacy in health and to make sure that we have the greatest health system in the world. And, you know, we're seeing that unfold in British Columbia with an agreement that's going to make sure that healthcare assistants, with some called personal support workers, are getting a fair wage, making sure that we work in partnership with the people who keep our hospitals and our long-term care facilities and assisted care facilities going, as well as an essential agreement on pharmacare, making sure that every person in British Columbia has access to the contraceptives they need, has access to the diabetes medication they need, and yes, to menopause hormone treatment, Mr. Speaker. These are huge things for our health system.
The Honourable Member from Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' failure to fund services through Jordan's Principle is endangering First Nations youth. In fact, in Winnipeg, Spirit Horse Action Therapy is owed almost $400,000. And the First Nations Child and Family Caring Society says this government's neglect is putting kids at risk. When will the Liberals respect their legal obligations to Jordan's Principle and ensure the health and safety of First Nations youth?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm so proud to be part of a government that puts Indigenous children first. First Nations children are getting the services they need after a decade of neglect with the previous Conservative government ignoring their needs, leading to historic lawsuits and, of course, the compensation required to make up for such a terrible omission. And we are making it right, Mr. Speaker. We're ensuring that no First Nations child goes without the care they deserve.
It's question period. The Honourable Member from Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Thank you. I have a question for the Environment Minister. Northvolt is setting up on the contaminated lands of a previous place. There are jurisdictional impacts. Thousands of people signed a petition for a federal assessment. The mayors of Saint-Basile and McMasterville are wondering what the repercussions of this Northvolt plant will be. Will the minister use his powers to order an environmental impact assessment to study the impact of the North Pole plant in Quebec. The Honourable Environment and Climate Change Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for Saanich Gulf Island for her question. The Canada Impact Assessment Agency received a request for an impact assessment, so the impact assessment study is underway. The agency will make its recommendations in the upcoming weeks. The leader of the Green Party and I and many others in Canada are confused, though, about the NDP's position on carbon pricing. I did some door-to-door in La Salle et Marverdun over the weekend, and so many people told me that they don't understand the NDP's new stance because it would be harmful to the whole country.
To point of order, I wish to draw the attention of members to the presence in the gallery of the Honourable P.J. Akiagok, Premier of Nunavut. I see the honourable member from Calgary Nose Hill is rising on a point of order.
Yes, if you seek, you'll find unanimous consent to table this picture of the Minister of the Environment wearing an orange jumpsuit and handcuffs.
The honourable member is a very experienced member, and she knows that props in the House is not appropriate. The honourable, and there were several no's. I did indeed hear no's. The honourable member from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, during question period, the member from Calgary Forest Lawn referred to the Minister of Environment as lying. Mr. Speaker, in the past, when members have made such unparliamentary language, they've been forced to apologize and retract that statement, or else they've not been allowed to speak. I would ask that the same, that you review that he in fact called the minister, said the minister was lying, and ensure that he apologized in this place and retract that statement.
The honourable, thank the honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Normally that would be the way forward, but today the speaker was, the chair was had asked members who had used words which were unparliamentary to rephrase their questions. It happened at the top. We did that today, but normally, and I will say this to all members, the speaker will be asking for members to formally withdraw those comments going forward. Today, being the first day coming back, perhaps we're all getting our sea legs once again. The honourable member from Calgary Nose Hill, I see, is rising again on a point of order.
On decorum, Mr. Speaker, it is unparliamentary for other members to impugn the motives of other parliamentarians, and in doing so with her speech, the parliamentary secretary just suggested that my colleague uttered a falsehood, which he did not, because the Minister of the Environment was in fact arrested in an orange.
Well, I'm going to, I thank the honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill, but we are getting into a moment of debate. The chair has already made a ruling on this issue, and we're moving on to other issues. La présidence souhaite faire.
The chair would like to make a short statement on the prevention of acoustic incidents during House sittings. And I would invite all members
not listening to this to please leave the hall, but this is an important issue for employees of the House of Commons.
Members will recall that on June 10th, until the source of the problem has been identified and the necessary adjustments have been made to prevent a new incident.
I would like to take this opportunity to mention another measure that will be implemented as of today. At key moments during a sitting, for example, when a large number of members are leaving the chamber after oral questions, the volume of earpieces located in and near the chamber will be reset to 0. This procedure will ensure that nearby microphones are less likely to pick up unwanted sounds. Members using their earpieces at that time will have to readjust the volume while paying particular attention to the sound level. The chair occupants will announce when the volume is being reset until members get used to the new procedure. En dernier lieu, la présidence.
Lastly, the chair wishes to confirm that the House administration will continue to support members with special needs or who require auditory accommodations for House sittings.
Séance de la Chambre. Je remercie les députés.
I thank all members for their attention.
As I just mentioned in my statement, the volume of earpieces will now be reset. Members using their earpiece at this time will have to adjust the volume, and I thank them for paying particular attention to the sound level. Comme je viens de mentionner dans ma déclaration, le volume des oreillettes sera maintenant.
As I just mentioned in my statement, the volume of earpieces will now be reset. Members using their earpiece at this time will have to readjust the volume. I thank them for paying particular attention to the sound level.
Routine business. Tabling of documents. The Honorable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8A, I have the honor to table in both official languages the government's response to one petition. This return will be tabled in an electronic format.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committee. The Honourable Member from Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor today to present in both official languages the 12th report of the Standing Committee on the Status of Women entitled Implementing a Red Dress Alert in Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, according to the mandates under the standing orders, I have the honor to present in both official languages the 67th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs on the topic of changes to membership of the Standing and Standing Joint Committees. If the House consents, I will propose adoption of the 67th report later.
Introduction of private members' bills. Ms. Rempel-Garner, seconded by Mr. Loeb, moves to introduce a bill entitled An Act to enact the Protection of Minors in the Digital Age Act and to amend the Criminal Code. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member from Calgary-Nose Hill.
Speaker, I'm pleased to rise and introduce this bill that will ensure that Canadians are protected online without infringing upon their civil liberties. Canadians are paying the price from a failure of the Liberals to provide necessary protection from online threats while they create costly censorship bureaucracies. This common sense legislation will modernize existing criminal offenses to protect Canadians from harm as it occurs online, with special provisions to protect minors. The bill will modernize the existing crime of criminal harassment to address the ease and anonymity of how it happens online, provide mechanisms specifically designed to protect minors who are online, and update Canada's existing laws on the non-consensual distribution of intimate images to ensure that the non-consensual distribution of highly realistic intimate images created by artificial intelligence is criminalized while preserving the existing provisions in current law about fair use. Canadians need a common sense approach to tackle criminal harassment online while ensuring that their civil liberties are protected, and this bill does just that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well done,
Madame Rempel-Garner, appuyée par
Ms. Rempel-Garner moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Quand sera
When shall the bill be read a second time?
à la prochaine séance?
At the next sitting of the House.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The honourable member from l'honorable député de Winnipeg.
The honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, if the House gives its consent, I move that the 67th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs presented to the House earlier this day be concurred in. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Adopted. The honourable member from the honourable parliamentary secretary to the leader of the government in the House of Commons.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I think you'll find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion, that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, at the conclusion of oral questions on Tuesday, September 17, 2024, the House observe a moment of silence for the late Honourable Chuck Straw, that afterwards the Speaker, a member of the Conservative Party, a member of each of the other recognized parties, a member of the Green Party, and the member from Chilliwack Pope each be permitted to make a statement to pay tribute, and that the time taken for these proceedings shall be added to the time provided for government orders.
All those opposed to what the honourable member is proposing will please say nay.
D'accord.
Agreed.
The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. And thank you. Presenting petitions. The honourable member from Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to present a petition signed by 578 Canadians from across the country regarding the removal of the living cost differential allowance for federal employees in Grande Cache. The allowance was reduced from a 1 to a 0 on the scale set by the National Joint Council, stripping away critical support. The petitioners call on the government to reinstate the allowance at a level of 1 to reflect the true cost of living in Grande Cache. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Mission Mascouche, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, petitioners in my riding are calling on the Government of Canada to provide additional funds to support the construction of the Lettsmont Regional Aquatic Centre in Agassiz, BC, which has seen its projected costs skyrocket. The name Lettsmont means one heart, one mind in the Halkomelem language. Residents of the District of Kent, Harrison Hot Springs, Seabird Island, Shem, Stalos, Tehela, Skalitz, Squalhook, Popcom, and Peters First Nations, and the Fraser Valley Regional District electoral areas of C and D all support this project and are looking for the government to provide an innovative approach where reconciliation is put into action. When communities want to build a facility off reserve before in surrounding Indigenous communities, the Treasury Board guidelines don't allow for that to happen. So my residents want the government to think innovatively and support this project the way it should. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise today with a petition of great concern to many of my constituents. I heard about this issue all summer, the need for the Department of Fisheries and Oceans to have removed from its statutory mandate the promotion of aquaculture in order to put the priority for DFO to be on the protection of coastal ecosystems. The petitioners note that for British Columbians, the protection of wild salmon is as important as the protection of the French language is for the Quebecois and Quebecoises. They call on the Department of Fisheries and Oceans to protect those areas in which migratory juvenile salmon travel and to ensure that the presence of fish farms and aquaculture are not too close to the areas where wild fish absolutely need that habitat. The petitioners may have numerous bullet points to this petition, Mr. Speaker. I'll summarize by saying they want action to protect wild Pacific salmon and protect it from for-profit foreign fish aquaculture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Petitions, the Honourable Member from Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise on this first day back of the fall sitting of our Parliament to present a petition on behalf of petitioners who remind that folks with disabilities across the country continue to disproportionately live in poverty. They make clear this is because federal and territorial programs are below the poverty line. They note that the Canada Disability Benefit was promised as a benefit to reduce poverty for persons with disabilities in the same manner as the Guaranteed Income Supplement and the Canada Child Benefit. But instead, the proposed Canada Disability Benefit from Budget 2024 is nothing that the disability community had been calling for, falling well short of the many promises made by this government. They note that the maximum amount is just $200 a month, that it requires a new application process in contravention of Section 11F of the Canada Disability Benefit Act, and that it's restricted to folks who have the disability tax credit, which is long known for the many barriers to access. Petitioners call on this government, in short, to fix the Canada Disability Benefit. They go on to itemize the numerous ways that this needs to be done. First of all, by fully funding the benefit to actually lift folks out of poverty with the urgency seen with the CERB, the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, for example. They go on to call for the government to automatically enroll folks with disabilities who are already a part of provincial and territorial programs rather than using this disability tax credit. They call on the government to tie it to an individual's income as opposed to household income. In short, it's a clear set of principles and actions that could be taken to fix the Canada Disability Benefit. And I'm glad to present this petition on behalf of over 3,000 people who've signed it. Thank you.
Petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I have quite a few questions to read today, just to kind of give a heads up for members. The following questions will be answered today. Questions 2701, 2703 to 2705, 2712, 2716, 2718, 2724, 2726, 2739, 2742, 2744, 2747, 2753, 2756, 2757, 2760, 2762, 2765, 2766, 2770, 2771, 2773, 2774, 2776 to 2780, 2782, 2783, 2788, 2791, 2792, 2794, 2795, 2799, 2800, 2803, 2805, 2808, 2811, 2812, 2814, 2815, 2817, 2819, 2821, 2827, 2828, 2830, 2832, 2833, 2836, 2838, 2843, 2849, 2851, 2853, 2854, 2859, 2861, 2862, 2872, 2876, 2887 to 2890, 2895, 2897 to 2899.
Member might want to take a pause. I know there's been a lot of questions that were answered over the summer that require to be introduced in the House at the first opportunity. The Honourable Member from St. Catharines is going to take over, and we wish that the Honourable Government Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader
I'd
quick
like to
recovery.
finish up, Mr. Speaker. I believe it's just the last line, 2895, 2897 to 2899, 2901, and 2903, Mr. Speaker. And the next line. Sure. If a revised response to question number 2626, originally tabled on June 27, 2024, and the government's response to questions number 2700, 2702, 2706 to 2711, 2713 to 2715, 2717, 2719 to 2723, 2725, 2727 to 2738, 2740, 2741, 2743, 2745, 2746, 2748 to 2752, 2754, 2755, 2758, 2759, 2761, 2763, 2764, 2767 to 2769, 2772, 2775, 2781, 2784 to 2787, 2789, 2790, 2793, 2796 to 2798, 2801, 2802, 2804, 2806, 2807, 2809, 2810, 2813, 2816, 2818, 2822 to 2826, 2829, 2831, 2834, 2835, 2837, 2839 to 2842, 2844 to 2848, 2850, 2852, 2855 to 2858, 2860, 2863 to 2871, 2873 to 2875, 2877 to 2866, 2891 to 2894, 2896, 2900, 2902, and 2904. Could these matters be made for return? These returns would be tabled in an electronic format immediately. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand. Thank you.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made of orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed and so ordered. Requests for emergency debates. I wish to inform the House that I've received notice of a request for an emergency debate. I invite the honourable member for Nunavut to rise and make a brief intervention.
I rise today to seek leave for an emergency debate regarding the recent deaths of 6 First Nations people at the hands of police forces in Canada. Indigenous people's lives matter. Report after report, recommendation after recommendation, RCMP are still instilling systemic racism against Indigenous peoples in Canada. For decades, Indigenous peoples have been injured, worse yet, have died at the hands of the RCMP. From August 29 to September 8, in just 11 days, Canadian police killed 6 people. All 6 were First Nations. I honor the First Nations families who are grieving and who deserve justice. The injustices experienced by First Nations killed by the RCMP deserve our attention. 2 were hit and killed by police vehicles. 1 was shot in the chest 3 times during a wellness check. Another was a 15-year-old child who had called police for protection. 2 officers shot at him as he ran away. 2 others were shot by police responding to service calls. This should never have happened, and we will not accept it. With the exception of the APTN, not much other national media is exposing these deaths. Why? Because systemic racism and deaths of Indigenous peoples in Canada is normal and expected. The government must answer. Why do Indigenous peoples continue to be victims of violence carried out by the government? As parliamentarians, it is on us to hold our institutions accountable. No more. We must show Canadians that their parliament is addressing the institutional violence perpetrated in their communities today. The NDP and I are seeking an emergency debate so parliamentarians can discuss immediate measures to save Indigenous people's lives today. We must honor Indigenous peoples. No more Indigenous children must lose their father to the barrel of an RCMP gun. No more sisters must be stolen by the RCMP. No more Indigenous children must get bullet wounds instead of help. Okaptitiyi, I call on you, the Speaker, to ensure the country takes seriously the systemic racism that continues to kill Indigenous peoples. Do your part to help Indigenous lives. Do your part to demand accountability for Indigenous peoples. Ayun na may okaptitiyi.
I thank the Honourable Member for Nunavut for her intervention and for sharing her intention to bring this before the House. After reviewing the rules, I am prepared to grant an emergency debate concerning the recent deaths of First Nations people by police forces. This debate will be held later today at the ordinary hour of daily adjournment. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, ordre émanant du gouvernement.
Government orders, government bills, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-71, an act to amend the Citizenship Act 2024.
The Honourable Member from Vancouver East has 16 minutes left, followed by a period of question and answers for 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to re-enter into debate on Bill C-71. What is this bill about? It is about a group of Canadians whose constitutional rights were stripped by the Conservatives 15 years ago. Bill C-37 was brought in by the Harper administration, and through that process, while they want to try and fix some of the lost Canadian issues, to which Bill C-37 did in part. However, in that process, the Conservatives also created a brand new class of lost Canadians. And that is to say, they brought in a provision that took away the rights of first-generation born abroad Canadians to pass on their citizenship to their children who are also born abroad. By doing that, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives essentially indicated some Canadians are more equal than others. Those who are second-generation born abroad Canadians did not have the right to become citizens. And as a result, this has caused untold harm, pain, and suffering to Canadian families. I have met lost Canadian families whose children, as a result of this unconstitutional law, resulted in their children being born stateless. I have family members who face deportation as a result of this unconstitutional law. I have met family members and families who were separated, where the parent was torn away from their children as a result of this unconstitutional law. This law went on for 15 years. Now, I joined the House of Commons back in 2015. One of my first things that I did was to draft a private member's bill in an attempt to fix this problem. The then Minister John McCallum was a minister who, at that time, while in opposition, said this needs to be fixed. While successive Liberal ministers failed to do so. Until now, and I will grant this minister some recognition, for him to bring this bill forward. Now, it wasn't without a fight, because I don't think the government was going to do it. And as the NDP critic for immigration, refugee, and citizenship, I had to lobby endlessly of successive Liberal ministers to get us to where we are today. And there was an opening to get this dealt with when Senator Yonah Martin brought in a private member's bill, Bill S-245, in the Senate. Now, that bill was only going to fix a very small portion of the Lost Canadian issue, what they call the 28-year-old rule. I won't go into all the details around that because most people already know what it is. But that bill, in my view, and I said to the senator at the time, that it was deficient because it does not deal with a variety of other Lost Canadians as a result of the Harper conservative punitive bill, Bill C-37. And that I had every intention to move amendments to her private member's bill to fix it. And most notably, I wanted it dealt with, and that is to ensure that the new class of Lost Canadians that the Conservative created, that the second generation born abroad Canadians would have the right to citizenship, albeit be subject to a substantial connections test, but they have the right to be recognized as Canadians and for those children to have that right. We went through this whole process at the committee, Madam Speaker. Some 30 hours later, with the vast majority of the NDP amendments were adopted, and I negotiated with the government, and where they supported my amendments, and they were passed. But the Conservatives filibustered that committee by 30 hours, 12 committee meetings. And I gotta tell you, committee meetings are precious because we only get 2 a week, and sometimes you lose them depending on the day, and it could be a stat holiday or whatever the case may be. So those are precious time, an important time to get work done. But the Conservatives filibustered that bill by 30 hours. But even then, we persisted and we managed to get it through. And the amendments were adopted. The government and the report was tabled in this House with a raw recommendation where the government adopted my amendments. And then what happened? Because it was a Senate bill, the House procedure requires the sponsor of the bill from this House, which happens to be a Conservative member, because Yonah Martin is a Conservative senator. So the member from Calgary Forest Lawn is the sponsor of the private member's bill, Bill S-245. That was supposed to be brought back to the House of Commons for third reading debate back in, well, more than a year ago. And then what happened? The Conservatives traded the order of precedence for the bill to be brought back into this House 8 times. They traded it over and over and over again to delay the bill in being able to come back to this House for third reading debate and a vote. To this day, it's still not going to be debated. When I saw that indication, it was clear as day that the Conservatives have zero intention of doing what is right and what the courts, by the way, had ruled by saying that that provision was unconstitutional. And even then, they would not do the right thing. So then I approached the current Minister of Immigration and said, the government must bring forward a government bill, because Bill S-245 is never going to come back to the House of Commons because the Conservatives will continue to use the delay tactics. And after much discussion, the minister agreed, and we worked together to bring Bill C-71 here. And that's how we got here. And just to be clear, what did the court say? I want to put this on the public record. The court decision by the Ontario Superior Court in a 55-page ruling found that the second generation cutoff rule violates the Charter of Rights and Freedom because it, quote, treats differently those Canadians who became Canadians at birth because they were born in Canada from those Canadians who obtained their citizenship by descent on their birth outside of Canada. The ruling went on to say the latter group holds a lesser class of citizenship because unlike Canadian-born citizens, they are unable to pass on Canadian citizenship by descent to their children born abroad. Madam Speaker, the second generation cutoff rule denies the first generation born abroad the ability to automatically pass on citizenship to their children if they are also born outside of Canada. In her decision, the judge accepted claims that women are particularly impacted because the second generation cutoff rule discriminates on the basis of gender, forcing women in their reproductive years to choose between travel, study, and career opportunities abroad or passing citizenship to their children. Madam Speaker, one family member who's part of the appellate of the case, actually, they were told by officials to say, all you have to do is go back to Canada to give birth, as though, and this is during COVID, by the way, where travel is not safe and where she has no family doctor here to follow through with the pregnancy. She would have no health insurance. And of course, she would have no family support because her husband is abroad who has to continue to work. And that means that she would have to give birth by herself here. She would have had to seek an extended leave from work to facilitate this. It makes zero sense to even suggest such a thing, but yet there you have it. And as a result, her child was born stateless. That is the reality of what we're talking about. Those are the impacts, real impacts for the lives of Canadian families. I am so happy that the court made this ruling and made it clear. And I urged the government at the time not to appeal the ruling, to which I am also grateful that the government did not. We heard earlier that the Conservatives said they would have appealed the court ruling. Of course they would. They were the ones who actually brought in the unconstitutional law to begin with 15 years ago, Madam Speaker. We also heard from the Conservative, the member from Calgary Shepherd, who said, and they would have applied a criminality test to this issue. Well, are you going to apply, Madam Speaker, through you, to the Conservatives, apply a criminality test to Canadians that are born here? It is absolutely absurd to make these suggestions and to hold true to the idea that some Canadians have more rights than that of others. This has been struck down by the courts. It is time to do not only what is morally right, but also what is legally required by the courts. Madam Speaker, the amendments that I put through to the House of Commons, through the committee on S245, essentially call for a substantial connections test for parents who are first generation born abroad of having to be in Canada for at least 1,095 days. And so that would mean that they would extend that connections test to second generation born abroad and subsequent generations. My amendments also restored those impacted since the second generation cutoff rule was enacted in 2009, and that we would also apply the same amendments to the adoptee families. Madam Speaker, it took some work, a lot of work to negotiate it, to get to where we are today, to see this bill. At least 10 years of my time, but that's nothing in comparison to people like Don Chapman, who's dedicated his entire life, who was born, who was deemed a lost Canadian, and who's fought this and helped so many families to regain their citizenship. And other families who suffer, those who's been lost to this, because this law was never fixed. We have to do what is right. And I hope that the Conservative members will not filibuster. They claim and they said to the family members that they will support this provision. But yet, actions speak louder than words. And all of the action to date indicate otherwise. So, Madam Speaker, I'm going to give them another chance now to do what is right, because we have to get this passed. We have to make this law according to the courts, and because it's the morally right thing to do. So, Madam Speaker, at this juncture, I would now suggest we do this. I ask for unanimous consent for the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, Bill C-71, an act to amend the Citizenship Act, be deemed read a second time and refer to the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration. Madam Speaker, I'm asking for this because this will expedite the bill, get it to committee so that we can hear witnesses, so that we can actually make this law and do what is necessary, what is right for the people of Canada.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. It's defeated. Order. There's time for questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate many of the comments that the members put on the record. And once again, it's disappointing that the Conservatives don't necessarily see the value, at the very least, of allowing it to get to that committee stage. And the question that I have for her is the issue of taking a look at passing legislation of this nature and how it's going to directly impact many people in different regions of the country. They are literally going to be getting their citizenship, something in which they should have today. And I'm wondering if she could just reflect in terms of the impact it has on the individual today that will benefit by the legislation actually passing.
For Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. To the heart of the question is this: Bill C-71 effectively would make Canada's immigration law, particularly for the class, what we call Lost Canadians, charter compliant. And what that means is family members who've been not able to pass their citizenship onto their children because their children are second generation born abroad would have those rights restored. Madam Speaker, these are not new rights. These are citizens who should never have lost those rights per the Superior Court of Ontario. So we're not creating a new class of citizens. We're restoring this class of citizens who were unjustly and unconstitutionally penalized. And it would mean that children would actually not be born stateless. It would mean that families would not be separated, and it would mean that people would not face deportation because of this unconstitutional law.
And comments, the honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. The desperate NDP been supporting the government for the last 2 years, and they're making a disaster out of the immigration in Canada. How can they sit here and talk about better immigration since they made a mess out of the immigration law in Canada, and the results are showing for every Canadian?
Member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The very member who said no to my motion asks this question. The very member who was part of the Conservatives who created this unconstitutional law that said some Canadians are less Canadians than others. The very same Conservatives who's been ruled by the courts to say their law is unjust and it is time for government and all parliamentarians to bring in a law that is charter compliant. That's where I stand, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Yes, Madam Speaker, thank you. When I read this bill, I told myself, well, we're not going to dawdle on this. There won't be a lot of debate because it's always urgent We may not be hearing interpretation. Is interpretation now functioning? This is interpretation. English channel testing 1, 2, 3. English interpretation channel testing 1, 2, 3. Testing interpretation channel. Interpretation channel, English channel 1, 2, 3. This is the English interpretation channel. The Honourable Member from Montcalm, from the top. I was saying, Madam Speaker, that when I read this bill, I thought that we won't have to dawdle too much on it because it's always urgent to repair injustices. And I don't see how anyone could justify delaying this reparation of injustice. I was very surprised to see that the Conservatives have just said no to my honourable colleague's motion that would allow us to expedite this bill to repair these injustices. What does my honourable colleague have to say about this kind of behaviour?
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for that question. I think it's shameful. I do, because justice delayed is justice denied. And it's been 15 years already where Canadian families have suffered this punitive, unconstitutional law created by the Conservatives. And now they want to delay it even further. We have debated this ad nauseum. I have made a speech on Lost Canadians. I've lost count on how many times. It's time to act. And it is shameful that the Conservatives will not do what is necessary and what is right.
And comments, the honourable for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
And I thank my honourable colleague from East Vancouver, Vancouver East. Yes, indeed. And I recall attempts to put this through by unanimous consent from the honourable member from Vancouver East before we adjourned for the summer. One would have thought that reflection over the summer might have changed the automatic chorus of nays from across the aisle, because this is a matter of restoring rights to Canadians, not inventing new rights, not expanding a class of people. It's a matter of fairness and justice. And I lament the fact that the quite consistent efforts with real integrity from the member for Vancouver East have been thwarted here this evening. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much. And I want to actually stand here and say thank you to my colleagues, the Greens, the Bloc, the Liberals. We all stood together to say we have to do this in a nonpartisan way. Let's make sure that we restore the rights of Canadians. And the only party who's standing in the way of that right now is the Conservatives.
Questions and comments? The honourable from Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague, the member for Vancouver East, for all of the work that she's been doing around this. It is incredibly disappointing to see the actions of the Conservatives continuing from before the summer. We know that this is vital work for us to restore the rights of Canadians. And we know, Madam Speaker, that the Conservatives, unfortunately, this is a trend where they voted against provisions that would have rectified the unconstitutional second-generation cutoff amendments. They then, as my colleague mentioned, filibustered the bill for 30 hours at committee. They punted third reading debate 8 times. As the member said, action speaks so much louder than words. And I'm wondering if the member can share her thoughts as to why the Conservatives are saying one thing to families and yet doing something very different in the House of Commons.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, the simple answer is that they want to mislead families. In fact, the leader of the official opposition, in a reply to family members urging them to take action to fix this injustice, said that they supported passing Bill S-245. But then what did they do? They did everything they could to delay passage, to obstruct passage, to the point where they're refusing to even have the bill come before this House for third reading debate and third reading vote. So they're misleading Canadian families. They're pretending that they stand for justice. They're pretending that they stand for the rights of Canadians and treating all Canadians equally, when in fact they do not. And it is a very opposite thing of what they say, who they claim they are.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to appreciate the comments that the member has shared, and especially just the acknowledgement of the work that Don Chapman has done. I remember working for former MP for Kitchener-Waterloo, Andrew Schlegdy, and they had many conversations. So I also do take the point that this has been a long time coming, and it's important that we get it done. What I would like to ask the member is in regards to the Private Members Bill S245, which I understand is sponsored by a Conservative member, and their continuous approach actually to not see it debated or come to a vote. And what I also find challenging in regards to that piece of legislation, which this government bill is rectifying, is that majority of the members in this House of Commons actually help to expand the scope of that private members bill, and Conservatives reject that because Conservatives tend to believe that there should be two classes of citizens in Canada, and they tend to believe that anybody who thinks like them should only be the ones to have their ability to advance. So I would like to hear the member's comments as to why she believes the Conservatives did not want to see this bill go to committee so that we can actually see it debated and to see it advance, or the question at least be called. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Answer from the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much. I also like to acknowledge Don Chapman, but of course, as well as the family members who took the matter to court and the legal team that fought this issue so that we now can actually have this rectified. The Conservatives actually, on 8 occasions, move the debate for third reading on S245 in 2023 on October the 16th, October 25th, November 6th, and then in 2024, January 29th, February 15th, March 22nd, April 10th, and May 1st. That's their record. They moved this 8 times. And what does that tell you? It tells you that they do not support ensuring that Canada ends the practice of having 2 classes of citizens.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member from Vaughan Woodbridge. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in this chamber today to give some more context to the proposed legislation to amend Canada's Citizenship Act. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that we are gathered today on the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people. I'd also like to recognize that Indigenous peoples have been here since time immemorial. The contributions they have made in this country in the past, present, and future have and will continue to be significant. It is our responsibility to continue to work towards reconciliation in coordination and collaboration with Indigenous people each and every day. Being Canadian means taking steps to tackle inequality and injustice within our society. We do this not only through our words, but more importantly, through our actions. Bill C-71 proposes amendments to the Citizenship Act in response to issues raised in both Parliament and the courts. These changes will restore citizenship to the remaining lost Canadians, individuals who either could not become citizens or lost their citizenship due to the outdated legislative provisions. While previous amendments helped many, a small cohort of lost Canadians remains. The legislative amendments outlined in C-71 will help lost Canadians and their descendants regain or obtain citizenship. They also address the status of descendants impacted by the Harper Conservatives' first-generation limit. The revised law will establish clear guidelines for acquiring Canadian citizenship by descent. Once this legislation is enacted, the harmful first-generation limit will no longer apply, allowing Canadian citizens born abroad to pass their citizenship to their children, provided they can demonstrate a substantial connection to Canada. A Canadian parent born outside of the country will be able to transfer citizenship to their child if they have lived in Canada for a cumulative total of 3 years before the child's birth. These changes will result in a more inclusive and fair Citizenship Act and will right the wrongs of the previous Conservative government. Additionally, the new legislation continues to reduce the differences between children born abroad and adopted by Canadians, and those born abroad to Canadian parents. Any child adopted overseas by a Canadian parent before the law takes effect will be eligible for the current direct citizenship grant for adoptees, even if they were previously excluded by the first-generation limit. Once the law is in place, the same criteria will apply to children adopted by Canadian citizens abroad. If the adoptive parent born outside Canada can show a substantial connection to Canada, and the adopted child will be eligible for citizenship. Bill C-71 will restore citizenship to those who have been wrongly excluded and will establish consistent rules for citizenship by descent going forward. These updates build on the work done by the Standing Committee of Citizenship and Immigration on Bill S-245, further refining the proposals and more comprehensively addressing the recent issues raised by the courts. Being a Canadian citizen is a privilege, Madam Speaker. We should all never take for granted. In fact, we should all advocate as strongly for our right to citizenship as the lost Canadians have done. Canadian citizenship represents more than just legal status. It embodies an ongoing commitment and responsibility. What does it mean to be Canadian, Madam Speaker? There is no right answer to this question, and that's one of the great things about our country. Since Confederation, many diverse people have chosen Canada as their home, with the exception of Indigenous peoples. Every Canadian's history began with a story of a migrant. As Canadians, we have an ongoing commitment to reconciliation with Indigenous peoples as we continue to strengthen our relationship with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people across the country. Another commitment we make as Canadians is to come together to build a stronger country for everyone. That's evident in many ways. Canadians spring into action to help those in need, and it's not limited to family, friends, and neighbors. We know that our country's future prosperity hinges on the sense of goodwill and our continued collective efforts. Canadians are also committed to inclusion. We choose to welcome diverse cultures, languages, and beliefs, and that makes us unique. We value the experiences that have made our fellow Canadians who they are, just as we value the experiences others have. We respect the values of others as they respect ours. Celebrating our differences helps us learn from one another and better understand the challenges and opportunities that arise in our communities. In turn, we can identify new solutions to the problems we must overcome together. Though we are diverse, there are certain ties that bind us. In addition to helping others in times of need, Canadians also work to build opportunities for success and seek to share the benefits of that success with our communities. How we become Canadian can vary greatly. As the Minister said, it is important to recognize that regardless of how one becomes a Canadian citizen, we can all agree that we value each and every Canadian equally. Some of us are lucky enough to be born in Canada and Canadians by birth. Others are newcomers who choose Canada, join our communities, and earn their citizenship. They are referred to as naturalized Canadians. Lastly, we have Canadian citizenship by descent. Individuals who are born outside of our country to a Canadian parent who proudly pass down their citizenship. We hold and value each of these citizens as equal and part of our diverse country. While we all define how we are Canadians in our own way, Parliament defines who and how we become Canadian through the Citizenship Act. Our citizenship process and the rules should be fair, equal, and transparent. But recently, it has become clear that the Act must be amended to address the 2009 legislative amendments which exclude individuals due to first-generation limit. The Ontario Superior Court has been clear. The Harper Conservative first-generation limit is unconstitutional on both mobility and equality rights. Bill C-71 introduces inclusive changes that will address the challenges raised by the courts on citizenship This applies in particular to those born overseas to a Canadian parent. Today, we have a choice. We can commit to addressing past wrongs, take care of those among us who have faced injustice and inequality, be more inclusive, and share the benefits we enjoy as citizens with others who deserve to call themselves Canadian too. As proud citizens of this country, we must uphold the commitments that define us as Canadians. Whether we are citizens by birth or by choice, whether we were born in Canada or born in another country, we are bound by our shared values and our mutual respect for our country and for each other, and our enthusiasm to call ourselves Canadians. Canadian citizenship is a fundamental part of who we are. It unites us, opens up opportunities to us, and challenges us to live up to our values: self-knowledge, service to others, democracy, equality, and inclusion. This legislation will lead to a better Citizenship Act, benefiting not only Canadians, but anyone who seeks to understand, what it truly means to be Canadian. By restoring citizenship to those who were wrongfully excluded, we all stand to gain. Our country becomes stronger when we embrace diversity and acceptance. Thank you for your attention to this crucial piece of legislation.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The level of desperation on both the NDP and the Liberals is continuing to take place on this. Why wouldn't the honourable member tell Canadians about the mess that him and his government have made out of the immigration law in Canada? Why don't he tell Canadians the sad stories about how the mismanagement of the immigration have caused Canadians a lot of suffering at all levels of cost of living and housing and everything? He should tell Canadians that story.
The honourable member for Kingston, the honourable government deputy House Leader.
You know, Madam Speaker, I gave a speech on the subject of immigration and citizenship specifically, and how to better protect the citizenship of people that rightfully deserve it. And the member chose to go off topic and talk about what Conservatives always want to talk about, and that's basically anything but the content in which is before the House. I will refrain from engaging with him on that, because there'll be another time for that subject. But I just, want to highlight, Madam Speaker, I was born in Canada, but neither of my parents were. My mother immigrated from Italy. My father immigrated from Holland. And when they came to Canada, their parents brought them here because they saw the Canadian dream. They saw an opportunity to raise their children after leaving war-torn countries after World War II. And I'm a product of that. I am here, and I was born in Canada, and I had the opportunities because they chose to do that. What we need to do, Madam Speaker, is make sure that we preserve those opportunities for future Canadians, and in particular those who rightfully deserve that citizenship. That's what this piece of legislation is doing, to correct the mistakes, in particular the mistakes of Stephen Harper and that member's government from 2009, so that those people can properly get the citizenship that they deserve.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? L'honorable député Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Now, Madam Speaker, we do recognize that this bill is a step in the right direction. But beyond that, Madam Speaker, I'd like to hear from my colleague about the fact that, like many of the bills under this current federal regime, it's a real, even though it's a step in the right direction, it's really hard to understand. It's really a puzzle. Wouldn't it be better to just review the Citizenship Act? Because it's so complicated and it's so hard to understand. I'd like to hear from my colleague on this point.
House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, that opportunity will come up at committee for the member to raise other concerns that she might have, and a discussion can be had a bit there. But, when I was giving this speech, I was thinking of a good friend of mine. He was born in Germany. Now, listen to this, Madam Speaker. He was born on a Canadian military base in Germany. Both his parents were Canadian. His father served in the military and was at CFB Kingston when I met him. And that military base closed, Madam Speaker, in Germany. When my friend went to try to prove his identity and that he was actually a Canadian citizen, it was almost impossible for him to do that, because the base that was located no longer existed, and that land was no longer considered to be Canadian soil. So there are people out there that have been impacted by the fact that they have not been able to obtain their citizenship. And legislation like this is aimed at ensuring that people who rightfully should have that citizenship do. And the member might have other concerns. I encourage her to bring those up at committee, and there'll be a time and place to discuss it at that point.
Time for a brief question. The honourable from the Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member. I'll try to be as brief as possible. There's just something that was shared with me that I wanted to ask the member his thoughts on it. We know that the rates of at least 1.48 million Canadians here and abroad are being violated by the current law. And Justice Akbarali, in her June decision, talked about the estimated 170,000 women born abroad who are at the age range when people often start families who are being affected by this law. And she talked about the impacts of this with children becoming stateless. It leads to women having to make choices between their financial health and independence and their physical health on another. It separates families, forces children to stay in places they are unsafe. And the Justice Akbarali goes on from there. What are the members' thoughts to these comments?
From the Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
My thoughts on that, Madam Speaker, is that the Conservatives should not have opposed the unanimous consent motion moments ago to push this along. But instead of addressing the concerns of the individuals that this member mentioned and the injustices that have been done, we should get this through as quickly as possible. We used to have this supply and confidence agreement that allowed us to do that kind of stuff with the NDP. We don't have that anymore. Perhaps there would have been opportunity had we had that. But nonetheless, I really hope that we can get this through quickly so that it can become a law that individuals can benefit from it.
It's a very good point.
Point of order, the honourable member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There have been discussions among the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House during the debate pursuant to Standing Order 52, no quorum calls, dilatory motions, or requests for unanimous consent shall be received by the chair.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. La Chambre a entendu l'énoncé de la motion.
The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay.
Adopté.
Carried.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madame la Présidente. Merci. It's always an honor to rise in this House and to provide remarks. And it's great to be here at the start of Parliament in this fall session. Madame la Présidente, j'aimerais souligner.
I just want to remind members again, if they want to have conversations, to please take them out or sit beside each other and have that conversation as opposed to interrupting the proceedings. The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. We'll recommence. J'aimerais souligner que nous sommes réunis aujourd'hui sur le territoire.
I would like to remind us that we are here today on the traditional unceded territory of the Algonquin Nation. I am honored to be here in order to discuss these highly necessary amendments to the Citizenship Act,
which Madame la Présidente continues to clean up the messes that were created during the Harper administration, particularly with regards to immigration and lost Canadians. We need to do the right thing. We need to move this piece of legislation forward. It is the right thing to do. Great to see it having received support from the other parties. Unfortunately, not from the party that wishes not to work constructively for Canadians. This proposal would not be possible without the groundwork laid by the Immigration Committee during its study on Senate Public Bill S-245. I would like to offer my sincere gratitude and appreciation to the Liberal, NDP, and Bloc Québécois members for their efforts to help lost Canadians. Citizenship in Canada is precious. It can be obtained by birth, by naturalization, or by descent. Citizenship by descent in Canada is what we are here to focus on today. Par contre, plus important, la façon dont ils obtiennent la citoyenneté.
and it's very important to consider how people obtain citizenship. We need to ensure that everyone is treated equally in this country. We are proud of our diversity. We need to amend the Citizenship Act in order to ensure that groups that were previously excluded now be treated fairly. We also need to address the constitutional issue that has been ruled on by the courts. We need to look at the case of people who are Canadian by descent and born abroad. According to the Superior Court, the limit imposed by Mr. Harper was unconstitutional.
Yes, a conservative piece of legislation that was deemed by the courts to be unconstitutional. Comme l'a dit la honorable ministre, pour comprendre
As the minister said, in order to understand the scope of the problem, we need to understand the history of the Citizenship Act.
We know that this cohort is a limited one. The majority of lost Canadian cases were remedied by the legislative amendments that were implemented in 2009 and 2015. with approximately 20,000 people acquiring citizenship or having their citizenship restored through these amendments. It's comprised of a specific cohort that meets specific criteria. This cohort of lost Canadians was born abroad between 1977 and 1981 in the second or further generation and already turned 28 and lost their citizenship prior to the passing of the 2009 legislation and repeal of this age requirement. Madame la Présidente, when I was first elected, I had a couple from Southern Italy come visit my office who now reside here in Canada, and this situation applied specifically to them. Their mother was a Canadian citizen born in Italy who had obtained Canadian citizenship through her father. The wife was born in Italy. The mother could not pass down this Canadian citizenship to her daughter because of the legislative changes brought in by the prior Conservative government. Again, cleaning up Conservative messes still 9 years forward. This cohort of lost Canadians was again born abroad between 1977 and 1981 and had already turned 28 and lost their citizenship prior to the passing of the 2009 legislation and repeal of the age requirement. The goal of Senate Public Bill S-245, brought forward by Senator Martin from British Columbia, as well as the amendments adopted by the members of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration, was to restore the citizenship of these lost Canadians affected by the age 28 rule. When Bill S-245 was studied by the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration, the bill as amended aimed not only to restore citizenship to this group, but also to allow some people born in the second or further generations to be deemed Canadian citizens by descent. Their citizenship status hinged on the condition that their Canadian parent could demonstrate a substantial connection to Canada. In other words, if that Canadian parent had been in Canada for 3 years before the child was born, consecutively or otherwise, their citizenship could be passed on to that child, even beyond the first generation abroad. Bill S-245, as amended by committee members, also proposed to ensure that children born abroad and adopted by a Canadian beyond the first generation can also access citizenship. In those cases, there's a different process for adopted children, but the end result remains the same. They're Canadian. The Ontario Superior Court decision that deemed the Harper Conservative first-generation limit on citizenship by descent unconstitutional came down after the committee began its review of S-245. Given that the first-generation limit is a key element of our citizenship by descent framework, Parliament must establish a new framework to manage the issues raised by the court and ensure fairness in Canada Citizenship Act. Yes, fairness, something like the opposition party does not really understand. S-245 has now gone through a number of changes and improvements based on feedback from experts and those directly impacted. Therefore, we have included and adopted some of the committee's suggested changes in C-71 to ensure the needs of Canadians are accurately reflected. C-71, an Act to amend the Citizenship Act 2024, will restore citizenship to the remaining lost Canadians and their descendants. Doing the right thing, doing what's right for all Canadians. A Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian. Similar to the proposals in S-245, this bill expands access to citizenship by descent with a more broad approach, a focus on inclusivity. These revisions address the issues raised by the Ontario Supreme Court of Justice regarding the previous Harper Conservative legislative amendments, including the first-generation limit. Conformément aux modifications apportées.
Therefore, with these amendments to the Citizenship Act, we will help these lost Canadians. This bill will automatically confer citizenship on certain individuals born abroad. Who were not able to receive citizenship for various reasons. There are also cases of dual citizenship. There are also countries where if you are a citizen of another country, this can create legal problems and can lead to being stripped of certain benefits. With people in that situation, the bill proposes giving them access to a simplified renunciation process. The same one as previously.
canadiennes ne les rend pas apatrides et qu'elles fassent
And
une
so,
demande de
therefore,
répatriation
people
de la
will
citoyenneté
need to make a
honorée
renunciation
par
request.
l'intermédiaire de notre processus ministériel. Ces modifications
These
ne protègent
amendments
la loi sur la citoyenneté.
to the Citizenship Act
Que tout enfant né à l'étranger d'un parent canadien
will
avant
ensure
la
that
version
all
du
children
projet
born
de loi
abroad to
sera
Canadian
un
parents
citoyen
from before
canadien
the bill was adopted will
et sans
become
naissance.
Canadian citizens.
Les modifications garantiront également qu'à l'avenir, les enfants
And
nés
the
à l'étranger
amendments will
d'un parent
also
canadien
ensure that
également nés à
children
l'étranger
born abroad in future
recevront
to Canadian parents born abroad
la citoyenneté de leur naissance. C'est leur
will
parent
also receive citizenship
canadien
at birth
bien de manifester avec le Canada.
if their Canadian
Je vous invite à faire part de vos
Canadian
réflexions
parent
concernant
has
cette proposition
a
faite
substantial
aujourd'hui.
connection to Canada.
J'exprime moi aussi que, grâce au soutien de toutes les parties,
And I
ce
hope
projet de
that
loi
thanks to the support of all
progressera de
parties,
façon rapide
this
et
bill
efficace.
will move forward quickly and
Madame la Présidente,
effectively.
we are talking about Bill C-71, but more importantly, we're talking about Canadian citizenship and what it means and how to obtain Canadian citizenship. I know, in speaking to the residents of Vaughan Woodbridge this summer and really every weekend at events and stuff, we have our issues and challenges in Canada. Yes, we do. But one thing I know I live in one of the best cities in Canada, if not the best. And I know I live in a beautiful province called of Ontario. And I know Canada is the best country in the world. It is. I know it will be. We have a bright future ahead of us. And this fact of being able to attain Canadian citizen, much like my honorable member from Kingston, the Island said, my parents got selected to come to Canada as immigrants in the late 1950s and 1960s. They won the lottery. I often joke around, it'd be nice to win the lottery, but I won the lottery because my parents were chosen to come to this beautiful country where I now reside, my brothers, my family all over, actually, Canada, and where my wife and I are raising our 3 children, 2 of them who play competitive soccer and spend a lot of time driving around, and a little one in daycare still. And you know what? They won the jackpot that their grandparents on both sides got chosen to come to Canada and are now Canadian citizens. That is a place we're here for. That is a country, it's the best country in the world. Anybody that says otherwise is just being condescending and trying to do for political gain, and it's really such a shame. Thank you, Madame la Presidente. I look forward to questions and comments. I'm really happy to be back here to do the good work that we were elected to do as members of Parliament, all 338 of us, because we're here for one thing, to make the best country in the world even better. Thank you, Madame la Presidente.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Beside ballooning the size of the immigration department with negative result and making a mess out of the department itself, what will the honorable member propose? How much stress Bill C-71 is going to leave on the department in addition to the stress that they're in right now?
Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
It's nice to see the honorable member from Edmonton Manning, who I know himself is via his family are newcomers to Canada as well for many years, and has 2 wonderful sons that have bright futures in this country that I know have a great education and are working and are doing very well. That's what Canada is about, so let's give it a thumbs up. In terms of the immigration department, we know the hardworking people at IRCC are processing millions and millions of visas, millions of applications, because do you know why, Madame la Presidente? Because people want to move to this country. People love this country. They know that this country, despite the challenges that we face and globally, is the best country in the world to come to establish a family. Yes, we've gone through some hard times. We've gone through global inflation. We went through COVID. There are wars that we have not seen for 80 years happening in the world. But you know what? I never bet against Canada. The official opposition may. I will never do that. Canada is the best country in the world, Madame la Présidente.
Commentaire, l'honorable député de Montcalm.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been listening to my Conservative colleagues' questions since earlier. And it seems like he wants to use the time we have here to make it into a debate about all of the problems having to do with immigration management, whereas here we are actually debating a simple case of injustice. And the Conservatives seem to be opposing a motion that would make this go through very quickly. But instead, they refuse because instead they want to go into all of the immigration system in detail. Of course, we in our party also criticize the management of the immigration system. We've asked questions about it at question period, but why get things mixed up like this? Why not focus on the substantive aspects of this bill?
I thank my colleague for the question, for what he said. We are here to do good work for our constituents, those who are working very hard.
Good work of Canadians, wherever they live in this country. This injustice with lost Canadians was caused by a Conservative government under Mr. Harper, where he put in measures that were deemed unconstitutional, whether it was for immigration, for justice measures, and so forth. That's what happened. They go to the courts. They don't like the courts. Madame la Presidente, they do not like the court system. They view the judges at all. I hear some heckling on the other side. Again, decorum.
If honorable members have questions and comments, they should wait till the appropriate time. The honorable member Vaughan Woodbridge, if you could wrap it up so I can ask another question.
The honorable member from the Bloc Québécois, who represents one of the ridings in the province of Quebec, we need to fix this injustice for Canadians across this country. What has happened is wrong. We know it. Canadians born abroad to a Canadian citizen are Canadians. They should have always been treated as such. Yes, there are measures here for substantial test that's made that is fair and right. I thank you for your time, Madame la Presidente, and great to see many of my colleagues.
Questions and comments? The honourable from Edmonton Strathcona.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his intervention in the House this afternoon. I think we all can agree that this is very, very late in coming. I know the incredible work that my colleague from Vancouver East has done on this file to push the government to do this, to call out the government for why this is taking so long. But I do have a specific question for the member. The commencement provision of Bill C-71 confers discretion on the governor and council, so the cabinet, to determine when the act will come into force. It does not specifically specify the timeline or a deadline for when this needs to happen. I wonder if the member could talk a little bit about the intention of the government, and can we be certain that this government will bring this forward and will bring this into effect upon royal assent?
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge, a brief answer.
I thank the honourable member from Edmonton Strathcona for their intervention and their question. We need to bring this piece of legislation forward. We need to get it passed with all party support. The Conservatives should know this is the right thing to do to correct an injustice. I agree with the honourable member. We need to get this royal assent and moved into force as soon as possible to ensure there are no injustices to Canadians, specifically in regards to their citizenship. Being a Canadian, we're very proud to be Canadian. These folks are Canadian, and they're just as proud and to get that citizenship that we are fortunate and blessed to have today. Thank you, Madame la Presidente.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity several times today. I will be sharing my time with the honourable member of Mission, Mascue, Fraser Canyon. Madam Speaker, like many members of this House and millions of other Canadians, I was born in another country. Canada is very much a nation of immigrants, and I'm proud to be one of them. I came to this country as a young man, leaving behind a civil war which had been raging for many of my life. I came here seeking peace, stability, and opportunity. I will admit, I did not know that much about Canada before moving here. It didn't seem necessary to learn more about what I already knew. That Canada is a cold country with warm people, a place where newcomers are readily accepted regardless of national origin, race, color, or creed. What more did I need to know? I was welcomed here with open arms. It didn't take long for me to realize that Canada was a place I would be proud to call home. I found a job, got married, started a family, and realized that just how much this country means to me. I knew I wanted to be part of it. That's my future, and my family's future was here. I became a Canadian citizen in 1994. I started a business, got involved in community organizations, and eventually was asked by the people of Edmonton Manning if I would represent them in this House. It has been an honor and a privilege to serve my country in this way. One of the delights of being a member of Parliament is that I have been able to hear so many stories from my fellow Canadians, especially whose their life, they're like myself, came to this country to make it home. I have heard hundreds of times how people came to this country and why they chose Canada. Pledging allegiance to this nation is a serious business. In becoming a Canadian, you are saying that you want to be part of the greatest family in the world. Like marriage, becoming a citizen is a serious commitment. It isn't something that should be entered into lightly for convenience sake. As Canadians, we are all very aware of our rights. We even have Charter of Rights and Freedoms. What we don't talk often about is our responsibilities as citizens. It isn't only about what Canada can do for us, it's also about what we will do for Canada. Being a Canadian should mean something more than having a passport accepted everywhere in the world. Being a Canadian is a state of mind, of a joining together of different people for a common cause. Because I know what it means to be a Canadian, I cannot support Bill C-71, an act to amend the Citizenship Act 2024. To me, this legislation devalues the idea of citizenship. It is as if the Liberals want to grant citizenship to tourists. I can see the advertising slogan now, quote, "Come spend your summers in Canada, and after 10 years, you will be in citizenship as added bonus," end quote. Why are those who wish to become Canadian citizens no longer expected to live here and become part of our country, of our society? Where is the commitment on their part to become part of the community? Does being Canadians not matter anymore? In 2006, the Canadian government spent $94 million evacuating 15,000 Canadians from a conflict in Lebanon. It's my home country. Many of those were people who had the benefit of Canadian citizenship with minimal connection to Canada. Once things died down, they went right back to the country that they thought as their first home. They were Canadians of convenience. That's why the Harper government amended the Citizenship Act to restrict the transmission of Canadian citizenship to only one generation born outside of Canada. It does not seem right to me, or to the most of the Canadians, that citizenship should be granted to generations of people with no ties to Canada. Perhaps it's time to tighten our citizenship rule, not weaken them. We don't need more Canadians of convenience, people who hold Canadian citizenship but live abroad and do not participate in Canadian society. This legislation is intended to address concerns raised by Ontario Superior Court that ruled that the first generation cutoff rule in the Citizenship Act was unconstitutional. Bill 71 is hastily written, ill-conceived proposal that needs a lot of work before being acceptable to Canadians. Instead of fixing the problem, the bill weakened the rules. Under this act, to pass on citizenship to children born abroad, the bill introduces a substantial connection test, where parents must demonstrate they were physically present in Canada for 1,095 days or cumulative days at any point in their lives. This rule applies to those who are Canadian born, naturalized Canadians, and those born abroad. I don't know what you think of as substantive, but 1,000 or so cumulative days don't seem to me to be much of connection to Canada. If you live elsewhere, but spend summer vacations in Canada, it wouldn't take that long to reach the required number of days. I can see that this could be a part of a new tourist industry. Maybe I'm biased, but I think that experiencing a couple of Edmonton winters should be a requirement for anyone wishing to become a Canadian citizen. After all, one of the things that binds us together as Canadians is the shared experience of cold weather. Certainly, if this bill isn't amended, it will increase the stress on the civil service. Somehow, someone will have to be tasking on checking that the citizenship applicant really has spent 1,095 cumulative days in Canada. What burden of proof will that be required? When I became a Canadian, I did so that I was going to give my all to this country. I understood that Canadian citizenship was a privilege, not a right, and that it was something offered to those who understood what it meant to be Canadian, who accepted Canadian values, who wanted to work together with other Canadians to make our society even greater. Canada is not my backup plan. Canada is not my backup plan. It is my only plan. And I know how important Canadian citizenship is. I don't see that important reflected in Bill C-71. Madam Speaker, both the Liberal and the NDP wants to play game. It's all of a sudden, after they made such mess, after the immigration rules and laws in Canada, they're getting another chapter of making a bigger mess out of the department by adding more stress to a failing department and failing immigration system. Bill C-71 does not respond to that. It adds to the disaster. I will not vote for it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madame the President, and to the honorable member from Edmonton, Manning. We know Bill C-71 is the right thing to do. We know Bill C-71 is correcting an injustice that was caused from the prior Harper government, where the courts ruled the law that was in place at the time unconstitutional. The Ontario Superior Court of Justice ruled unconstitutional. This is the right thing to do to correct an injustice. It's about fairness. I have much respect for the honorable member from Edmonton, Manning. I just want to ask the honorable member, through you, Chair, why would you not support a piece of legislation that corrects an injustice? Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
For Edmonton, Manning.
Madam Speaker, I already listed many points why I don't support C-71. And to that, I'm not interested in a political game with the Liberal and the NDP. That's why there's many other Canadians the government need to speak to. Go and hit the road, talk to people, knock on doors, and the first thing comes out of Canadians, how disaster the immigration system has become in Canada and why need to have a fix, not an additional disaster adding to it.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll pick up on the comment from my colleague from the Conservative Party saying that the immigration system in Canada, there are a lot of holes, there are a lot of things that aren't working. We totally agree on that. But C-71, well, they're not talking about the immigration system as a whole. That's not what we're talking about. It seeks to correct an injustice. It says that women are especially affected, that people who work for the government internationally are especially affected, and that is what C-71 seeks to address. The Conservatives are blocking things. They did it at the Senate. They did it when it came to adopting C-71 immediately. Is the real reason the Conservatives are against it that it had been a law that was brought in under the Stephen Harper Conservative government?
Honourable member for Edmonton, Manning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm surprised also by the Bloc Québécois. I'm not sure what's in it for them on C-71. There's really, as I said, the bill is ill-conceived and the bill is badly written, and there's no evidence to support their argument. Therefore, I'm so surprised. I'll throw the question back at them why they'll be supporting this bill.
Questions and comments? The honourable for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I would like to thank my colleague from Edmonton. I have to say, though, his speech was deeply disappointing. I was in his riding quite a lot this summer. I spoke to a number of his constituents, a number of people who put him in this position. They are absolutely appalled by his failure to speak up for Lebanese Canadians, for Palestinian Canadians on the genocide happening in Gaza. But more importantly, when he stands in this place and talks about Canadians of convenience, does he feel he's the one who gets to choose who is a Canadian and who is not?
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, I deal with my community and I've got my backing of my community. I don't need the NDP to go and knock on my doors to tell me what they do. They better spend their time elsewhere. That's on one thing. The other thing is, Madam Speaker, I'm not the one who's trying to impose anything on Canadians. If anybody's doing that, it's the Liberal and the NDP throughout the last 2 years of making a disaster out of the immigration law in Canada. So they better be ashamed and they better be knowing what to ask people before they even suggest so.
Time for a brief question. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honourable member for Edmonton Manning says he wants Canadians who believe in Canadian values, and certainly one of those is the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which is why the courts ruled that the cutoff rule for second-generation Canadians was unconstitutional. My question to the honourable member is, for Canadians of convenience, how does he imagine that they so cleverly plan ahead to choose their parents so that they can then claim Canadian citizenship?
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning has 1 minute to respond.
Well, I think that's a much bigger question, and thanks to the honourable leader of the NDP for this question. It's a much bigger problem she's raising right now. And again, there's nothing that I suggested in my speech that reflect on anything other than the allegiance to Canada is the right thing to do. And to be Canadian is to live as Canadians live, and to feel what Canadian feels, and to be close to and to be back in this country of every way, not to have the convenience of just having the passport to travel anywhere in the world. That is the argument. It's a valid argument, and many Canadians will respond to that in a positive way, as I'm suggesting today.
So before I go to resuming debate, I just want to remind members, because there's been members on both sides of the House that seem to want to interject when someone else has the floor. I would just ask them to please wait till the appropriate time to either ask questions or make comments. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Bill C-71 before us today seeks to amend the Citizenship Act to do three things. First, it would ensure that children not born in Canada but adopted by Canadian parents would be treated as Canadian-born citizens for the purposes of passing on citizenship if they have children abroad in the future. This is something I support. Secondly, it would restore citizenship for individuals who lost it due to non-application for retention or rejections under the former Citizenship Act, Section 8. Again, this is something I support. Thirdly, and most importantly, it would abolish the first-generation limit for Canadian citizenship by descent established in 2009 and replace it with a substantial connection requirement, which would allow a foreign-born Canadian citizen to pass down their citizenship to their children and grandchildren born abroad, so long as they have spent at least 1,095 days in Canada cumulatively. It is this portion of the bill that I have concerns with that I will outline here today. The first issue relates to the hot button issue in British Columbia for many years of birth tourism. Birth tourism has long been an issue in Canada, and this bill leaves the door open to the practice continuing long into the future. In fact, it would encourage it. For those that don't know, birth tourism is the practice of traveling to another country for the purpose of giving birth there. This is generally done to obtain citizenship for the child, taking advantage of our birthright citizenship laws. In Canada, there are three pathways to citizenship. The first is known as jus sanguinis, or right of blood, in other words, being born to a Canadian parent. The second is naturalization, the process of immigrating, obtaining permanent residency, and eventually citizenship, as my previous colleague alluded to. The third is jus soli, or right of soil, in other words, being born on Canadian soil. A 2023 article in the National Post discussed jus soli, highlighting how a single hospital in Richmond, BC had 502 non-resident births in 2019. Across Canada, 4,400 non-resident births took place in 2019, more than triple the number in 2010. In 2023, the first baby born in Vancouver was born to a birth tourist. The mother even told local reporters she had made her first ever trip to Canada specifically to secure a Canadian passport for her daughter. A 2020 CBC article titled All About the Money, How Women Traveling to Canada to Give Birth Could Strain the Healthcare System highlighted that Canada is in a small minority of fewer than 36 countries who grant citizenship based on birthplace, regardless of parents' nationality or status. It noted that a high concentration of non-resident patients giving birth in Canada has led to compromised care for local mothers-to-be and nursing staff. Another article in 2023 noted that while air travel restrictions during the pandemic slowed down the trend, numbers have started to increase again right now. It highlighted that of 102 non-resident women who were surveyed after giving birth in Canada between July 2019 and November 2020, 77% cited birthright citizenship as their primary reason for giving birth in Canada. It is very clear that this pathway to citizenship is being abused, and this program will only see the numbers increase as the Liberals reduce security checks for visitor visas as well. Therefore, thousands of children each year are born in Canada and leave with the full rights and privileges granted to any other Canadian. And should they choose to come back to Canada at any time in the future, they will have access to Canada's healthcare and generous social security benefits without the requirement to pay any taxes before they arrive. Right now, Canadians are paying more taxes while getting less. How is it fair to Canadian taxpayers? Even Liberals have recognized that this is a big issue and called for change. In 2018, the former Liberal MP for Steveston Richmond East, Joe Pescalito, tabled petition E1527, which called on the government to address birth tourism, citing its exploitation of Canada's generous public health care and social security system and violation of Canada's sense of fairness. I would be remiss if I didn't note that when the first generation limit was brought in 2019, Liberals even voted in favor of it at third reading in the House of Commons. How is it just that a birth tourism baby will be able to pass on citizenship to their grandchildren under this proposed law? That is the big question today. Citizenship will be passed on to the grandchildren of Canadians born here solely for the purposes of obtaining citizenship. For my constituents, that is not just. The second issue I have to raise in respect to this bill are the obvious ramifications of eliminating the first generation limit, namely the capacity of Immigration, Refugee, and Citizenship Canada to meet its current obligations on top of the additional files this law will inevitably create if it is passed. Earlier today in the minister's remarks and from questions from the member from Calgary Shepherd, the minister was not able to respond to the number of people that will be impacted by this law. That is irresponsible. This proposed legislation could lead to tens of thousands of additional files to process, leading to even more backlogs in our strained immigration department. In the Ontario Superior Court ruling that led to the legislation proposed here today, the court cited a 50% error rate even among the samples that were cited during the court proceedings. We already have seen the effects of an overcrowded immigration system. In fact, we're living them today. Checks are being missed, and dangerous people have been allowed into our country due to a lack of due diligence and effectiveness by our officials. Just over a year ago, Harjeet Singh Nijjar was murdered outside of Gurdwara in Surrey. It was revealed that his alleged murderers were in Canada on student visas. In just the last months, the RCMP have foiled multiple terror plots by people who had recently come to Canada. In the spring, RCMP officers foiled a plot by a 62-year-old Canadian citizen who had been filmed taking part in a beheading on behalf of ISIS in 2015, which was not found before he was granted citizenship. Then over the summer, we learned of the arrest of a 20-year-old Pakistani citizen who obtained residency in Canada, who is planning to commit a massive attack in New York around the anniversary of Hamas's barbaric attack on Israel on October 7th. His plan was to kill as many Jews as possible. With IRCC already failing to ensure dangerous people are not granted visas, PR, or citizenship, how can we trust that they will be able to effectively track the 3-year significant connection clause for potentially tens of thousands of new applicants on top of our already overburdened system? Additionally, this bill does not require individuals granted citizenship to undergo criminal background checks, posing even more security risks and undermining Canada's standards for who can become a Canadian citizen. The third issue I'd like to raise today relates to the Supreme Court. It relates to the Supreme Court and the lower court in Ontario. When it comes to something as important as the granting of Canadian citizenship, I believe this decision should have gone to the Supreme Court of Canada and not a provincial court judge in Ontario. If I had more time today, I would also raise points on the financial implications of this bill and the effects it could have on Canadians, on our democracy and voters abroad in future elections. And finally, on the financial implications as well, the government has not been able to provide any estimate in respect to the cost that this bill will have on Canadians. As was referenced in this House already multiple times today, the former Conservative government brought forward a first-generation limit in response to the crisis in Lebanon in 2006. That cost Canadian taxpayers over $94 million. And as my colleague from Edmonton outlined, many of those people left Canada after they used our consular services and generous supports that Canada used to protect them. The question before us today is, do we really want to create a new wave of Canadians of convenience? In closing, I do not believe that that is a good idea to extend citizenship to the second generation born abroad for the reasons I've been able to briefly outline. Thank you for your time, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm wondering if the member can expand upon his thoughts in regards to the Superior Court in the province of Ontario with the decision. The Conservatives have taken the approach that they would have appealed that decision. Would the Conservatives have agreed if the higher court would have reinforced that particular ruling, or would they have potentially, given their opposition to it, used the notwithstanding clause?
Well, thank you,
The Honourable Member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Winnipeg for the question. The fact of the matter is that I believe our citizenship is sacred. It is something that all of us, especially in this room, have a responsibility to uphold and to dignify. And I believe that the questions, a question of such importance, namely who is able to be granted Canadian citizenship, should not be determined by an Ontario Supreme Court judge. I believe it would have been in the interest of Canada and the government of Canada to appeal that decision to higher courts. So ultimately, the Supreme Court of Canada could have made a decision on jus soli and its implications moving forward. That said, I will not answer a hypothetical question about what the Supreme Court could or could not have done. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Then comments, l'honorable député de Montcalm.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague's speech fits into what I was saying earlier. It speaks about many things without answering the main question. An example, a Quebec couple goes to work abroad for the Quebec province. They have a child, they come back. This child lives in Quebec and therefore is Canadian. This child, as an adult, goes to work abroad. They have a child, but that child would not have Canadian citizenship. That doesn't make sense. Does he not agree?
The Honourable Member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Right now, the Bloc Québécois have a serious determination to make. Do they stand with the Liberals in centralizing more power in Ottawa and removing the powers of citizenship under Quebec's rules? I do not believe that the 1,095 cumulative days is a good test for determining citizenship. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honour for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. And something that's come up frequently is talking about this court case. What I understand is that it's a lower court decision. And what really interests me is that the Liberals talk about this decision and how, well, why should it have been appealed? And I will remind the Liberals here that there was a decision of a year or two ago from a court of appeal that they didn't like because it was about oil and gas. And that very day, the Prime Minister marched in here and said, we will be appealing. Why? Because it fit his narrative. I wonder what this member has to say when the Liberals seem to talk out of both sides of their mouth about whether things should be appealed or not appealed like this.
The honour for Mission Matsky, Fraser Canyon.
Madam Speaker, I will admit I am not an expert on constitutional law like my colleague from Kamloops, but I do know, like every other Canadian, that intuitively our citizenship is something that is sacred. It is something that needs to be upheld, and that a lower court decision should not be the determining factor on a matter of such importance as determining our citizenship. I will note again that the Liberals on February 15th, 2008, voted to eliminate the second generation provision that is being debated here today. And I think the Liberals back then made a right decision. And I call upon the Liberals to listen to their constituents and uphold the citizenship law as it is today in respect to the first generation limit. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
So thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, it's interesting. I've had the opportunity on a couple of occasions to ask Conservatives in regards to their actual position with respect to the notwithstanding clause. And I think at the end of the day, Canadians need to be very much aware that the Conservative Party has demonstrated that they really don't have a problem resourcing the notwithstanding clause if the need is there. Now, if you start listening to what the Conservatives are actually saying about this particular piece of legislation, take a look in terms of what they've done with regards to a so-called Conservative Senate bill that was brought in, or a Conservative-friendly Senate bill. One begins to believe that they are diametrically opposed to what this legislation is doing. And I think we all need to be concerned about that. Because at the end of the day, they, through legislation and manners in which they vote, they start to show their cards, whether they like it or not. People will start to get a sense in terms of what it is that the Conservative Party stands for. We know that the Conservative Party does not have reservations for not using the notwithstanding clause. I asked the question directly to the member, it's hypothetical. I'm not going to answer that question. Well, I think it kind of pushed it to the side, or maybe a little too quickly, because I do think it is a very important point. When you talk about citizenships, and you talk about first generation, the second generation, and what it is that was actually done back then, you have to put it in the perspective of Canadians and what it is that Canadians do abroad. I had the honor of serving in the Canadian Forces for a few years, I should say. And through that process, you get to know a lot of people, whether it was veterans from the past to, at that time, current members. And a lot of members of the force actually spend a great deal of time outside of Canada. And while they're outside of Canada, they will often have a child. That child might ultimately come back to Canada for a relatively short period of time, maybe posting. It could be education that they're having to leave Canada again. And they find themselves in that situation in which the Conservative Party has made the decision that that child of that serving member doesn't necessarily deserve the right to ultimately have his or her children get recognized for Canadian citizenship, depending on the situation. The same principles.
Point of order, the honourable member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
This is not debate. The citizenship law, as the member is referring to, it doesn't apply to Canadian Forces members.
To elaborate on the honourable member's speech and on policy, and he can do that during debate. The honourable member for parliamentary secretary. Oh, sorry, I got another point of order. The honourable member Timmins James Spade.
Madam Speaker, I want to congratulate you, but I'm very concerned that the member is trying to undermine legitimate questions that are being asked of his rather ridiculous speech.
Order. I just again want to remind members that if they want to contribute to the discussion, they should wait till the questions and comments. That these are not points of order. There are more points of debate. The honourable parliamentary secretary, the government house leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, mine is as a part of the actual debate, my comments. And I can tell, the member that stands up on a point of order, calling into question my statement in regards to legitimate concerns that people have in regards to that second generation and beyond. There are many Canadians that have all sorts of reasons and rationale that is used that might put them into a position where the law that was passed back in 2009 by Stephen Harper ultimately has compromised them. And at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, what's being lost in a lot of the discussion, especially coming from the Conservative Party, is that this legislation will have a very profound positive impact for many people that believe, as they should, that they are Canadians. Madam Speaker. And the Conservative Party of Canada is saying no to that. Now, they will come up with a rationale or an excuse as to why, or to attempt to justify their attitudes in regards to it, Madam Speaker. But I would suggest to you that there is a fundamental flaw to their thinking. And that is the fact that the law that was passed by Stephen Harper and the Conservative Party back in 2009 has a fundamental flaw to it. It's called the Constitution. The Constitution of Canada and Charter of Rights clearly demonstrates through a superior court in the province of Ontario that the law, as was passed by Stephen Harper and the Conservatives, was in violation of the Constitution. And that was done, and that decision was made back in 2023. In November, December, it was towards the end of 2023, Madam Speaker. Now, if you were to rewind a little bit, you will find that there was a wonderful opportunity to be able to address the issue in the form of a Senate piece of legislation that was brought forward dealing with the issue of citizenship. The Conservative Party at the time saw the merit of the legislation to the degree in which they were prepared to bring it through the legislature, through the House of Commons, on behalf of the Senate. Well, Madam Speaker, things are going relatively well until it gets to the committee stage. Now, I wasn't at the committee, but what I'm told is that there's hours and hours and hours, 30 plus, maybe it's 29 plus, I'm not 100% sure of that. But anyway, many, many hours where the Conservatives actually filibustered the debate. Why? Because the Conservative Party felt that the opposition and the government members were changing the legislation that made it unacceptable, Madam Speaker. Even though you had a superior court in the province of Ontario say that it was in violation of the Charter of Rights or the Constitution. So now it passes committee stage, Madam Speaker, and what happens? Well, because it was a Conservative initiative, that means the Conservative Party has to allow it to come for debate for report stage and third reading here on the House of Commons. Well, we all know that there's a calendar that's set And that calendar, Madam Speaker, allows for private members' business, in particular, I'm talking about S245, to ultimately be guaranteed virtually, because it was high enough in precedence, to actually get that debate, Madam Speaker. Now, the Conservative Party has made the decision that they don't want that debate, because Madam Speaker, when that debate starts, it's only like 2 hours. That includes that report stage. So, the brain thrust from the Conservative Party, that House leadership team that believes in things like using the notwithstanding clause to take away rights, Madam Speaker, well, they feel we don't want to bring it forward. So what we'll do is we will defer it to another piece of legislation. I don't know how many times they've done that, Madam Speaker, but that's what they've done. So now it leaves the government in a very difficult position, because that Superior Court decision actually allows us to make the changes, and I believe it's to the end, could be the end of this year, Madam Speaker. Don't quote me on it, but I believe it's to the end of the year. And at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, we need to see the legislation ultimately get through. Because if it doesn't get through, then it causes some other issues. I'm actually encouraged that the NDP member has stood in her place and tried through unanimous support to try to get it through the House. And it's not the first time. When we had the agreement between the Liberals and the NDP, it was an attempt to get it through virtually all steps, and I thought that was a good idea, Madam Speaker. Now we're saying let's at the very least get it to the committee. In fact, some Conservatives will tell you, well, you know what, it just needs some amendments. Maybe we could support it if we get some amendments to it. The problem is, Madam Speaker, that the Conservative Party knows, well, I know right offhand, the only way this legislation is going to get to committee, based on the discussions that I've witnessed in the history of the Conservative Party playing a destructive force here on the floor of the House of Commons, the only way it is going to get out of second reading and going into committee stage is if the Bloc or the New Democrats decide to support a government initiative to time allocate the legislation. If that does not happen, Madam Speaker, I don't believe for a moment that the Conservatives are going to allow it to go to committee, because they have made the determination already that this is bad legislation. That's the reason why I use the example, so that people that are following the debate have a better appreciation in terms of why it's so important that the legislation actually pass. Because we are talking about real people not being able to be recognized and being given their Canadian citizenship, Madam Speaker. That is a very real issue. When this legislation passes and receives royal assent, there are going to be people that are going to be given their Canadian citizenship, Madam Speaker. We all know how important that is to Canadians. When you think of citizenship, it's been pointed out, there's 3 ways in which one becomes a citizen of Canada. The easiest and most obvious way is via birth, Madam Speaker. Now, whether you have been here for generations, my roots go back into the province of Quebec and then coming over to Manitoba. Some went into other prairie provinces. We've been here for generations. I'm a citizen because I was born here, Madam Speaker. You know, the other day, I met a family, and it's not the first time. I often meet families where it's a relatively young couple, and they might have 2 or 3 children. And one of the children is actually born here in Canada. And some of them are actually still in the process of being recognized as permanent residents, something that Conservatives seem to have issues with. Some that are actually going through the Manitoba nominee program and ultimately will become citizens of Canada, I would argue, Madam Speaker, after going through a rigorous procedure. But that sense of pride that they have when they're able to say, you know, my child, this one here, was actually born here in Canada. So whether it's that child that has been born here or someone like myself, not only has it been born here for generations, we are all equal. And that's the way that I perceive it, Madam Speaker. Now, people might want to try to distort that in different ways for different political purposes. But at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, that is one way in which one becomes a citizen. Another way in which one becomes a citizen is through naturalization. And I can tell you, and naturalization is through immigration, the many different streams of immigration, Madam Speaker. And I can tell you that some provinces, including mine, would be challenged, especially for many years, in terms of a population that would be growing if it was not for immigration. And those individuals that through immigration, and most do, Madam Speaker, ultimately become citizens of Canada. And that is something, again, that every one of us are afforded the opportunity to be able to go and witness firsthand swearing-in ceremonies. And if you haven't taken that opportunity, I would highly encourage all members to participate in a citizenship court. And the sense of pride that is there, Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry. The sense of pride.
Fair.
When you have, 50, 60, 70 people sitting in a room that have all met the requirements of becoming a Canadian citizen, then being sworn as a Canadian citizen, Mr. Speaker. I've had opportunity to speak at many of these over the years. I've had opportunities, as I would trust that most have, in terms of extending personal congratulations and the witnessing of tears and eyes because of that step. Where I tend to differ, there was one of the Conservative members that talked about, being Canadian. And, for immigrants that are coming to Canada and becoming permanent residents and then becoming citizens, the expectation is not that you forget about your homeland. Canada is the greatest country in the world to live and call home.
Hear, hear.
But it does not mean that you have to forget about the home in which you were born, Mr. Speaker. Because ultimately, I would suggest to you that one of Canada's greatest assets is our diversity and our ability to build upon our world community and to use that as a way in which we can expand our economy, as a way in which we can showcase the world in terms of diversity and how people can, in fact, get along, Mr. Speaker. These are the types of things in which I like to think that we're not a giant melting pot, as some Conservatives might like to try to portray, but rather take a look in terms of the value and the norms and mores of our society. So that's the second way. The third way is dealing with the whole idea of, descendants, and specifically the legislation recognizing what I made reference to at the beginning, and that was dealing with the first generation issue that was established back in 2009. Now, some Conservatives will say, well, you know what? Liberals voted for it at that time. I've heard that on a number of occasions. I can assure the member I personally didn't vote for it at that time, but that doesn't really matter, Mr. Speaker, because I understand the context in terms of which that vote actually had taken place. And it has been explained here before. It was a holistic piece of legislation coming forward, and that's where the mistake was ultimately made, Mr. Speaker, because you had the Prime Minister at the day threatening to take away the legislation unless it ultimately was able to go through in a more timely fashion without necessarily amendments. We know that Stephen Harper was not fond of amendments. I know that firsthand in many different ways. So this legislation deals with that issue, along with something in which the previous speaker recognizes something in which he himself supports, and that is the issue of adoption. We often have discussions inside the House where we talk about adoptions, Mr. Speaker, and we try to give the impression, I would like to think in a very honest and genuine way, that an adoption is just as important as a natural delivery or a biological child. And ways in which we can enhance that through the Citizenship Act is a very strong positive. I would think that all members would support that, Mr. Speaker. So if you take a look at the legislation itself, and even take a look at the background of the legislation, I would have thought that this legislation, as some members have already pointed out, that it would not have been an issue in terms of passing the House of Commons. Yet, unfortunately, based on the debates that we're hearing coming from the official opposition today, which is more preoccupied about the leader and the Conservative Party of Canada than it is on Canadians as a whole, Mr. Speaker, as a direct result, we find ourselves into a position that there are going to be many people in different regions of our country that are not going to be able to get their citizenship as a direct result. And I would like to think that at the very least, what the Conservative Party could do, there's going to be another speaker after I sit down. I believe it's going to be a Conservative member. That Conservative member could give very clear indication that the Conservative Party is not going to require opposition members and the government to bring in time allocation in order to see this legislation pass, but at least allow it to go to committee. They say they have amendments or changes. When the Senate Bill 245 was at committee, there was changes that were made to it. The minister has been clear in terms of open-minded in regards to possible changes. So if the Conservative Party has changes, well, then let's get it to committee and let's allow it to ultimately see what it is that the Conservative Party has in mind or what their plan actually is. We know that members from the Bloc and the Democratic Party are supporting the legislation, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate that fact. And we have a couple of days. Let's see what happens with the legislation. Maybe the Conservatives will have a conversion of sorts, see the value of passing this legislation to committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good evening, everyone. Good to see everyone. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's recall when we talk about citizenship that we have a Prime Minister who referred to Canada as a post-national state. That is, he doesn't believe in this concept of there being a particular Canadian identity. He described this as a post-national state. And then you have this member who's talking about, well, these are people who believe they are Canadians. First, they have no definition of what it means to be a Canadian. And then they would like to ensure that citizenship can be afforded to anyone on the basis of, it seems, that they see themselves as being Canadian. And I would say to the member, there is more to being Canadian than simply wishing to self-identify as a Canadian. And would the member acknowledge that there is a fundamental problem with his invocation of this argument that, well, these are people who believe they are Canadians, therefore they're entitled to citizenship. Does he not acknowledge how flawed and dangerous that way of thinking is?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest that there are individuals that are out there that better than I could explain to the member opposite, individuals like Don Chapman, who's been cited, glorified by some, but at the end of the day, there are people that are out there that would be able to explain to the member opposite that in fact, there are many people that should be considered as citizens of Canada. And at the end of the day, I would like to think that if the member met with and talked to some of those people, I suspect that he might have a different opinion in which he currently has. I can appreciate that he has likely been instructed to come into the House and make an argument as to why it is Bill C-71 should not pass. I find that unfortunate, because then what's next? Is the Conservative Party going to say, well, we're going to put limits, or we're going to increase the number of days required in order to become a Canadian citizen from a permanent resident? Can we anticipate that that will be happening?
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de Drummond.
The honorable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very pleased to be back here within the dynamics of the House of Commons. I think this is going to be a very exciting season. Earlier, I heard an excellent question from my colleague for Montcalm, but he didn't get an answer. I'd like to hear from my colleague for Winnipeg on that. My colleague asked, what would happen when there's a Canadian couple where their child goes abroad for work and settles abroad and then has kids abroad? So the question that my colleague asked is very simple. But our colleague did not answer, perhaps from a lack of interest or ignorance, but I'd like to hear from my colleague for Winnipeg on this. So the child of this Canadian who settled abroad, should such a person have to fight for Canadian citizenship?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not too sure, but if, looking in terms of what I heard through translation, the type of child that's being referred to would in fact be a citizen of Canada. And it's as simple as that. What we're really talking about is that second generation individual. So where it becomes somewhat problematic, according to the Conservative formula, is that if you are a Canadian, maybe you're a diplomat, bureaucrat, for whatever, people move out of Canada for a wide spectrum of reasons, Mr. Speaker. And at the end of the day, when they're outside of Canada, they do have children. And it's that child that could potentially be at risk. And there's where, in good part, a lot of the concern arises. And I really would encourage, in particular, members of the Conservative Party to become more familiar with the types of individuals that we're actually talking about, because hopefully it would change their attitudes.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My concern is for people listening to this debate. The image that the Conservatives are giving out is that, well, if you just decide you're Canadian, you can become a Canadian citizen. That's absolutely ridiculous. Or that, people are flying here, having births, and then getting their grandchildren Canadian citizenship, which is also completely false. And it's a dangerous game, because we're seeing rising racist, anti-racist hate. We see what Trump is doing in Springfield, and no, people don't come here and eat dogs. Yeah. But it reminds me when the Conservatives ran an election on a barbaric hotline where people were supposed to be invited to call on their neighbors and target them because they were Muslim or they were from other communities. So when the Conservatives say, it's not easy, we can decide who is a Canadian. Well, we know what that dog whistle is. It's that dog whistle to the racist base, just like Trump's racist dog whistle, just like 2015 when they were saying, rat out your neighbor because these people do barbaric practices.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is important to recognize that there has to be some form of a significant connection to Canada, and that is something in which the minister himself highlighted in raising the legislation. But when I listen to Conservative after Conservative talk about the issue, and I think it's a legitimate thing to raise, and that is, what is the Conservative policy in regards to permanent residents? Will they give that guarantee that they will not increased the number of days required from permanent resident to ultimately apply for citizenship. Based in terms of some of their immigration comments that you hear today, talking now about citizenship, I am very suspicious of conservative far-right MAGA attitudes towards immigrants, Mr. Speaker. And I think that we need to push the Conservatives to come out and tell us specifically what their plans are, whether it's on citizenship, permanent residence, or any other public policies, let alone something like, let's say, the environment.
Question commentaire, the Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I would agree with the member from Timmins, James Bay, that Conservatives are playing games here, and even to go as far as to say using dog whistles here. The reality of the situation is, Mr. Speaker, is that what we're seeing are examples of real life scenarios. And I gave one during my speech. A good friend of mine who was born on a military base in Germany. That military base closed. Both of his parents were Canadian citizens, born in Canada. His dad was posted to Germany at this base. And later on, when he went to try to prove that he was Canadian or prove his place of birth when he was getting a passport, he had a very difficult time doing that because this base no longer existed and he was unable to get that. What we're trying to do in this legislation is to close some of these loopholes that make it very difficult for people who rightfully should have that citizenship, whereas the Conservatives want to suggest that there's something else going on, as though there's some kind of nefarious activity, and it's what they do best. They do this all the time, and I'm curious if the member can expand on his comments on that.
Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do appreciate the question, and that's the reason why I tried to highlight in my comments in regards to where the Conservative Party really is with respect to the legislation. It has become abundantly clear, and the moment I sit down and the Conservatives stand up to speak on the legislation, Mr. Speaker, it will be reaffirmed, and that is that they do not support the legislation. Right. That means in order for the government to ultimately pass, we're going to have to look to the New Democrats and the Bloc and look at ways in which we could possibly bring in time allocation. Now, I hope I'm wrong, and maybe the next speaker will assure me not to worry. 2 days of debate is plenty, and we'll see it go to committee where the Conservatives can look at it, have experts, maybe get some of those questions answered, listen to some real people that are experiencing what my friend just talked about, Mr. Speaker. And that's why I say, let's get the legislation to committee. That's the very least we can do. Often the Conservatives, including this morning, they were saying, let's get legislation to committee. Let it go to committee so we can get some public input on it. Well, the same principle might apply here.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to be back in the House among friends of all colors. Before I speak to the bill before the House, if you'll indulge me, I'd like to make a few brief comments about a constituency matter. That is, I'd like to recognize the immense contributions of Dr. Ryan Topping during the period of his service at Newman Theological College in Edmonton. The college is not in my riding, but Dr. Topping is a constituent, and the college is very important to the Edmonton Catholic community. All of us are therefore deeply invested in the institution's success, its fidelity to its mission, and its decisions around ensuring ongoing strong Catholic leadership. Dr. Topping played a central role in significantly developing and building up this institution. He was central in the design and accreditation of a new BA program and the significant expansion of the student body, in bringing new programs to the college, establishing fruitful partnerships, and bringing in significant new funding. Since Dr. Topping's announced departure, I've heard from many students and community members who are immensely grateful to Dr. Topping for his contributions and are sorry to see him go. So I want to add my voice, and I will continue to add my voice to those recognizing Dr. Topping's noble, selfless, and effective service. Monsieur le Président, la loi.
Mr. Speaker, the Act to amend the Citizenship Act introduced
by the Liberal NDP government threatens the integrity and security of Canadian citizenship. In December 2023, the Ontario Superior Court declared that the first-generation exclusion rule is unconstitutional. The Superior Court stated that there is a 50% error rate in the Liberal-run Citizenship Service with abnormal delays. The Liberal NDP government's response is Bill C-71, which confers citizenship on children born outside Canada to a parent who is a Canadian citizen and has spent at least 1,095 non-consecutive days in Canada. It should also be noted that the bill does not require a robust criminal record check. The bill is irresponsible as it will introduce tens of thousands of new Canadian citizens without any integration plan. If this bill becomes law, the government will have no idea how many people will automatically be granted Canadian citizenship. Registering, verifying eligibility, and resolving legal disputes require considerable resources, which could be better allocated to other areas. These resources could be allocated to housing, our healthcare system, our defense, but unfortunately, these are not priorities for the Liberal NDP government. Their priority is to create thousands of new citizens without any verification of who they are and what their contribution to Canadian society would be. Beyond the economic factors, the bill risks compromising Canada's national identity. Citizenship is more than just legal status. It reflects a sense of belonging to national values, culture, and responsibilities. Suddenly, increasing the number of citizens with no real connection to Canada could dilute Canadian identity and harm social cohesion in Canada. When the Conservatives are back in government, we will stabilize and repair our broken immigration system that the Liberals and NDP neglected. We will enforce a stricter, more responsible requirement for Canadian citizenship. We will reduce and even eliminate the error rate in the citizenship service, and we will end unfair delays in our immigration system. After 9 years, this Prime Minister is not worth the chaos or the incompetence. Only common sense Conservatives will put an end to this government's careless mismanagement and fix our dysfunctional immigration and citizenship system.
Mr. Speaker, we are debating Bill C-71, a bill that makes a number of significant changes with respect to citizenship in Canada. And I want to say a few words about citizenship before I delve into the specific components of this legislation. I think it's important to understand and to reaffirm that citizenship is a profound compact between a group of people. People who take on membership in shared community, who commit to working to advance a shared common good, who commit themselves to being invested in the common good of a people in a particular place, and to understand the common good in terms of generally particular virtues, particular practices, and reverence for a particular history. It is not the process merely of claiming certain rights or entitlements. Of course, there are rights that flow from citizenship, but citizenship is not merely a collection of rights. Citizenship is a moral commitment that we make to each other as part of a common community. And I am very glad that in Canada, citizenship is not defined by ethnicity, by religion, by race, by a single language, that Canadian citizenship is understood in terms that are accessible to anyone regardless of their background. But that does not mean that anybody who wants to become a Canadian citizen necessarily can, nor that anyone who asserts that they are or should be a Canadian citizen is a Canadian citizen. Our citizenship is not constrained or defined by a particular ethnic identity. Our citizenship is defined by certain shared civic values, by a place, by the commitments we make to each other in that place. Citizenship ceremonies, the times at which people that are not Canadian citizens become Canadian citizens, are therefore profound and monumental moments, comparable in many respects to a wedding. But we've seen under this government, I think, a declining appreciation for the power and moral citizenship, the power and moral significance of citizenship, expressed in the declining reverence for citizenship ceremonies. You know, imagine, Mr. Speaker, if you or someone in your life was getting married, and they needed to get a justice of the peace to perform that ceremony for them, and they called and they were told, well, your only option is a virtual marriage. You know, that's all that's available now. We're not doing in-person weddings anymore. You've got to go on a Zoom call and take your vows that way. And that's all that's available to you. That would be obviously outrageous. And yet the message for a long time that many people seeking to go through that process of becoming new citizens, they were in some cases the only option they were given was a virtual citizen ceremony. Still, I think in many cases people are pushed or encouraged towards that option, and I think that's unacceptable. We should recognize and appreciate the profound significance of citizenship and citizenship ceremonies. Now, the other problem, and I encountered this summer, and I think it's important bringing this to the attention of the House, is instances where public servants representing the executive branch of the government are demanding the right to vet and approve the remarks of members of parliament being given at citizenship ceremonies. I experienced this. I was invited to participate in a citizenship ceremony that served people in my own constituency. I was excited to be there. A very good personal friend of mine was receiving her citizenship at that time, as well as many other new Canadians. But I was told that I had to send my remarks to public servants in advance, who would then review and approve those remarks or not. And the Parliament Secretary is shaking her head. I welcome her comments on this, because I think it's a serious matter that should concern all members in all parties. As happens from time to time in this country when there are changes in government, I suspect that Liberal members in opposition would have the same feelings that I do if public servants told them that they had to have their remarks reviewed and vetted in advance. So these are the kinds of things we see from this government around citizenship ceremonies: a push to virtual and a push to more executive control of what is said. And I think that's unacceptable. Citizenship ceremonies are profound and important moments because they are the moments at which people are entering into the Canadian family. I sent in ChatGPT generated remarks for review by officials at the citizenship ceremony this summer. I did not deliver those remarks. I delivered different remarks. in which I emphasize the importance of freedom, freedom of speech, freedom of conscience, freedom indeed as an essential part of the core of Canadian identity. And I was very pleased by some of the feedback I received from new citizens who were welcomed into the Canadian family on that day. Now, let's talk, Mr. Speaker, we're talking about citizenship. Let's talk about rights. So what a right is something that is due in virtue of justice. Justice obliges that certain things be given to certain people in particular situations. A right is what is due. Generally speaking, we're talking about due to a person in virtue of justice. When we talk about human rights, we're talking about rights that are due to all people in virtue of their humanity. And there's a certain category of rights there. Then there are other rights that are not due to all humans, but that are due in particular contexts. For instance, a worker has a right to wages in virtue of justice because they have done work and are therefore entitled to receive their wages. There are certain rights that flow from citizenship. That is, rights that are due in virtue of justice to an individual who has made the commitments associated with being a citizen. There are certain rights, like the rights to vote. The right to vote in a Canadian election is not something due to all human beings because they're human beings. Rather, they are rights that are due to all citizens because they are citizens. That is, a right flows from justice, but we're talking about, but justice provides for certain entitlements in certain contexts that may not exist in other contexts. Okay, so citizenship entails certain rights that come from that moral commitment that is citizenship. Okay, so this is the sort of philosophical framework that I bring to discussion of this bill. So let's talk about what the provisions of the bill are. There are a number of provisions that we agree with, and I may have a chance to touch on the ones we agree with. I won't spend a lot of time on those because I think it makes more sense to spend time talking about the areas that are contentious. So the point of contention in this bill and the reasons why we are concerned about the bill is that this bill would change the rules for how citizenship is passed on through multiple generations to people who are living outside of the country. Right now, the rule is that if I am traveling abroad if my wife and I, let's say, are traveling abroad at a time when we have another child, let's say in 2.5 years we have a seventh, hypothetically, right? Not implausible. If we have another child and we're abroad at that time, that child is a Canadian citizen. However, if that child is then abroad when they have another child, that next generation, so not in this hypothetical my child, but my grandchild, would not be a citizen. And the principle behind that present legal reality is that if a family has relocated outside of Canada and they are living outside of Canada generation after generation after generation, if they are living there, engaging with that particular community, then over time there is, I think, necessarily a kind of diminishment of connection to Canada. We're not talking about someone who has gone to work for a couple of years and then come back, because we're talking about an instance where generation after generation after generation. Again, it's not the children of a Canadian born abroad. It's when the child of a Canadian born abroad then has a child also born abroad. That is the present law. But the Liberals are proposing with Bill C-71 to change that law, to allow without limit Canadian citizenship to be passed to generation after generation after generation. So it means that if one of my children were to move out of the country and then they were to marry someone there, have children, their children had children, for an unlimited number of generations, they could still, provided that they visited Canada at certain points in their life, they could retain that citizenship. It seems unreasonable to me, Mr. Speaker, to us in the Conservative Party, that people should be retaining Canadian citizenship for dozens of generations living away from this place. It doesn't seem obvious to me that someone who is not living here, whose family has not lived here for generations, should have access to the rights that flow from citizenship, because their lives involve engagement with and moral commitments to communities that are elsewhere. And obviously there's nothing wrong with a person making that choice and choosing for whatever reasons to want to live somewhere. But at some point you recognize the reality that you don't, that you are not connected to this place in the same way that someone who lives here is. Someone who is living here, working here, paying taxes here, volunteering in a community here. Now, many Canadian citizens choose to live abroad for periods of time, of course, but it's reasonable to establish some kind of parameters around how long a series of generations would be abroad before you might say, okay, it seems like there's been an opting out of being Canadian and an opting into being somewhere else. So Conservatives are opposed to this proposal from the government for a dramatic expansion of citizenship, such that citizenship could be passed on by those living outside of Canada for an infinite number of generations. The member for Winnipeg North talked about, in defense of this bill, that these are people who believe that they are Canadians. And of course, we understand that the way the law works is that you're not a Canadian just because you believe you are a Canadian. There are certain criteria that we establish in a democratic way. So what we're proposing on this side of the House is that it's reasonable to establish those parameters in the way they presently are defined, not to further expand them in this unpredictable way. The government can't answer how many people are affected by this. I do want to briefly just touch on the absurd nonsense for the member from the member for Timmins James Bay. Rarely worth dignifying with a response here, but I think it's important to point out that citizenship is important. It's not something that everybody is entitled to. We should agree that it is legitimate for a people to democratically set parameters around what it means to be a citizen. The member for Timmins James Bay would have you believe that even trying to have that conversation and talking about what those parameters are is necessarily bigoted. And I would say that that kind of rhetoric is very dangerous because it delegitimizes legitimate and serious conversations about immigration. I think we can have legitimate, serious, substantive conversations about immigration and citizenship that recognize resource challenges, that recognize the need for reasonable parameters, that also recognize universal human dignity. And I think we need to have those conversations because if legitimate conversations about immigration are shut down by this constant and I think malicious charge and insubstantiated charge of bigotry, then we're not actually going to be able to talk about what reasonable, just, and fair rules are. And that kind of extremism from the NDP really undermines our ability to have substantive, thoughtful conversations that advance the common good. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, okay, I listened to that, and to be completely honest, that was one of the few times in my sitting here today actually hearing a reason for not supporting the legislation. But the member didn't actually say he's not completely supporting it. He said he had concerns with some parts of it. So my question to him then is, why not let this go to committee where he can raise those concerns? Conservative members can raise those concerns. We can have a discussion about it. And then if it comes back to the House and he still doesn't like it, then he can vote against it. But instead, what's going to happen, and it's pretty clear and obvious to everybody else in the room, is Conservatives will just drag this on and on and on and on, preventing even that opportunity for him to raise his concerns that he legitimately laid out on the floor here in committee. Why not have those discussions in committee where he can try to get his concerns addressed. Is it the case that perhaps there's more to it than what he's telling us, and there are other reasons that he would be against this?
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I genuinely wish I could repay some of the kind words he said, but I don't really understand what argument he's making. We're debating this bill on the first day. My understanding is this is the first day this bill is being debated. So I'm using my rights as a member, the rights that flow from my status as a member of Parliament, to make arguments about this bill and to highlight that I think the central change proposed by this bill is not one I agree with, and to state the reasons why. And he says, well, why don't you just vote for it then? Well, I mean, no. If I've made arguments that he has acknowledged are substantive and serious arguments about why this bill has significant problems, then it would be fairly natural that I would vote against it. In terms of the timing of the debate, I mean, I don't know how many members want to speak. I wanted to speak. There may be others. But as you may be hinting at, yes, there are some provisions of this bill that I agree with. I agree with the adoption provisions, for example, which I'd be happy to speak about more if there's an opportunity. But this issue of unlimited passing of citizenship on from generation to generation for people living outside of Canada, I think is problematic.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to give the opportunity to my colleague to clarify or offer a bit of a nuance to what he said. In a question he asked to the member for Winnipeg North, he indicated that he says that it's not because we think that we're Canadian that we are Canadian. It's not because we identify as Canadian that we are actual Canadians. Often sovereignists like myself are being told that we are very restrictive in what defines a nationality. I don't identify myself as a Canadian. Our leader has often said all those who live in Quebec and who define themselves as Quebecer are de facto Quebecers. So I find it strange that my colleague stated that if we are in Canada and we identify as Canadian, we're not necessarily Canadian. I'd like to hear a bit more about this, a bit more information. Does he have an inclusive interpretation of citizenship?
Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was responding to the member for Winnipeg North who was speaking specifically about the individuals who this bill pertains to. That is, individuals who may be the grandchildren of Canadian citizens whose family have lived outside of the country for generations. And the member for Winnipeg North said, well, these are people who think of themselves as Canadians. And my point in response to this would be that a person thinking of themselves as Canadians, if they are not Canadian according to citizenship law, their own self-identification should not be the decisive matter. It should be the laws around citizenship that have to necessarily prescribe parameters. I might wish to identify as Swiss, but I'm not Swiss. I don't live in Switzerland. I don't, as it happens, even have any Swiss ancestry. So it would be unreasonable to try to advance the idea that my self-identification with a nationality was the decisive point, which was what the member for Winnipeg North implied. He said, well, these are people who think of themselves as Canadians, therefore. And I'm simply saying that's not the point.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Speaker. So this morning when the minister rose to speak on this legislation, he did not give a number on how many potential new Canadians would be created through the legislation. When I asked him the question, he didn't have a response. He dodged it. That's been a question that were asked of government officials back when S245 was being debated at the Immigration Committee. Repeatedly, that question was asked. They could not provide an answer. So when I asked the member, isn't he concerned perhaps that there will be a burden, administrative burden imposed upon government? Thousands, tens of thousands, 100,000 new applicants that will be requesting proof of citizenship documents and then passport documents, travel documents to Canada and other such services from the government of Canada. We already have over 2 million application backlog in different regular streams of immigration to Canada, but also for temporary visa streams to Canada. The minister was incapable of explaining. All he called is, yes, there's logistical planning issues. Those were his words. So I want to hear from the member. Does he believe this will pose a greater burden on government services? There's a greater cost associated with it. There's no definite number of how many Canadians would be impacted, and therefore it will be irresponsible and reckless to vote for it.
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to recognize our Shadow Minister for Immigration, who does excellent work in this place and in committee, and everywhere else he goes, really. To his point about this imposing a huge burden, of course it would. So, given the huge administrative burden that would be associated with this proposal, given that it's not something we have to do, the question then is why would we do this? Why would a government put forward legislation to allow citizenship to be infinitely passed from generation to generation among those who do not live in Canada? And when you think about all of the other priorities, all of the other challenges that Canadian government resources could be invested in, the fact that we would go through this process that's been proposed, that the government would put that forward, does not make a lot of sense to me, and I think wouldn't make a lot of sense to many other Canadians.
Comments? Question commentaire. The honourable for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I asked the member this too. When S245, which was called the original legislation that led to C71 partially because of the Ontario Superior Court decision, in the Ontario Superior Court decision in Bjorkquist, it says specifically in the 260 paragraph series that one of the reasons that the judge found the current legislation non-compliant was because of all the administrative burdens, delays, and incompetence of government officials. In fact, in several cases, he found that out of the sample that judge took, 50% of the files had errors in them, including sending the wrong Canadian citizenship documents to the wrong family, errors in permanent residency, errors in when a person became a citizen of Canada, and on and on and on. And because of those, the judge considered it non-compliant. So at committee, one of the things we have tried to do is to introduce an amendment on the original legislation, which actually is not in C71, which is to block a person from having their citizenship restored or gain a citizenship by descent if they were facing current criminal charges in another country. The Liberals at the time voted down that amendment. I thought it was a very reasonable amendment to make sure that nobody who was facing criminal charges or had been charged and convicted of a criminal offense would be able to get their citizenship, Canadian citizenship, through this process. I wonder if the member could reflect on what's happened over the last 6 to 12 months with different other temporary and permanent visa applications where we've seen the government fail to do proper security screening.
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Another excellent point from my colleague, and he's absolutely right that we've seen just in general such incompetence from this government when it comes to immigration, such abusive process. I did some advocacy on a case. It was a particularly sad situation of international students who were basically victims of fraud. They were able to come into Canada because both they and the government were deceived by that fraud, and then the government proposed to deport them 4 or 5 years after the fact. Mr. Speaker, I do want to say just in the time that's left, I hope I get another question from the government, in particular from the Parliament Secretary for Immigration, who seemed to be reacting in various ways to my speech, but has missed the opportunity to pose a question on this matter. Maybe there's been a shuffle. I'm sorry that okay, never mind. But the member who used to be might have a question then. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat. Continuing debate. The honourable member for Waterloo. She's defense now.
I'm pleased to rise today to speak to this bill, C71. I'd like to sincerely thank those who have spoken before me and who have defended the interests of Canadians that have lost their citizenship because of the sheer complexity and issues in previous amendments to the Citizenship Act. Today, we're about to turn into a new chapter of equity and inclusion.
Taking steps to tackle inequality and injustice within our society. We do this not only through our words, but more importantly, through our actions. Bill C-71 proposes amendments to the Citizenship Act in response to issues raised in both Parliament and the courts. In 2007, this place was studying the matter of lost Canadians and Canadian war brides. In March 2007, a witness testified at the CIM committee and shared how it all started when she and her brother learned that her family had their Canadian citizenship stripped in 2004, when her brother, by then retired from the Canadian Navy, went to get a passport. She thought she was alone, but soon learned that there were many people like her with family members of World War II veterans and war brides who had learned they were no longer Canadian citizens. She shared how Melinda Jarrett, the curator at the Canadian War Brides Museum in Fredericton, put her in touch with Don Chapman and the Lost Canadians. Don Chapman worked closely with former Member of Parliament, the Honourable Andrew Telegdi, and that is how I learned so much about this file. Today I have listened to mostly a fruitful debate. We know where each party in this chamber stands. All agree that this bill needs to go to committee, and for that to happen, it needs to be called to a vote. Canadian citizenship should not be a partisan issue. I did not choose where I was born or who I was born to, but I am proud that my grandfather chose to come to Canada and that I was born and raised in the Waterloo region. I could not imagine someone arbitrarily taking my citizenship. The CIM witness also shared about the numerous people she met, having being a lost Canadian in common. She also shared some of the reasons why Canadians lost their citizenship, including born out of wedlock or born to a Canadian Forces base, being born on a Canadian Forces base overseas. Register that for a second. You're serving within our Canadian Armed Forces, and you have a baby on a Canadian Forces base, and your child is stripped of their Canadian citizenship. Mr. Speaker, Bill 71 proposes to restore citizenship to the remaining lost Canadians, individuals who either could not become citizens or lost their citizenship due to outdated legislative provisions. While previous amendments helped many, a small cohort of lost Canadians remain. So lost Canadians and their families launched a constitutional challenge in court of the two-generation citizenship cutoff. In December 2023, the Ontario Superior Court of Justice ruled that it's unconstitutional for Canada to deny automatic citizenship to children born abroad because their parents also happen to be born abroad. It gave the federal government 6 months to repeal the second-generation cutoff rule and amend the Citizenship Act. Several constituents within the riding of Waterloo questioned what this ruling meant. What it means is that the Ontario Superior Court of Justice struck down Prime Minister Stephen Harper's Conservative government's old citizenship law, Bill C-37, which prevented parents born outside Canada from passing on their citizenship to children also born abroad. The Ontario Superior Court of Justice ruled that Conservative Bill C-37 violated their rights under Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, namely their mobility rights and women's rights or equality rights. Today, I hear Conservative members saying that the government should have appealed this ruling. To me, this is telling, and I hope Canadians are watching and seeing their position. The Conservative Party of Canada may have changed their leader, well, several times, but they have not changed who they are or what they believe. They believe in two tiers of citizenship. They support people who agree with them, and everyone else does not belong in their vision of Canada. This is appalling and should be very concerning. My Canada, Mr. Speaker, is an inclusive Canada. I respect and value the diversity of people, of perspectives, of experiences, and so forth, but I digress. So in response to the courts, in May, our government introduced Bill C-71, which proposes changes to Canada's citizenship laws, which will address the concerns of the court and the constitutionality of Conservative Bill C-37. As I mentioned earlier, a small cohort of lost Canadians remain. They're the ones who launched a constitutional challenge in court of the two-generation citizenship cutoff. and they won. The legislative amendment outlined in 71 respects the court's decision and will help lost Canadians and their descendants regain or obtain citizenship. That is, as the independent courts have ruled, their right. It also addresses the status of descendants impacted by the Harper Conservatives' first-generation limit. The revised law will establish clear guidelines for acquiring Canadian citizenship by descent. Once this legislation is enacted, the harmful Conservative first-generation limit will no longer apply, allowing Canadian citizens born abroad to pass their citizenship to their children, provided they can demonstrate a substantial connection to Canada. Within this legislation, a Canadian parent born outside the country will be able to transfer citizenship to their child if they have lived in Canada for a cumulative total of 3 years before the child's birth. These changes will result in a more inclusive and fair Citizenship Act and will right the wrongs of the Harper Conservative government. What's more concerning is this Conservative Party, under their new leadership, continues to support two-tier citizenship in Canada. It's appalling that Conservatives in this place refuse to respect the courts. They refuse to accept that the Conservatives do not get to choose who should or should not have Canadian citizenship. But this mentality has existed before. It existed with the previous Conservative government, who introduced and passed Bill C-37, and at that time it was raised that we could make that legislation better, but no. The Conservatives refused, and the lost Canadians had to accept a small step. And what we know today and what was passed is unconstitutional legislation. Lost Canadians had to take this matter to court, and they won, and that's what's bringing us here today. The Conservative opposition repeats those same behaviors. Bill S-245 is sponsored by a Conservative member. The Senate public bill passed the Senate, completed first and second reading in this place, completed consideration at committee on June 12, 2023, and though it should have been called for third reading debate, the Conservatives continue to trade it down so that it cannot be called to a vote. Some people will ask why. To pass a bill while elected, especially as a private member, is a massive privilege. But Mr. Speaker, do you know what happened? The Conservatives did not get it their way. At committee, where a bill can be studied, scrutinized, witnesses and experts can testify, members can ask questions, and amendments can be proposed. Majority of the members of that committee, I believe all except for the Conservative members, proposed and passed amendments. But because the Conservatives did not support them, they refused to see Bill S-245 be debated at third reading. To me, that's disgusting and a disrespect to the work we do in this place. I'm not surprised, as I've seen this Conservative Party in action for a long time. I know they love to change their leader, but they refuse to change their ways. Remember how I mentioned earlier that Conservatives support two-tier citizenship, and they only support those who think like them. That's not an inclusive Canada. I also would like to mention that Bill C-71 continues to reduce the difference between children born abroad and adopted by Canadians and those born abroad to Canadian parents. It should be noted that any child adopted overseas by a Canadian parent before the law takes effect will be eligible for the current direct citizenship grant for adoptees, even if they were previously excluded by the first generational limit. Once a law is in place, the same criteria will apply to children adopted by Canadian citizens abroad, meaning if the adopted parent born outside Canada can show a substantial connection to Canada, the adopted child will be eligible for Canadian citizenship. Bill C-71 will restore citizenship to those who have been wrongfully excluded and will establish consistent rules for citizenship by descent going forward. Our citizenship process and rules should be fair, equal, and transparent. But recently it has become clear that the Act must be amended to address the 2009 legislative amendments which excluded individuals due to the first generation limit. The Ontario Superior Court has been clear. The Harper Conservatives' first generation limit is unconstitutional on both mobility and equality rights. Bill C-71 introduces inclusive changes that will address the challenges raised by the courts on citizenship by descent. This applies in particular to those born overseas to a Canadian parent. For example, former Senator and Lieutenant General Romeo Dallaire was born in the Netherlands to a Canadian father and a Dutch mother. He grew up in Montreal. When he was 24, he was a Canadian Army officer stationed overseas. Because of the rules in Canada's Citizenship Act that have since been amended, he found out when he tried to apply for a passport that he was not actually a Canadian citizen. He was, in fact, a lost Canadian. Today, we have a choice. We can commit to addressing past wrongs, take care of those among us who have faced injustice and inequality, be more inclusive, and share the benefits we enjoy as citizens with others who deserve to call themselves Canadian too. As proud citizens of this country, we must uphold the commitments that define us as Canadians. Whether we are citizens by birth, by choice, or by descent, whether we were born in Canada or another country, we are bound by our shared values, our mutual respect for our country and for each other. Mr. Speaker, this is a matter that's very close to my heart. It's something that I've known for a really long time, and we have the ability today to see legislation advance. And it's okay for us to disagree. It's okay to propose amendments. This government, more than any government in our history, has accepted amendments both in committee, on the floor of this House of Commons, as well as by the Senate. And that's important to do. Getting legislation right is important because we are here to serve Canadians. And today we have this ability to actually see this legislation advance. And perhaps we need another day of debate. That's okay. I wanted to speak on this legislation as well, and I think it's important for people to discuss and raise points that actually will improve this legislation, raise any concerns. But what's concerning is the Conservatives today keep on talking about how many Canadians will benefit from this. The reality is these people are Canadian. The court is telling the government, telling every member here that these people are entitled to their Canadian citizenship. The Charter and Rights and Freedoms protects them. They should have the ability to be Canadian, and the courts are ruling on that. So this legislation really is about righting the wrongs of the past. We can move this legislation to committee, we can debate out amendments, but what will be clear is that there has been somewhat consensus being achieved. I heard from the Bloc, I've heard from the NDP, I've heard and spoken with Green members, and I hear the points are raising. I know where the Liberals stand, but the Conservatives are actually not the majority of voices today. And just like they did for Bill S-245, they're making sure that we can't call it to a vote. They most likely will make sure that they slow it down in this place. They'll read their scripted speeches. They'll probably try to move some kind of tactics or whatever else. And once it goes to committee, I'm sure there'll be a few tantrums thrown there as well. But what is important is that we do this right. As I mentioned within my speech, Canadian citizenship should not be a partisan issue. We have a choice in our country. We can actually ensure that we're not following the lead of other countries. We can do democracy well. We can think about the people who fought in uniform for us to have our rights and freedoms. With rights and freedoms come responsibilities, and I hold those responsibilities very near and dear in my heart. When my grandfather immigrated, he never would have imagined that his granddaughter would put her name on a ballot, let alone be elected. And to represent the good people of the riding of Waterloo is truly an honor and a privilege. To hear their voices and represent the diversity of their perspectives is something that I will take seriously day in, day out. Today's debate, I've been here since the day started. I've been very impressed with the number of points that have been raised. I really have appreciated how even with having different views within our political parties, at the end of the day, we've all been talking about Canadian citizenship and the importance of respecting the independent judicial system. And so I really do believe that we should have the question be called sooner rather than later. I hope the committee is anticipating this legislation so that we can hear from experts and witnesses that really should help us to ensure this legislation is right, because it is the time to do it. And I really do look forward to hearing, receiving some good questions and to seeing the emergency debate that will take place after we adjourn for the day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
When the honourable member returns to this debate, the honourable member will have 4 minutes left in her speech, and then, of course, 10 minutes of questions and comments. La Chambre procède maintenant à l'étude d'une motion d'adjournement de la Chambre en vue de discuter.
The House will now proceed to the consideration of a motion to adjourn the House for the purpose of discussing a specific and important matter requiring urgent consideration, namely the recent deaths of First Nations people by police forces.
Accordingly, the motion is as follows. Ms. Idlout, seconded by Mr. Angus, moves that the House do now adjourn. Debate. The honourable member for Nunavut.
And I'd like to start by expressing that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Timmins, James Bay. And a sincere thank you to the Speaker for seeing the urgency of this matter and agreeing that it required this emergency debate this evening. I especially thank my colleagues in the NDP to help make sure that we're raising the profile of the importance of justice for Indigenous peoples. Since even before Canada became a country, colonialism and genocidal policies have been very prominent, and they are not a part of history because they are still happening now. That those genocidal policies, the colonial attitudes that we see is systemic. We see it all throughout Canada. We see it in the education system, in the health system, and of course, the criminal system that resulted in the call for this emergency debate. I am very saddened to hear of the loss of 6 First Nations people across Canada, and I would very much like to honor their families who at this time are grieving, who I'm sure are very confused about what's happened recently and are probably asking why has their loved one been killed at the hands of law enforcement. I know that, for example, it is not just with the RCMP, but there are provincial law enforcement that are part of the system that are helping to continue to oppress Indigenous peoples in Canada. And the consecutive Conservative and Liberal governments have made promises for decades, but those promises are not leading to action. As I mentioned in my motion seeking this emergency debate, I said there have been report after report. There's been recommendations after recommendations. Despite all this great work to see law reform, to see enforcement reform, we're still not seeing an accountable system that ensures that Indigenous peoples are protected, that Indigenous people live in safety, that Indigenous peoples get to live in comfort. We are still discriminated against, and we need to do our part as parliamentarians. And I very much hope during this debate that we don't take a partisan approach to representing Indigenous peoples in this House. Because Canada is founded, it's created on Indigenous peoples' lands. I know that every one of us MPs in this House have constituents that are either First Nations, Métis, or Inuit, who all have been impacted by the negative impacts of law enforcement. I do want to mention briefly that what sparked this emergency debate are the killings of 6 First Nations people starting on August 29th to September 8th. In just 11 days, the Canadian Police law enforcement killed 6 people. They were not just regular Canadian people, they were First Nations. And this is why this matter is so important. As I've mentioned, the families that we need to honor because of the way that these individuals were killed. I should mention that there's going to be some graphic detail, and I want to make sure that people are prepared to hear the difficult stories that are stories in this room that are lived in the communities where loved ones who are left behind are forced to grieve not just the loss of their loved ones, but they're going to have to, for the rest of their lives, question whether they can feel safe with law enforcement. We need to do our job to help make sure that First Nations, Métis, and Inuit children, women, individuals know that they will be protected, that they will feel safe when they ask for law enforcement. Because right now, what we've heard from August 29th to September 8th will only cause more harm, more fear, and the challenge to want to be Canadian, to want to be part of society. I know that as an Inuk, I know from family what that fear can do. It can be paralyzing, it can be confusing, and without proper mental health supports, without proper coping skills, that isolation can lead to more social issues that will require the need for protection. And to have to think about being paralyzed because maybe there's gunshots that you hear next door, whether you're going to be protected or not, will be a real fear. And we need to do a better job calling for accountability, because as Canadians, we do want to be protected. As Canadians, we do want that sense of security, to have that sense of safety. But how can we have it when we have when we have these 6 individuals over 11 days killed by law enforcement? We need to make sure the calls for action, the calls for justice, TRC, the reports came out years ago, and we've not seen enough implementation of the recommendations of the voices that have been shared to national organizations to say these are the things that need to happen to keep police accountable, to protect the Indigenous communities, and there is not enough going on to make sure that Indigenous peoples are being protected. I've mentioned TRC, I've mentioned MMIWG. I also want to thank Senator Kim Pate, who reminded me today that there's also a great report out there called Injustices and Miscarriages of Justice Experienced by 12 Indigenous Women, because it's First Nations, Métis, Inuit, not just people, but specifically women that we need to make sure we are doing a better job protecting. So I thank you, and I hope that through this debate that we'll see some actual policy changes so that we are making steps towards addressing systemic racism so that we can see Indigenous peoples celebrating their life, thriving, and contributing to this great country that we call Canada.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister for Indigenous Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, let me thank the member for Nunavut as well as Timmins James Bay for bringing this very important debate forward. And let me also express my deepest condolences to those who are impacted. And, you know, we've been struggling with the notion of systemic racism in law enforcement for many years and across different jurisdictions. And in this particular case, I know they're in different areas. They involve different police services. What would accountability look like, and what would truth look like in these particular cases? I know it can't be a one particular answer because they're all different, and I just would like to get a sense from the member what she feels justice would be in this case.
I want to apologize to the Honourable Member, the Honourable Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations. I got the title wrong. The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
To the Minister for that important question. The response is a complex one, but some of what that needs to happen are true implementation of the MMIWG and the TRC reports. They've made great recommendations to make sure that we do see changes in systemic racism. We need to make sure, for example, as well, is that there is an Indigenous oversight over law enforcement. That's another recommendation that's been made for years. Because right now with the current staffing of RCMP, most of them have always been people that I can describe as having come from privileged white communities that have not been given the history and experiences of Indigenous peoples. Part of the reason that systemic racism still exists is because there's still too much ignorance. There's still too much denialism about residential schools, for example. And that's how we need to make sure that we're opening the eyes of Canada.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member very sincerely for bringing this forward and for her excellent remarks. And I agree with her wholeheartedly that any solutions or any work that government is doing to support First Nations need to be equal, and Inuit and Métis need to be equal partners at the table and need to be guided by lived experience by First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. So I appreciate you very much, the member very much putting that on the record and sharing her story. I would appreciate her perspective as well on First Nations and Inuit policing. And we know that the Liberal government promised to legislate this as an essential service back in 2020. And then again in 2022, and to my knowledge, no legislation has been brought forward, despite the former Minister of Public Safety stating on the record that he was working around the clock, and this was back in 2022. So clearly there's been a failure to deliver on these promises. I would appreciate the member's perspective on First Nations and Inuit policing. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
To the member for her great question. I know that what I think is that when there is proper representation, either in law enforcement, in the healthcare system, in the education system, even in Parliament, I really hope that we have more First Nations, Métis, and Inuit run for Parliament. There can be major improvements. So I do agree that Inuit, First Nations, and Métis in law enforcement needs to be better supported. And when they do exist, they need to be given better resources. I remember last year working with the MP for the Deputy Speaker, I forget her writing, Kapis Casing. Yes, because the federal government was not negotiating with the law enforcement in her First Nations writing. They weren't being given equal treatment. So when it does happen, we need to make sure that it's equal, but that they are given equal resources to exercise their knowledge, their expertise in their First Nations, Métis, and Inuit communities.
A very quick exchange. The Elmer River Hamilton Center.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Canada prides itself on being a nation that doesn't have the death penalty. Part of our justice is understanding that people have the ability to have their day in court, and yet we have this situation where we have 6 people who have been murdered in an extrajudicial way. So I just threw you, if you could, to the honorable member, if she could please comment on what impunity looks like in policing when there's lack of accountability for what is essentially extrajudicial murders of Indigenous people.
You're out of time, but allow the honorable member for Nunavut to answer.
It means that First Nations, Métis, and Inuit will continue to be beaten up more. They will be followed more. And it means that Indigenous peoples will not trust law enforcement to protect them. So that's why this motion is so important, so that we can move towards better protections and to make sure that that impunity stops.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honorable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague from Nunavut for bringing this important debate. And I want to thank the House of Commons for recognizing the importance. I've been around a long time, and the idea that we'd actually have an emergency debate about the needless death of Indigenous people at the hands of police would have been unimaginable just a few short years ago. So we have come down the road. We just haven't come where we need to be. I'd like to begin by apologizing to Shelley May Anderson, who died in my hometown. Murdered and missing Indigenous woman, and I never even heard her name. I never knew nothing, and this is a little town. We all look out for each other. We look out for each other. We know everybody. She was taken and killed. And her family were putting up posters and T-shirts, but she was Indigenous. And I want to apologize to Shelley May Anderson's family, because I think that was in my own town and we did nothing. When my colleague talked about people being safe, this is a fundamental issue. The right of Indigenous communities to be safe. Right now, where I think of Ricardo Wesley, 22, James Goodwin, 20, young boys in Saskatchewan who got picked up one night for being drunk and put in a police station that looked like a crack house. It wasn't a proper police station. It was because they were so seriously underfunded and a fire broke out and those boys burned to death. And for years, they talked about safety in the community, safety of the right of people to make sure not just that they had proper infrastructure, but proper police services. And we're still having those fights today. And I want to be fair to the police that I know who are trying to wrestle with so many issues with the opioid crisis and the gangs coming in and the young gangbangers who are threatening and killing people. And these are very complicated times, and they don't have the support that they need, and they don't have the support in First Nation communities, and the First Nation communities that are calling for the ability to be able to use the band powers to get these predators out of the communities that are making people sick and causing people to die and causing violence. We need to be looking at this holistically. I want to thank Mushkegowuk Council, who worked with the city of Timmins, and on the fire keepers who walk the streets to keep people safe now, to keep people alive. We need this holistic approach of police, mental health, working with First Nations so that we can do this to keep people from getting in these situations where violence seems to be the solution. And I have to admit, Mr. Speaker, I grew up in Pierre Berton's Canada. Pierre Berton's Canada was a great place to grow up. And we got taught that the RCMP were like bureaucrats. They kept us all safe. Nobody ever taught me in school that they were the light cavalry, the shock troops, to enforce the taking of Indigenous land. And that's the history I never learned. Well, Indigenous people knew that history from the get-go, and they're still knowing that history. And we have to confront that history if we're going to make change. Because if we don't confront that history. We don't understand the fact when my colleague talks about people being safe, it's not just safe in their home communities. It's being safe in Toronto or Winnipeg or Montreal. Are they going to call the police when they've been in a situation where they've been faced threat? Absolutely not. There's a term, and I don't know what the term is because I don't speak Oji Cree, but the woman told me what the name for police was, the ones who take your children. So they don't call the police because there is not that trust. And that's the shame of colonial Canada that still results in our 6 young people dying. So in the time I got, I want to name some names. So it's on the record. Jethro Anderson from Casablanca, who was 15 years old when they pulled him out of the McIntyre River in Thunder Bay in 2000. And the police said, they told his family, oh, he was just out there partying like a native kid. They didn't investigate how this 15-year-old kid who had to leave his home to get an education because they won't bother to provide schools at Casablanca Lake was pulled out of the McIntyre River. And then Kern Strong from Kanjicum was found in 2006 in the McIntyre River in Thunder Bay. Police said, accidental, just another native kid. November 11, 2006, Paul Panachis pulled out of the McIntyre River in Thunder Bay. He was from Mushkegowgaming First Nation. Each time, Thunder Bay police said, it was just a native kid partying. It was an accident. These are kids, as Grand Chief Alvin Fiddler said, these are kids who grew up on the northern rivers. They know how to swim. Is it possible to believe that all these children died in a river because they didn't know how to swim? Then they pulled out 15-year-old Reggie Bush's body from the McIntyre River. He was from Poplar Hill First Nation. Thunder Bay police said, just a native kid. It's just an accident. He was partying. And all these children had to come to Thunder Bay because the government would not give them schools and safe communities. They had to leave their families and go and live in boarding houses when they were 13 years old. Like Kyle Morrisseau, who was the grandson of the great Norval Morrisseau. And Kyle was apparently an incredible artist. And they pulled him out of the river. And there was no further police investigation. And on February 7, 2011, Jordan Wabas, got off a city bus and he was walking back to his boarding house and they found him in the river. No further investigation. It was just a native kid. And he was from Webequie First Nation, and you know who found him? It wasn't the police. It was the community came down from Webequie and searched the river because they knew that's where they were going to find their boy. And the cops said, don't go to the river, you won't find him. And I think of Tammy Keish, was found in the river in 2017. And within 2 weeks, Josiah Beggs, who was 14-year-old, who just went to Thunder Bay for a medical appointment. And in every single case, Thunder Bay police said, it's just a native kid partying. There's nothing to see here. And Tammy Keish, if I remember correctly from meeting her family, she was found in the reeds in 2 or 3 feet of water. And she was a strong swimmer. She drowned. And you know, there's been major questions about the racism and the systemic racism, but it was a police force and nobody was going to take on that police force. And what does it say to Indigenous communities anywhere? What does it say to Indigenous people in my community, whether or not they should trust the police when they know that numerous requests for investigations into how those children were allowed to die and nobody thought there was a serial killer? I can tell you, if there were 7 blonde girls found in the McIntyre River, oh my God, they would turn the world upside down. And I say that thinking very carefully of what that means, because I don't want to pit one group against another, but we need to address the systemic failures. And going forward, we need to address the need to keep communities safe at this time. And I am not trashing, as I said, Mr. Speaker, the police that I know who are out trying to do their best, who are dealing with very complicated situations without the mental health supports that they need, without dealing with the PTSD of first responders. and the people that I know who've actually seen first responders who've committed suicide, because when there's a child suicide, when there's a killing, when they're the first ones in, especially in the isolated communities. So we need to talk about this, and the fact that we can bring this forward tonight is important. But I've been in a lot of these emergency debates. We had the emergency debate on the suicide crisis in Afghanistan at Wapiskat. We've had numerous emergency debates. The question is, are we going to do something about it? So I want to thank my honorable colleague for raising this. I want to say to their families and to all those, from the Colton Bushi family that we met to everyone else who've lost a young one to violence, that as a nation, we have to set a higher standard. And that means making sure we put the resources in to protect the communities, the training for police, the mental health supports, to treat this holistically and stop treating this as the colonial shock troops enforcing the treaties on behalf of the white power state.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the member bringing forward personal stories that he has brought to light this evening. And I suspect, knowing the member, he's probably even raised a few of them, not only inside the House, but outside the House. And the question I have for him is in regards to law enforcement agencies in general. And I like to think that over the last number of years in particular, primarily because of the calls for action, reconciliation has been on the agenda of many agencies, not only governments, but also arm's length. And I'm wondering if he could provide his thoughts in regards to law enforcement agencies of the different stripes, provincial, municipal, the RCMP, obviously, and the importance of reconciliation.
The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
No, thank you. I come from Ontario, where we don't tend to deal with the RCMP. We have the Ontario Provincial Police, but where I represent is Treaty 9 with the Naps Police, Nishnawbe Police, who were seriously underfunded. I don't know how many times we had to come to the House where they had no backup. Single officer representing 2 or 3 communities over 200 kilometers by himself. Who goes into a dangerous situation without backup? Well, the Naps Police had to. They didn't have backup radios. Why did we have someone die in Saskatchewan? Those 2 young boys die? It was because we didn't have proper funding. So there's been a continual pressure to get adequate funding to make sure that police can do their duties. But now that we're seeing the complexity of gangs coming in, we're seeing the opioid crisis, the mental health crisis. These are, as Timmins Police has said to me, this is something beyond us. So what we need are the other options to be able to come to the table, like in Timmins, where we got the firekeepers who can actually walk on the streets, keeping people safe, keeping people alive, because everyone deserves to know that their communities are going to be safe from gangs, their communities are going to be safe from opioids, and that the police who are doing it are not doing it through a racist lens. They're doing it because they have the support and the clarity to know how to deal with these increasingly complicated situations.
Question commentaire.
Questions and comments, Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
I thank the member for his heartfelt speech, and I'm deeply sorry that he's experienced and his community's experienced the trauma that he outlined, and no community should have to go through that. So I would like to extend my sincere apologies to his community members that they had to go through that, and our thoughts and prayers are with him and the community that he represents. So I appreciate him putting that on the record as well. As he outlined, and many others at other times in this House have outlined, their First Nations community and others and the Indigenous communities face a number of issues, and we know that there are bad people that like to go into marginalized communities and prey upon them and take advantage of them. And notably, just last fall, in fact, Carla Buffalo, CEO of the Athabasca Tribal Council, had said that, quote, we are seeing a significant rise in violence and illegal activity by people coming from outside our region and preying upon those experiencing crisis who are in desperate need for some relief. And her First Nation and others have put in drug bans and roadblocks to stop drug dealers from coming in. Can the member comment on his thoughts on those policy proposals and perhaps how the federal government could support First Nations in their pursuit of this policy or policies like them?
Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you. Well, I'll give my honorable colleague a simple solution for the flying communities where you're flying in out of Sioux Lookout, Thunder Bay, Timmins. None of those flights get checked. We have all the proper, Air Canada, if you're going to board a flight, your bags are checked. You're flying into a First Nation, you don't have to get checked. And what the communities have asked for is the federal government to make sure that Transport Canada gives the First Nations the ability to check before getting on the planes, because there are people coming into the communities carrying serious and dangerous levels of fentanyl and opioids and guns that would be stopped before they got on the plane. So let the communities police it at the airports in the white communities before they come in, because once they're in the communities, the havoc that they're causing it's a deadly situation, but they don't have the tools to keep those gangs and the criminality out.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for Timmins James Bay for his speech. This evening's subject is a very important one. It's of great concern to us. I read a lot about the events throughout Canada. There were no events raised in Quebec, but we are not exempt from this injustice. There have been cases, I think that my colleague mentioned the case, someone from the Picogan community. This led to the Vien Commission that was struck by the Quebec government that made a number of recommendations against this. So we are very concerned about this situation because not all cases are dealt with as strongly as those who have made the news. So I'm trying to figure things out. What I understand, I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about this. What I understand is that police officers, those who are best in these situations, are Indigenous police officers who can work with their communities, those who come from their own community or who come from any Indigenous communities that can better manage this kind of case. Do they have more credibility with Indigenous peoples, which would allow them to be more efficient in their investigation? We understand that we might need more funding. A greater number of police officers throughout Canada, Indigenous police officers, is a solution, and I think I heard that is the case. Is the solution not giving more responsibilities to Indigenous community police officers? The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before my career as politician, I worked for Indigenous communities in Quebec. And I remember the investigation on police violence against Indigenous women in Noranda and Val-d'Or, a necessity to confront racism in this sector. The solution is that it is necessary to implement an agreement with Indigenous communities and with police bodies throughout the country to ensure the protection of women and the protection of the vulnerable.
I just want to remind folks that we want to have a sort of a natural conversation, but we do want to have folks stick to the times assigned to us. So I want to make sure that we keep the questions and comments as quick and exact as we possibly can. So we'll move on to the next speaker, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll start off by saying I'll be sharing my time with the member for Winnipeg North. I'd like to thank the member from Nunavut for bringing forward this motion today to convene this emergency debate on the state of policing in our country and what we as parliamentarians can do to combat systemic racism that exists in so many of our institutions, including policing. 6 Indigenous peoples have been killed across Canada in interactions with police since late August. Their names are Jack Charles Piche, Haas Lightning, Tammy Bateman, Jason West, Danny Knife, and Stephen Iggy Dedham. This loss is unimaginable, and I'd like to extend my sincere sympathies to the families, friends, and communities who have lost someone they love. There is no doubt that Indigenous people experience systemic racism and disproportionate outcomes within the criminal justice system, including police. In fact, an Indigenous person in Canada is more than 10 times more likely to have been shot and killed by a police officer. Indigenous peoples are 56% more likely to be victims of crime than others. And in 2016, Indigenous people represented 25% of the national male population and 35% of the national female prison population. That has and continues to be our national shame. Discrimination on the basis of race or as a result of any other form of bias is unacceptable and abhorrent. In the motion from the member of Nunavut, she calls on all of us as parliamentarians to show leadership and take responsibility to keep our institutions accountable. She rightly points out that people across Canada must know that their parliament is addressing the institutional violence in their communities as a critical and immediate priority. I agree with her. And tonight, I hope to be part of a debate where members from every corner of the country come together with their suggestions on what we can and must do to address the violence that our institutions perpetuate upon our citizens. However, regardless of what ideas or solutions are presented here tonight, the fundamental truth of why we are having this debate will not change, and that being that over the course of 11 days, 6 First Nations people have been killed by police. That truth, rightfully, will make a lot of Canadians angry, and I am angry. And now we must all ask ourselves what we can do to address immediate measures that can be taken to save Indigenous lives today. The Government of Canada remains committed to working collaboratively with First Nations and provinces and territories to ensure that First Nations police services are supported with equitable and sustainable funding. The calls for justice from the National Inquiry point toward the need for urgent reform to policing for Indigenous communities, and in Budget 2021 announced $861 million over 5 years, beginning in 2021-22. And $145 million ongoing to support culturally responsive policing and community safety services in Indigenous communities. These funds will stabilize and enhance the First Nations and Inuit policing program by investing in self-administered policing services and provide an enhanced level of policing to more communities. We are also stabilizing and enhancing the First Nations and Inuit policing program by enhancing RCMP policing services funded through this program. These investments were further strengthened in Budget 2024. The Minister of Public Safety was clear at the July 2024 AFN Assembly that he is committed to co-developing legislation which ensures that First Nations police services have equitable and sustainable federal funding. The minister's mandate to co-develop the legislation includes that provincial policing legislation would continue to apply to First Nation police services. This ensures that these police services have clear operational standards while providing the necessary funding. In addition to our investments in Indigenous policing, Budget 2021 announced up to $64.4 million over 5 years and $18.1 million ongoing to enhance Indigenous-led crime prevention strategies and community safety services, including through the Aboriginal Community Safety Planning Initiative, and expanded funding through the Northern and Indigenous Crime Prevention Fund. The ACSPI supports Indigenous community healing through a facilitated, community-driven process that works to address multiple safety and wellness issues. The community safety planning process fosters collaboration with government, with provincial and territorial partners, local municipal governments and services, and industry partners to address issues in the safety plans. The ACSPI has supported close to 60 communities in defining their safety concerns and finding solutions to respond to root causes and current aggregating factors. In addition to the work that the government has and will continue to do to co-develop legislation, we have also introduced legislation which looks to provide redress for individuals who have been subject to unfair treatment by both the RCMP or CBSA. Bill C-20 is an important and urgent piece of legislation because it would contribute to the government's efforts towards reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. It has the potential to increase trust and confidence of Indigenous peoples in our law enforcement agencies. We have all heard stories of incidents that some, especially members of our Indigenous people, experience at the hands of the RCMP and CBSA. Incidents that range from allegations of inappropriate or disrespectful comments to the use of excessive force and even including sexual misconduct. This is especially true for Indigenous peoples, for whom the experience with these agencies have been historically traumatizing. While the situation has evolved and improved over the years, there remain significant challenges, but Bill C-20 was an important step forward and must be adopted. It would contribute to rebuilding trust between our law enforcement agencies and the people they serve, especially Indigenous peoples, and increase the ability of Parliament to hold the minister to account for the way the RCMP and CBSA serve those populations. It would also support the government's commitment to build a renewed nation-to-nation relationship with Indigenous peoples based on the recognition of rights, respect, and partnership. It would do so by ensuring there's a robust, independent review body in place to which members of the public can turn should they have complaints about their experience with the RCMP or the CBSA. It would also ensure that the new commission, the PCRC, is composed of members who represent the diversity of the people they would serve, including Indigenous peoples. At the Standing Committee on National Security and Public Safety, we heard from various witnesses during its study of Bill C-20, and there is lack of data around law enforcement activities, which makes it difficult to identify and respond to systemic issues. In particular, the committee heard from Mr. Nathan Obed, president of the Inuit Taprit Academy. Mr. Obed highlighted that the need to not only have a robust review body in place to hold enforcement accountable, but also, and I quote, to be able to inform this body of how to improve policing and broader outcomes for our communities. This is exactly what was envisioned in C-20. The information would be particularly useful to understand and respond to systemic issues in law enforcement activities. Findings of the commission would also support learning and training for the members of our valued law enforcement agencies. One more feature included the bill that might have passed under the radar, but which I believe is important to mention in the context of reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, is that the recognition within the bill of Indigenous complaint resolution mechanism. Indeed, the bill would provide for PCRC to respond annually on the number of complaints from individuals detained by the CBSA that is being resolved through the reconciliation process with Indigenous peoples. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-20 would include transformative provisions that would have the ability to improve the way our law enforcement agencies work, especially with Indigenous and other vulnerable communities. This is just one example of additional work that we are working on to improve law enforcement agencies' interactions with Indigenous peoples. And again, Mr. Speaker, I know my time is running out. I'd like to thank the member from Nunavut for her work in convening this important debate here tonight. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nunavut.
And I'd like to thank the member for her intervention. I'm going to honor the families of the victims of those that were just killed. So I ask that we also make sure that we honor the memories of Jack Piche, Haas Lightning Saddleback, Tammy Bateman, Jason West, Daniel Knife, and Stephen Iggy Dedam. What will this member advise to her party to say to the families of these victims who were whose lives were lost, who are in grief. What will this party say to the families of these people?
The Honorable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I said in my remarks, that the loss of these lives and these members of communities, friends, family is truly tragic. Canada must do better, and we as a government are committed to doing better. And we want to work with members on all sides of this House to do so, to find meaningful solutions, to move forward, and to end the systemic racism that we have experienced in this country, that Indigenous peoples continue to experience, but we are deeply committed to moving forward so that tragedies like this do not continue to happen.
A commentaire, l'honorable député
The honourable member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavut, EU. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to thank my colleague for Nunavut for this very important debate. You know, we often hear about violence in Indigenous communities. We always some people seem to wait for abhorrent things to happen before action is actually done. In my riding, there is a lot of violence. Some people have even been killed over the past few years. In Abitibi, Cindy Ripro, near Val d'Or and Pitagan, the government, unfortunately, in 2023, 4 years after the tabling of the National Inquiry on Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women, the federal government stated that progress had been made, but CBC stated that only 2 recommendations had been implemented. That's 4 years later, and over half had not even been worked on. I'd like to hear what the government is waiting for. I know it's not easy, it's colossal work, but the government needs to understand that it has to accelerate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This work is incredibly important, frankly crucial. However, as the member opposite has stated, it is complex. It's complex in the sense that it is not for the federal government to implement what they feel is best. This is a nation-to-nation partnership that we must walk together. It is incredibly important that communities across this country, that Indigenous communities across this country will have different needs, and that our government must address each and every one of those needs where communities are at, and we are deeply committed to doing so. We have made significant progress, but Mr. Speaker, until all of these issues are resolved, it is work that must continue to happen.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kildonan and St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for her remarks and just her remarks as well in response to another member's questions. She mentioned that progress has been made. Unfortunately, we're seeing that on First Nations and in Inuit communities, the fact is that crime has gone up significantly in the last number of years. So perhaps she can specify where the progress is being made specifically in the lives of Indigenous people in terms of crime, violence against women, and others. But she did go on at length in her remarks about program funding. And while I do appreciate the government announcing that funding, from a recent Auditor General report, it was quite scathing analysis of what follows after big announcements of big amounts of money. In fact, the Auditor General found that in essence, the Liberal government was not following where the money went. They weren't following if there was any good outcomes. They couldn't even provide a list of community agreements of First Nations communities that had signed on. In particular, I'm talking about the First Nations and Inuit policing program. And the report is quite extensive. So while I do appreciate announcing funding as part of the process of governance, also part of the process of governance is ensuring there's follow through in when we're talking about, in this case, nearly $1 billion of funding over the last number of years. So I'd like to hear where this progress is being made and why is it that the Liberal government wasn't really tracking or following through on nearly $1 billion of program funding in this regard.
For time, allow the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it is incredibly ironic that members of the Conservative Party often criticize the spending and funding of Indigenous-led programming, and then actually criticize, saying we're not doing enough, and then vote against providing funding that actually goes to help these communities. And Mr. Speaker, it's also interesting to note that Conservatives vote time and time again against providing funding and support. And instead of recommending programs that could also help, Conservative members talk about waste in these programs, or that these programs are not being delivered. Mr. Speaker, I have met with several communities where progress is being made. Yes, there is, of course, more to be done, but let's not forget the fact that the Conservatives didn't even want to look into murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls, which is shameful. We must all work together to produce better outcomes for Indigenous peoples in this country, but it is shameful when Conservatives continually vote against that work.
Reprise de débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I very much appreciate the opportunity to add a few thoughts and concerns into what I know is such an important issue. I've had the opportunity to be able to address the Chamber in regards to issues of a similar nature for a good number of years. And one of the conclusions that I have, and I believe most, if not hopefully all members would share, is the importance of Indigenous people providing and continuing to lead the public discussion and debate on this very important issue. I say that because, I reflect on the last time there was a minority government in which what we saw was the Kelowna Accord through Paul Martin. The Kelowna Accord was an attempt by First Nations with the Government of Canada to really make significant changes in a wide spectrum of ways. And I say that only because I recognize how critically important it is when we talk about Indigenous issues, that we recognize the importance of nation-to-nation dialogue and where that public policy needs to be led by. We all have personal opinions. You know, Mr. Speaker, I have a lot of opinions. I always enjoy sharing my opinions on a wide spectrum of issues. This is one of them, in which one of the things that I have found to be so fruitful for the community that I represent is an organization called the Bear Clan and the Bear Clan Patrol. I have a deep amount of respect for what it is that the Bear Clan Patrol has been able to accomplish over the years. Because in good part, it is about reconciliation. It's what is it that the government can do to advance the issue of reconciliation. And from my perspective, when I look at law enforcement agencies, non-profit, Indigenous law enforcement agencies, RCMP, provincial, municipal, whatever, however you want to put it, paid, non-paid, that there has to be some form of reconciliation brought into it. In fact, if you take a look at the RCMP as a model, one only needs to visit their website, and you can gain a lot of insight in terms of what it is doing in regards to the issue of reconciliation. Things such as, working and partnering with Indigenous policing services that are provided, and working cooperatively, allowing and respecting the jurisdictions, getting a better appreciation of the culture and the heritage, which is so very important, Mr. Speaker. When I think in terms of the Bear Clan, what I think about is a wonderful group of individuals of all different backgrounds, something that was Indigenous people driven, that opened it up to the broader community, and how they have influenced and changed the behavior of the north end of Winnipeg. in a very real and tangible way, not only for the residents who live in the immediate community by building a more positive, healthier relationship with law enforcement, but also through advocacies. I've had a couple of opportunities over the years to walk with the Bear Clan, but more importantly, I know that other elected officials of different political stripes, of different levels of government, have all been engaged. So there's a great deal of advocacy that takes place. In terms of law enforcement officers, and I know it even goes beyond the city of Winnipeg, in fact, in Canada, where we get others outside of Canada, not to mention throughout Canada or in different areas of Canada, coming to see what has made the Bear Clan Patrol as popular as it is. In good part is community relations and working with law enforcement agencies, and law enforcement agencies working with the Bear Clan Patrol. So members say that what they'd like to be able to do is to contribute to the debate today in terms of ideas and thoughts. I think the most important thing and the message that I would leave is to look at the importance of reconciliation, and all of us have a role to play in that, and start looking at ways in which we can actually see tangible results. And whether it's the different levels of government, nonprofit groups, and others, we have seen some significant process in this area, Madam Speaker. Is it going fast enough? We heard citations of individuals and victims. My heart, prayers, and thoughts are with the families and friends and the community, because we do need to do better, Madam Speaker. We need to be challenging and ensure that there's a higher sense of accountability. Our national law enforcement agency, the RCMP, have acknowledged that there is systemic racism within its ranks. And they're taking action on it in different ways, Madam Speaker. We know that it exists, it's real, and it's having a tangible negative impact. The issue is, what do we do? And I think that we look for examples throughout the country with, in particular, law enforcement agencies, but others, and look for good practices. And where there is a good practice, see how it is that we might be able to enhance, or more importantly, duplicate it. So an example of that would have been back in 2019, 2020. In 2019-20, there was actually the first ever report from the RCMP on the issue of the RCMP and movement towards reconciliation. In Saskatchewan, they're looking at a capital investment where they are fixing up considerably and putting in, I think it's even a museum. There was a presentation that I was that I witnessed, Madam Speaker, and I can tell you, very much on their minds is the issue of reconciliation and what it is that they need to do as Canada's premier law enforcement agency to ensure that we are moving forward on the issue. And we do need to see those strategies developed and dealt with. We do need to ensure that there's priorities and support. There's areas in which, no doubt, the federal government can contribute more, Madam Speaker. And I'm open to that, as I know the government is. But I want to emphasize that at the end of the day, that we need to see those policy ideas and directives being spearheaded from our First Nations, Métis people, the Inuit, Madam Speaker. Communities that were here well before any of us. And they have the ideas. And in certain areas, governments do need to step up more to the plate. And we are a government that's prepared to do what we can, where we can, as the Prime Minister himself has clearly indicated, nation to nation. This is something in which we have strived for since first taking the reins of power back in 2015. By looking at ways in which we can take a look at the Truth and Reconciliation, the calls for action, the recommendations that came out of the public inquiry on murdered and missing women, Indigenous women and girls, and we'll continue to move forward where we can, but look for ideas and how it is that we might be able to take those ideas and ultimately make sure that others are moving in the same direction. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I'd like to thank the member for saying words like tangible and things that we need to see happening to help address some of the issues. As I mentioned in my speech, I had done an intervention with the UCMM and Aboriginal police in Northern Ontario because the federal government was not meeting its obligations to ensure that that First Nations policing agency was getting the core funding that they needed, as well as making sure that they have the resources to deal with special teams as well. So my question to the member is, does he agree that a tangible solution is to make sure that if RCMP are getting core funding to do their law enforcement, that core funding should also be available to First Nations and Inuit police law enforcement so that they are able to do with the same resources that they should be able to deliver on, which they can't which they haven't been able to because federal government was not negotiating in good faith with that law enforcement in Northern Ontario, and that a tangible solution is to make sure that those First Nations policing authorities get the same core funding so that they can help protect their First Nations and Inuit communities.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I was being somewhat careful in terms of some of the things I was talking about. One of the things I didn't talk about is a number of budgetary lines that I could easily cite going into the tens of millions, in fact, hundreds of millions of dollars towards supporting the types of things in which I've been talking about, Madam Speaker. But rather be talking about and expanding on those points, I thought it was more important to recognize that there are some good things that are taking place in Canada today. Indigenous-led, non-Indigenous actions, and things that are really having a positive difference. And as a House of Commons, governments of different levels should be looking at those success stories in ways in which we can expand them and complement them. Has the federal government given enough in terms of federal dollars? I know we've provided a great deal, and there's a great deal of negotiations and discussions that are taking place. I don't know the finer details, but what I do know is that we're probably looking at record amounts of money today in comparison to what it was 10 years ago.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague. This is an important debate. And today, the chair of the Committee on the Status of Women tabled a report. The result of the committee's work for the red dress alert. There are 17 recommendations as a whole. Now, this debate isn't just about missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. Of course, we know that men are also affected, but still, there is a link here. These 17 recommendations could perhaps serve as inspiration. For example, in recommendation 9, it talks about improving relationships between the police forces and Indigenous communities, helping police forces better understand the reality. We talk about better supporting victims. That's also in the recommendations, to help them trust the justice system again so that they can lodge complaints. What can we do to ensure that this important report doesn't end up simply being shelved? And what can it do to help us with tonight's debate?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the Tina Fontaine story is something that I would commend all members to become familiar with. I have found it to be inspirational for me personally, Madam Speaker, as a very young girl who went missing and was murdered and then found in the river. And a lot of the issues surrounding the types of things that we're talking about today and on many other days, I think could be found and we can learn from that particular story. The reason why I brought up the Bear Clan Patrol was just what it is that the member is referring to. The Bear Clan Patrol has been a group of individuals and people that over the years has really moved the ball forward on the issue by bringing law enforcement agencies, not only in Winnipeg, but all over the place, quite frankly, to be more sensitive, to better understand the issue of reconciliation, amongst other things.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
I've been on sort of a pseudo maternity leave working in my community for the last year approximately, and it's really an honor to be back amongst all the colleagues and debating very important issues as we are this evening. And I would like to thank the member from Nunavut for bringing this important issue forward. Thank her very sincerely for that. And actually take the comment made from one of her NDP colleagues that perhaps a number of years ago, this wouldn't have been something that a speaker would have approved for debate. So I think that we are in the last number of decades, and particularly last number of years, we are seeing progress in debating the issues that matter to all Canadians, and notably First Nations, Inuit, and Métis Canadians. So hopefully we'll see more of that important debate in the chamber. And the issue at hand, of course, as already discussed, is six First Nations individuals had their lives cut short in the last number of weeks. In fact, in only 11 days with interactions with police. So it's absolutely devastating to read those kind of headlines. I can't imagine what it would be like for the families right now, families in those communities, headline after headline of lives being cut short by these interactions, and notably between folks that, in police in our communities that we want people to trust and feel safe calling. So it is a very serious matter, and I'm glad to see that the House is taking it very seriously. And I'm from a rural farming community in Manitoba. I had a two-parent household, stable income. Safe community, and was quite sheltered and privileged in many ways of growing up in a safe little bubble with a lot of income security, as many Canadians in suburban Canada, in rural Canada. Unfortunately, though, as I grew up and learned a bit more about the world outside of my small little bubble, that not everybody has the opportunities that I did. Not everybody comes from a middle-class neighborhood. Not everybody comes from a two-parent household. There's a lot of families that experience parents with addictions, or those who've been incarcerated, or those who have experienced domestic violence or sexual assault at a very young age in many cases. And unfortunately, out of all the crime stats in the country, they're massively overrepresented on First Nations communities, in Inuit communities, and in the Métis community as well. And I think that there, as a legislator, although I don't represent any First Nations, I have endeavored to educate myself and to take opportunities to learn more of what the day-to-day life is in many of these communities that are facing extreme poverty, unemployment, addictions, violence. And we are seeing the victimization of many people and the serious consequences that women and especially children are facing in this regard. So when you read headlines like this, day after day of First Nations lives cut short with people that as a community, as a country, we're supposed to trust, I can understand the fear and the frustration and the anger that many in the community are facing right now. And so I'd like to extend my sincere apologies to them as a member of parliament, as a person of privilege, that what they're going through must be horrific, and I can't imagine what that's like. So my heart goes out to them. And frankly, not just these 6, but dozens and dozens, if not hundreds, over the years, particularly in the last 150 years, of mistreatment by various government officials, policing officials of First Nations and Inuit Métis communities. It wasn't okay then, it's not okay today. And I think in my lifetime, certainly we've made a lot of progress. And just give you an example, when I was in high school, it wasn't too long ago, but it's getting up in years of how long ago that was. There wasn't really a curriculum established at all, although Manitoba has a very large First Nations, Métis, and Inuit community, particularly First Nations and Métis, and Inuit a little bit more up north. There wasn't a curriculum really established to my knowledge, or at least to my exposure, of learning about that history, particularly from an Indigenous perspective. So it's fairly limited. But I did have an excellent English teacher who wanted to share what other people outside of our little small town bubble experienced. And in fact, the very first time that I heard about that life may be very different, you may be treated very different by law enforcement or others based on your background, based on your race, based on your culture, was in fact Helen Betty Osborne. And she was a young woman in the 1970s up in the Pas, Manitoba, who was murdered. And her case was, if I can paraphrase it, really was not taken seriously at all by police. It was significantly bungled, to say the very least. And it was concluded in many ways that was because she was an Indigenous woman, that it was not taken seriously. Procedures weren't followed, just even basic procedures in the 70s, which we've improved just at large since then. But even those were not adequately followed. And she was not given the dignity that other people may have who were not Indigenous, who may have been found as she was. And she had been stripped naked. She had been stabbed dozens of times with a screwdriver. I believe there was a sexual assault element that was found there. And I just remember as about 14, 15-year-old, it really made an impression on me. And following that, I endeavored to take Indigenous studies courses in my undergrad degree, both at McGill and in particular at the University of Manitoba, that has the largest Native Studies program in the country. And it was quite enlightening to learn and to have the opportunity to go to school, to have those resources to learn more about this. I'm very thankful for that. And I got my start in politics actually 10 years ago this October. And just as I was getting started, I think it was honestly within the first week or two, 14-year-old Tina Fontaine, Indigenous child, was found wrapped in I believe it was a blanket or a mattress, bound up in a mattress of some kind and tossed in the Red River, which runs straight through Winnipeg. And unfortunately, she's not the only Indigenous woman who's been found in the river. In fact, there's organizations that dredge the river just to see if they can find any of their missing women. And anyway, I had just started in politics, provincial politics. I was a political staffer. And that was my introduction to politics in Manitoba, was this horrific case of this young woman who had gone through the system and had a lot of challenges presented in her life. And again, 14, like a complete child, and barely experiencing anything in life, and just so horrifically treated at the end, and no dignity provided to her. And so that also had a very strong impression on me at the time into my introduction of politics and the importance of good public policy and following through when announcements are made and things like that. So I did want to mention that as well. And a few months after that, a very lengthy report came out about Phoenix Sinclair, who was in the early 2000s was killed. She was a 5-year-old girl in a First Nations community. She was murdered by unfortunately, her mother and her partner at the time. She was abused, malnourished, mistreated, kept in the basement on a cold floor. The partner had shot her with a BB gun, and there was just such a horrific timeline of failures by the institutions, Child and Family Services, for example, that were supposed to follow her case and protect this child and ensure that if she was in a community family, her own family, in a foster family, it was supposed to closely follow her case. Social workers were tasked with that, and procedures were not followed. They were neglected. And in fact, the family was able to hide that their daughter had died and had been thrown in a landfill for quite some time before Child and Family Services have found out. Now, again, it's been mentioned in this House during this debate already, but would a child of a different race have been treated that way? Or was it just treated in the sense that it was another case and just sort of almost neglectfully, not respectfully, not dignified? And she's the most beautiful little girl if you look at pictures of her. And so that had a very large Indigenous people are disproportionately the victims of violence in this country. Approximately 4 in Indigenous people were sexually or physically assaulted by an adult before the age of 15, and nearly 2/3 experienced at least one sexual or physical assault by the age of 15. For the period of 2015 to 2020, the rate of homicides involving an Indigenous victim was 6 times higher than the rates of homicides involving non-Indigenous victims. Almost 6 in 10 Indigenous women, 6 in 10, have experienced physical assault. Almost half, 46% of Indigenous women have experienced sexual assault. Almost half. Indigenous women make up approximately 16% of all female homicide victims and 11% of missing women, and yet Indigenous people as a whole only make up 4.3% of the population. So regardless of which party you are, what time you've been in government throughout the last 150 years, obviously, there have been failures of public policy at an extraordinary degree. And I think various governments have tried to bring forward policies to help, but I think only recently, and I do feel very much that governments still approach any partnership with Indigenous people as very paternalistic. And rather than that, what was originally supposed to be in treaty and under a number of agreements over the past centuries, that was supposed to be an equal partnership at the table, and that has never been borne out. And still we see governments across the country of all levels, a paternalistic approach, like this is what we'll impose on you to help all of your problems, rather than, as been already discussed in this debate, an Indigenous-led, or at the very least, an equal partnership at the table of how these issues can be solved. Because again, I want to see in my lifetime the next generation of Indigenous children thrive and grow up safely and see these stats completely change. But as I've said, I don't have that lived experience. So how am I supposed to know how to design a program to help fix this problem? Well, I need to ensure that there are equal representation at the table, and Indigenous leadership is primary. So I appreciate much of the debate so far, and I think there's been actually some quite good ideas put forward. But overall, crime in this country is on the rise. We know that very well. We talk about that at length as well. We're seeing gun crime up nearly 100%. In Winnipeg alone, gun crime is up 177%, I believe was the stat I read this morning in question period. And when we see any of these crime stats, and they're getting really bad over the last 9 years under this current Liberal government, and unfortunately NDP has supported many of the policies that we believe have contributed to these crime increases. But when we see those stats, they're horrific and they impact real people in Toronto and Winnipeg and Calgary, but they're often, when we look at those numbers, what we're not extrapolating is they're even worse in First Nations communities, northern and remote communities, where policing is minimal, where First Nations policing is very underfunded. And I'd like to talk a little bit about First Nations policing. I think that there is some good stuff that we could do there. That is something I think where, for example, again, don't have firsthand experience of Indigenous policing, but I have spent time with the Bear Clan, which is I believe it's a matriarch-led, actually, an established community group, grassroots community group in Winnipeg. And as soon as I got elected, actually, I was able to go door knock with them in like a -35 Winnipeg January evening. And it's Indigenous-led, Indigenous established, and they really walk through the community. They pick up dangerous drug paraphernalia in parks and other places to help protect the kids, but they also hand out scarves and food, and the community trusts them. So they ask them for help, ask them for assistance. It is a trust and respect and dignified relationship. And I think that that is really an answer where government, once there's a community that establishes, hey, this is working for us, we are leading it, this is what we want to see, that's when government can come in and say, hey, how can we stabilize some of your funding? Not somebody thousands of miles away, and all respect to our public servants in Ottawa, them saying, well, this is what we're going to do for what Winnipeg needs, and here's funding, and here's some bureaucrats, and these are the checklists, and these are the barriers you're going to have to fulfill, and these you're actually going to need to hire 5 people just to do the accounting. Rather, Bear Clan grows up from the grassroots. That's when I think government needs to come in and fund. And so from that limited perspective that I have, I do believe that First Nations policing, just from what I've seen in Winnipeg, if it follows that same model where it's Indigenous community led, and they're implementing practices and cultural respectful practices that would support their community, well, that should be where government supports, not again an Ottawa implemented approach from thousands of miles away where we couldn't possibly understand the challenges of even just getting adequate food and water, for example, which is unbelievable to say in Canada in 2024. That some people can't just turn on the tap and drink the water. It's wild, but I'm getting a bit off track. I did want to say as well, in addition to the benefits from my limited knowledge of what I've heard about Indigenous policing, it sounds like it could be really great. I know that there's been effort over the last 20 years to start putting that in. I'll get into some of the failures of the Liberal government on that regard. In fact, you know what? I'll just talk about them now. In case I don't get to them, I do want to get them on the record, Madam Speaker. Just a few numbers. So the Ottawa Auditor General report just came out in the last little while, and our Auditor General found some pretty disappointing, we'll call it at best, results of much of the Liberal funding for First Nations and Inuit policing programs. So between, just for some ballpark numbers of this one program, from 2018 to 2023, there was $930 million spent on First Nations and Inuit policing. I don't know if that's enough. I don't know if that's too much. I'd have to read more of the information. Might not be nearly enough from what we've heard. Doesn't sound like it is. Or it may be enough, but how it's being implemented, as I mentioned before, is part of the problem. Because in the report, the Auditor General, quite scathing of the government's deliverables on this. Again, great announcement, sounds great, and yet like so many, unfortunately, and so many of their programs, they announce big amounts of money, but like this one, can't get the money out the door. They just don't know how to spend it. But it sounds like a great number when they announce it. But that's going to make a real difference. But in fact, the Auditor General had found that public safety did not know whether the First Nations Inuit policing program was achieving most of its key expected results. And again, this is almost $1 billion spent in the last number of years by the current Liberal government. It also found that the gathering and analyzing of the program data were so limited by Public Safety Canada under the Liberal leadership that Public Safety Canada did not have an accurate listing of the signed community agreements. So the Parliamentary Secretary for Public Safety was here. She's since left, but my apologies, I can't mention that. I retract. She gave a robust response and mentioning all the funding. However, again, we're seeing in black and white by the Auditor General of Canada, a nonpartisan person charged with holding governments accountable for their program spending. And she found that basically they haven't been following the money. They don't know if it's successful. They can't get the money out the door. They don't even know the agreements that they've signed with First Nations communities. So while I appreciate the Parliamentary Secretary's remarks, it is frustrating to hear them list ad nauseum all these things, and yet in black and white, there seems to be no accountability beyond announcing the funding. And as we've established, these are very critical issues in this country. People have died. And as I mentioned, in a number of the statistics, women are disproportionately impacted, children are disproportionately impacted. So I do believe it is a failure to announce this money and raise people's hopes and expectations, because voters do care about these issues, and yet fail to deliver. And again, this is 9 years of this government now. Crime is through the roof in almost every single measure, and it's worse in First Nations communities, to say nothing of the drug issues under their failed drug policies. And they're saying, well, we're announcing all this money, though. We're doing so great. But then when you're in this chamber in a debate like this tonight, well, apparently not. Apparently there's a lot of work to do. And if we're going to have Indigenous people lead the way on reserves, well, then some of this money has to be, you at least have to know who you've had agreements with. I was pretty shocked to read that one in particular. So I feel like I'm ranting a bit, but it does get me going a little bit to hear people in ivory towers talking about everything they're doing, and yet on the ground, we're not seeing that delivered. and promising over and over again. And in fact, in 2020, the Liberal government promised to bring forward legislation to declare First Nations and Inuit police services an essential service. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Okay, years go by, nothing happens. 2022, the former Minister of Public Safety said he was working around the clock, that's a quote, to table legislation by the end of 2022. It's 2024, no legislation. So I do take issue with the announcements and the patting on the back when there's not follow through, when they're not even keeping track of if their deliverables are being achieved, and yet they're claiming success. So I just do have a real problem with that, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the time to put some words on the record. And I was hoping to talk a bit more about crime at large and what in particular a number of First Nations communities in Saskatchewan and others are calling for. I think there's some really good stuff in there. So I do hope to get the opportunity in the question and answer portion of this debate to discuss what, again, what First Nations people would like to see happen. So thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I look forward to the questions.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
And I'd first like to start out by welcoming back my colleague who's returned from mat leave, a fellow Winnipegger, and thank her for, I hope those applause were for me, just kidding. And thank her for, some really thoughtful remarks. One of the things that really struck me was her focus on Indigenous-led solutions. We need to listen to the Indigenous community. I agree with her. If we're going to talk about reconciliation, then we have to actually listen to what justice means to the people who've been affected by oppression, and certainly in Canada, colonization. In Winnipeg, the Indigenous community, along with Indigenous organizations, and many organizations, have opened the first safe consumption site in response to the overdose crisis. We have an overdose crisis in Winnipeg. The province of Manitoba, under the leadership of the Indigenous community, has now opened a safe consumption site with wraparound mental health supports and other supports. I want to ask my colleague if she will stay true to her statement. She feels that the only path forward is to support the Indigenous community. If that is so, is she going to support the Indigenous community of Winnipeg, who has opened their first safe consumption site in my riding? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the kind opening remarks of my fellow colleague from Winnipeg. And there's a lot I could say on this, and her and I actually have had offside chats about it, because it is an important issue of how to solve, or at least at bare minimum make some progress, which is desperately needed in Winnipeg on drug issues and the drug deaths that we are seeing happening at an increasingly alarming rate, particularly in the last 10 years. I've told her I do have serious concerns about what I do not feel are safe consumption sites, safe injection site, pardon me, and the crime that is happening around it, and the vile drug dealers that take advantage of the people who are feel that they need to use these facilities. And we are seeing that over and over and increasing as these sites are opening. People prey on where the vulnerable are. So for example, and this really hit home, this just happened last spring, and I'm sure many in the House will remember, but Carolina Hubner Mascarat was a young mom in her 40s of 2 young children, and she was just walking down the street in a suburban Toronto riding area, and she was shot to death by a drug deal gone wrong of drug dealers that had been preying on folks in one of these safe injection sites in that community. And we are seeing this over and over again. And I could not in good conscience support something that led to this woman's death. And I know this is I wish I could talk more about this. I have a lot to say, but we on the Conservative side support something like Bruce Oak Recovery Center that takes the treatment option, that really focuses on a holistic approach to have
to give more questions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to follow up on that previous question, because the question wasn't about a question of morality. It was a question of health, but it was also primarily a question about listening to Indigenous communities and letting them set their agenda and taking the lead from us, from them. It was about nothing about us without us. Is this member willing to state that we need to follow Indigenous communities, Indigenous leaders to work together in the spirit of what would have been the Kelowna Accord, which was smashed by the previous Conservative government.
Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for the question. And again, on Bruce Oak Recovery Center, I will get to the member specifics, but on Bruce Oak Recovery Center, there are primarily Indigenous people coming out of Stony Mountain Penitentiary, for example, that are eagerly waiting to get into Bruce Oak Recovery Center. They're not eagerly waiting to go to a safe consumption site. There is a list of 300 people long, primarily Indigenous men. It's a facility, actually, they just broke ground on a women's wing that they'll be building. But it's men at this time, and it's primarily Indigenous men that really want to go. In fact, the 16-week program is so good, they don't want to leave, and they have an incredible success rate. That is where we should be investing our tax dollars. There are proven success stories, there are incredible success stories there. That is where we believe the funding needs to be allocated on recovery and treatment. We're seeing great success in places like Alberta that have been doing this for quite some time. And on the Indigenous-led solutions, there are a number of First Nations who are saying no drugs allowed on our First Nations. They are banning drugs. They are putting up stops so that people cannot come in to stop the drug dealers. Imagine what those First Nations people would say if folks like the Liberal government and others said, well, we're going to open up a safe consumption site, or we're going to have safe, so-called safe supply on your First Nation reserve. We're going to paternalistically put that solution on you. Well, First Nations, and I can list a number of them if you'll allow me more time, are saying no to drugs, Madam Speaker, but I can see you're not, so I appreciate it. But thank you for the time.
We have to have more questions. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Abitibi. Nunavut EU. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech. We know well that in Indigenous communities, there are drug abuse and violence. There are disappearances. So there are many current problems. There needs to be collaboration with Indigenous communities. There are many things that lead to trauma. So I'd like to know, if she were in government, would there be special investigations? I'll give you an example. We have a mixed police force in Val d'Or that help Indigenous communities. So what actions would the government take if she were in power?
Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Again, I do believe that partnership with Indigenous people is important, and not all Indigenous people agree. We can't pretend like every First Nations person is the same and every First Nations reserve is the same. Some need different supports than others. And again, not everyone agrees on all of the solutions. But I will say, for example, the First Nations in Saskatchewan, for example, under the Federation of Sovereign Indigenous First Nations, that's 74 First Nations reserves in Saskatchewan, just last fall, demanded that the entire parole board, which from my understanding is primarily appointed by whatever sitting government is in power, in this case the Liberals, that they should all be fired because they're doing such a poor job and releasing violent criminals who are going back into these communities and terrorizing them. So I thought that was pretty impactful. It's not something you hear every day. It's not something that was really picked up in mainstream news, except for one article in the National Post. Where's the response from the Liberal government from 74 First Nations in Saskatchewan demanding that they fire their Liberal appointed parole board for what they feel is endangering their community by being frankly soft on crime? That's my words. I won't put that on them. But they, in particular, were saying that there was a monster like, I won't say his name actually, a murderer, we'll say, was let out on parole. And we can talk at length. We've had whole debates about how this government has let people out on parole, let people up on bail who've murdered and stabbed and raped at alarming rates. We're seeing every police force in the country saying their approach is failing. Their approach is failing. And yet what are they doing about it? Just doubling down, Madam Speaker.
Just a honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honorable colleague for her impassioned speech and welcome her back to this chamber as another young mom in this place. It's so wonderful to see people being able to find that space of having both a family and do this job and do it so well. One of the pieces that you kind of hinted to in your speech, and you quoted, sorry, Madam Speaker, through you. One of the pieces that the member had alluded to was in regards to First Nations communities that are sick and tired of the lack of support that they're receiving as drugs are coming into their community. And we're talking about isolated, remote communities, and they're pleading with this government that is failing them as the the liberal drug policies have failed over and over again. And in fact, just over a year ago, First Nations in my riding of Fort McMurray Cold Lake were part of that, calling for this government to change and basically calling for this to stop. And so I was just wondering if the member could comment a little bit on her thoughts regarding the drugs coming into some of these communities and how we could do better to support those communities.
I thank the member very much for her question, and it's great to have some young moms in Parliament. We are a severely underrepresented demographic. And I'm just going to quote actually the words of a First Nations chief. So her name is Carla Buffalo, the CEO of Athabasca Tribal Council, She is the CEO of Athabasca Tribal Council. She's yes, a friend of the members. We're seeing a significant rise in violence and illegal activities by people coming from outside our region and preying upon those experiencing crisis who are desperate for some relief. People are scared because drug dealers are shooting at each other, and they're doing it right in broad daylight when kids are around. And following the story, again, this was last fall, the Northern Alberta Mikisew, Cree First Nation announced an all-out crackdown on drug dealing and production in the community, including authorization of the Wood Buffalo RCMP to conduct searches of any homes carrying, quote, reasonable and probable grounds of suspected illegal drug activity. There's also been drug banishment,
We're way over time. Reprise du débat, l'honorable député d'Abitibi.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Today, we gather to talk about a subject that reaches to the very soul of our collective conscience. It is a topic that can no longer be ignored. When will we see a fundamental reform of policing practices in Canada? Over the past 12 days, the following people have met an unfortunate fate. The tragic events of recent weeks are a painful reminder of the crisis affecting Indigenous communities. We must remember the names and stories of those who lost their lives. Jacques-Charles Piché, a 31-year-old Dene Nation man from Clearwater River, Saskatchewan, struck by an RCMP vehicle on August 29. Haas Lightning, a 15-year-old teenager from the Samson Cree First Nation in Alberta, shot by the RCMP during a confrontation on August 30. Tammy Bateman, a 39-year-old woman, struck by a police car in Winnipeg on September 3. Jason West, a 57-year-old man, shot and killed by police in Windsor, Ontario on September 6. Danny Knife, a 31-year-old Akatakup Cree First Nation man in Saskatchewan, shot and killed by Shelbrooke RCMP on September 8th. And Stephen Iggy Dedam, a man from the El Sipatog First Nation in New Brunswick, shot and killed by the RCMP on September 8th during a wellness check. And I'll understand the importance of today's debate, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her leadership in bringing this question to the floor. The families of young Indigenous people killed by police, as reported in the APTN news article, families of young Indigenous people killed by police want answers, are expressing significant distress at the tragedy their loved ones are experiencing. These recent deaths highlight not only how police violence persists, but also the glaring gaps in accountability and oversight mechanisms that must imperatively be addressed. Incidents are piling up, and outrage is growing across the country. The recent deaths of 6 people in interactions with the RCMP have devastated their families and communities. These tragic incidents have sparked widespread concern and calls for justice. These terrible events show that Indigenous communities need self-policing now more than ever. The trust between the federal police service and these communities has been permanently breached. These deaths are not only isolated incidents, but part of a broader pattern of violence and injustice. They underline the urgent need to reformulate our approach to interactions between police and Indigenous communities. These events highlight persistent problems in police interactions and the need for improved oversight and accountability. Families and communities are demanding answers. and calling on justice for their loved ones. Not only does the ongoing crisis of police violence against Indigenous people, but it also raises pressing concerns about the effectiveness and fairness of police accountability mechanisms. The facts surrounding these incidents, the use of a police vehicle in an inappropriate context, the apparent lack of precautions to protect vulnerable people, and the subsequent lack of accountability all suggest that this situation can indeed be characterized as police brutality. The way police officers acted in this situation reflects wider patterns of unfair treatment for these groups, of people for these groups. This is systemic discrimination. These incidents are tragic examples of how police brutality often manifests itself against the most vulnerable individuals in our society. We've learned that an investigation into the events will be carried out in the provinces where the deaths occurred. As in many other similar cases, the families of the victims and their communities often express a profound sense of injustice due to the absence of charges or convictions against the police officers involved. Another aspect of these incidents is the lack of responsibility and accountability following such incidents, as if the intention was to sweep the event under the rug. These incidents raise important questions about the justification for this use of force. Was there a breach in police standards of conduct? Data consistently show that Indigenous persons are disproportionately affected by police violence. Recently, members of the Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee questioned the Minister of Public Safety and the deputy ministers of that department, including the person responsible for Indigenous relations. I was on that committee, and the purpose of those questions was to improve the system, to recognize that we need to have Indigenous policing services. A 2020 study revealed that between 2017 and 2020, Indigenous peoples were more than 10 times more likely to be shot and killed by police than white people. Indigenous people represent only 5.1% of the Canadian population, but account for 16.2% of deaths in police-involved incidents. This disparity reflects broader patterns of racial discrimination and systemic inequality. The Auditor General also expressed numerous reservations about the RCMP's current approach to relations with Indigenous communities. Communities often find themselves at an impasse in their negotiations with various levels of government, and often must take their court cases to court. The current system of oversight and accountability for police actions is deeply flawed. Reports indicate that only a small fraction of police-involved deaths result in charges or convictions. Between 2000 and 2017, less than 4% of these cases led to charges, and even fewer to convictions. What's more, the oversight bodies themselves are often flawed. Many are made up of former police officers, which can lead to conflicts of interest and a lack of impartiality. Even when Indigenous liaison positions exist, they are sometimes perceived as inadequate, with critics claiming that they do not fully address the systemic nature of the problems faced by Indigenous communities and do not represent those communities. The uprising of Indigenous communities reflects a growing demand for real and substantial change. Addressing these issues requires not only reform of oversight mechanisms, but also tackling the root causes of systemic injustice. Ensuring that Indigenous voices are heard and respected in these processes is crucial to moving forward toward a more equitable and just society. By focusing on these areas, there is hope that we can begin to address the deep-rooted problems of police violence and oversight, and work toward a future where all communities are treated with dignity and fairness. Police oversight bodies are often made up of former police officers. I'm sorry. On to the calls for change. Families and communities affected by these tragedies are asking for answers in substantial reforms, calls for the creation of an oversight committee made up of Indigenous individuals, for the appointment of Indigenous investigators, are appropriate responses to the concerns that have been raised. These measures are designed to ensure that investigations into police violence are conducted with cultural sensitivity and a thorough understanding of Indigenous realities. In addition, it is imperative to reduce police presence in vulnerable communities and develop alternatives such as mental health support services, housing, and culturally adapted programs. These alternatives offer solutions that are more humane and respectful of individual rights than coercive policing methods. I'd like to emphasize the importance of declaring Indigenous policing services essential. We have often said this to the Minister of Public Safety, and we've asked the Minister to speed up implementation of this. We are aware that the calls to action of the report of the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, if implemented, would have a lasting effect and fewer incidents would arise. Many of the recommendations remain relevant today and can still be used to save lives. Call to Action 32 is one example. Enter into negotiations with the federal government and Indigenous authorities to agree on an envelope to increase the salaries and update the infrastructure and equipment of Indigenous police forces. That has not been done. And there is a social cultural gap between the approaches of Indigenous police forces and those of the RCMP. It is agreed that RCMP policing techniques are still highly deficient and lead to human tragedies. Next, call to action 35. Enter into negotiations with the federal government and Indigenous authorities to ensure recurrent and sustainable funding for all Indigenous police services. This call has not been met either. And all agree that there is no better way to interact with their own people than through Indigenous police forces. Many communities across the country are constantly struggling to obtain predictable and sustainable funding in multiple critical areas, such as infrastructure and drinking water. So imagine what it looks like for police services. This is an issue, Madam Speaker, in my writing. And I wanted to highlight the leadership of Indigenous communities and leadership, and as well as Minister Lafrenière, who is a former police officer. He has lent a hand out and offered to be a liaison in Abitibi-Témiscamingue. And I think that this is one of many solutions. There is the community of Long Point had lost its police service 20 years ago, and we've seen crime rise as a result. The Sûreté du Québec is forced to police on that territory. But I often believe that peer policing would favor a peaceful outcome more often than not, toward a fairer society. The uprising of Indigenous communities is a legitimate and necessary response to systemic injustice and persistent police violence. To move toward a fairer society, we need to address these issues proactively. The proposed reforms must be implemented with diligence and determination. We must ensure that Indigenous voices are heard and respected in the justice and reform process. By focusing, we need to recognize, Madam Speaker, that traditional Indigenous knowledge and reparative justice are factors in this discussion, and these are Indigenous-led issues, and we should be talking more about this, I believe, Madam Speaker. By focusing on these areas, there is hope that we can begin to solve deep-rooted problems and work toward a future where all communities are treated with dignity and fairness. Justice for Tammy Bateman, Jack Charles Pichet, Haas Lightning, Jason West, Danny Knife, and Stephen Dedam is essential, not only for their families, but for all of society, which deserves to live in a community where justice and respect for human dignity are the foundations of living together. Tragedies are never repeated. We have a shared responsibility to reform our system, to ensure impartial investigations, and to build a society where every life is precious and every voice is heard. In my view, a nationwide inquiry, inspired by the Viens Commission in Quebec, would have provided an opportunity to examine how the RCMP and other police forces operate with a view to implementing change. These events are no different from the many others reported in recent years where Indigenous leaders were beaten up. Madam Speaker, the time for commissions and reports is over. The time for action is now. This is essential in the spirit of dialogue with First Nations, the call to action. I also would like to remind my colleagues that almost 30 years ago, in 1992, a report by the Royal Commission on Indigenous Peoples had already identified flaws in Canada's justice system. I call on the Liberal government to walk the talk and look at what's going on in Quebec for inspiration. And by the actions of the Commission Vien. I wanted to talk a bit about the Commission Vien. The Commission Vien, the report was published in 2019 and highlighted issues of systemic discrimination that were committed against Indigenous groups. An investigation demanded for public apologies from the government because of an accumulation of prejudice over time. In 2019, Premier Legault presented an official apology from the government of Quebec, and I am expecting the same thing from the Prime Minister of Canada in this context. The Vien rapport included 142 recommendations and improved relations, as well as services offered to Indigenous communities. Among the main recommendations, we can see the call for a public apology, also the implementation of UNDRIP, without having integrated that into legislation into the National Assembly. The National Assembly adopted a motion in October 2019 to recognize it. That is a step in the right direction from the National Assembly. There is also need for organizational cultural change. Public services need a culture shift to better respond to the needs of First Nations. Services also need to be improved. Services offered to Indigenous people, including health services, youth protection, and I would add education to Indigenous people, are all important. The federal government has a role to play, a fundamental one at that, to ensure funding that is sustainable. There is also a need for more funding that is sustainable over time. And often we lose this concept of permanent funding. Budgets are made over 1 or 2 years, especially for an issue that is fundamental, like housing. It's hard for Indigenous communities to be able to foresee their housing needs. We give enough money for communities to build 1 or 2 housing units, and yet we know that these communities grow at a much faster pace than towns and cities across Quebec and Canada. So we need to pay attention to this, and we need requisite funding for it. When we talk about criminality and police violence, well, maybe we should first be talking and thinking about housing. If everyone had a place they could live in dignity and have fulfilling, relaxing lives, they would meet the fundamental level base of the Maslow pyramid, and there would be fewer tragedies, fewer needs for police intervention. The Vien Commission also suggested that the public be made aware of the issues faced by Indigenous peoples. The Bloc Québécois has always expressed its concerns in this regard. With regard to the NFFDA and the Vien Commission, urgent reforms are needed, and police brutality is on the rise. As the last few weeks show, outrage is perfectly normal, is a perfectly normal response to the events that we saw, and it makes sense within the context of the emergency debate tonight. The goal is not to challenge police action at large, but I think we need to think about it. We need to restore trust in police and the police corps, and one way that this can be done is to recognize Indigenous police services as essential. And I think we need to act fast on that. If Indigenous police services, if Indigenous communities can have their own services, just like they do for education and health in some regard, also there is a need for recognition of community leadership. And I think that we would experience fewer tragedies than the one we saw in recent weeks. These are some of the major issues today. We need increased trust And this will go a long way into eradicating, into removing the possibility of these issues ever arising again.
Honorable member for Nunavut.
Questions and comments?
Okapati, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his very thoughtful intervention. I agree with much of what he was sharing with us, and I wonder if he could respond to something that the AFN National Chief Cindy Woodhouse-Nipinak has suggested, which is that the law enforcement, RCMP, part of their problem is that they don't have, they aren't being taught either de-escalation techniques, or that they're not being given enough cultural competency training, and that one of the other solutions that we need to discuss in this House is to make sure that RCMP are both taught these de-escalation techniques as well as cultural competency, so that they could better serve the people that need to be protected at the community level.
The honorable member. I'd like to thank my colleague from Nunavut for all of her leadership and for this question, for having brought forward this debate tonight and for having raised these issues to the INN committee. Her sensitivity is important, her knowledge as well, and I think that we need to recognize the leadership of the Grand Chief on this issue. We need to educate police bodies on the reality of the Indigenous peoples in order to ensure that these changes occur. But this concept of education and training is a shared responsibility as well. I think that as parliamentarians, we should be trained to recognize Indigenous issues in our ridings and elsewhere. I think we have that responsibility, for example, in universities. And think of the Université du Québec in Abitibi-Témiscamingue. It's one of the first universities in Canada to offer educational issues, or rather educational programs on Indigenous realities, whether people be in nursing, social sciences, or other programs. But this university gives access to Indigenous expertise, and that helps us understand each other's reality. And I think that's a shared responsibility. Thank you.
The Honorable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe that we should be raising the bar and expectations that we have as parliamentarians and Canadians as a whole for our Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Believing that the RCMP as a law enforcement agency should be a leader in terms of reconciliation and looking at ways in which one can deal with this very serious nature of the issue. And that's why I was glad, a few years ago, they tabled their first ever reconciliation report. We have a training center, and I say it now and because I believe it to be the case, and I'd be disappointed if it's not, that there is a great deal of dialogue between Indigenous community and what's taking place in the training of RCMP. I realize we should never assume, but I would like to think that the bar is high enough that that's a reasonable expectation. Would he not agree?
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague from Winnipeg North for his leadership. I found it very interesting to hear who was the most active MPs in the House, and that is my colleague here. And I think that the quality of his intervention was very high, and it raises the debate with regard to our examination of our police bodies and our law enforcement agencies. So yes, I agree with him, and I also remember that at ENAN, we heard from the correctional services of Canada, the correctional investigator, and he conducted an inquiry on the prison population with regard to Indigenous people. There are many more Indigenous people proportionally speaking. So is it because judges are not understanding the issues in Indigenous communities? They don't know anything about peer judgment. And so there have been reports done every year, every decade practically. And when we talk about Indigenous matters, one of the judges who received the National Order of Canada recently, a good friend of mine, had issued the Coutu report in the 1980s, and he mentioned the creation of a new Indigenous justice system that would reflect Inuit practices, for example, because we know that in Indigenous communities, when they are rejected by their communities, that's much worse than the justice system itself, because when they're rejected from their communities, then it's very hard to bring them back as functional people within their communities. So the peer impact is very important within Indigenous communities. Also, alternative justice would allow people to make justice issues their own. Those are all elements. I'm going to have to allow other people to ask questions. I'm sorry. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague was on a roll there, but I would like to say that I've listened to everyone so far this evening, and everyone agrees that this is a tragedy and that we need to do something to fix this situation. But for example, the missing and murdered Indigenous women inquiry, which, the report was issued 5 years ago, and Quebec also issued the Bien report 5 years ago. So all the reports say we need to do better, we need to change things. So in my colleague's opinion, why are we still at this stage today? And why are we still saying that we need to listen to Indigenous communities? We need to hire more Indigenous police officers. Why are we still at this stage? Why haven't we moved on and made progress? Because can we expect better things from the next government? What can we do to emerge or to move on from this stagnation? The Honourable Member. Madam Speaker, I feel that one of the key words here, one of the watchwords, is trust. We need to trust First Nations themselves. We need to stop this paternalistic and condescending attitude. And I mean, that's something that we see from the Canadian government all the time. And that means that self-government of Indigenous nations is not allowed, and problems crop up because of these cultural differences. White communities have no respect for Indigenous communities and for their culture and traditions. And that's why things go off the rails. So, Madam Speaker, I think we should examine what is done in Indigenous communities to learn from their traditional expertise, to trust their desire for self-government. But that means that they need the proper funding. They need budget policies over 5 or 10 years, especially concerning fundamental issues like housing, education, police and correctional services. These communities need to be able to lead themselves. So if they set up services but they have no budget to depend on, then that doesn't work. They need sustainable long-term funding so that they can develop their communities thanks to their own leadership and their own experience. And I think that really the best thing that could be done is to turn this over to the communities.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time tonight with the member for Saanich Gulf Island. I'd like to begin my remarks by extending my deepest sympathy to the family and friends whose loved ones have been killed. I also want to thank the member for Nunavut for the opportunity to debate this very important issue tonight, and to the Speaker. Several years ago, when I was Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services, I met with the family of Colton Boushie, and I hosted a screening of the documentary, We Will Stand Up. Sadly, these 6 cases that have prompted this emergency debate remind me of the circumstances of too many Indigenous peoples who've been killed. To Indigenous peoples across this country, these killings are not new. The recent killings by both the RCMP and municipal police services are far too common, but they do not get the attention that they deserve. I'm glad we have the opportunity tonight to have this emergency debate to highlight the issue and hopefully spark outrage from Canadians that can drive change. We should not acknowledge the work undertaken by all Canadians who've been seeking ways to meaningfully support the calls for justice from the final report of the inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit peoples, and the calls to action of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Our government led the implementation of the 2021 federal pathway to address missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people, and remains dedicated to advancing the calls for justice in partnership with Indigenous peoples and provincial and territorial colleagues. That level of collaboration must be at the core of policing reform for Indigenous communities, a key priority for the Government of Canada. Senator Murray Sinclair said, and I quote, "Systemic racism is when the system itself is based upon and founded upon racist beliefs and philosophies and thinking, and has put in place policies and practices that literally force even the non-racists to act in a racist way," end quote. I would encourage everyone to sit with these words, particularly the last sentence, when he said that it literally forces even the non-racists to act in a racist way. When we hear these words, we can begin to understand how the very systems we take for granted, trust, and rely upon can let us down, and how even those who would never have consciously discriminate can actively engage in practices that, while unintentional, can disproportionately harm Indigenous and racialized persons. What we are discussing here tonight is rooted in the systemic racism that continues to this day in our country against Indigenous peoples, all too often resulting in devastating and deadly consequences. I also want to talk about the issues facing Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people, and the work I've done with my friend, the member for Winnipeg Centre. In our roundtables, we heard repeatedly that police response was woefully inadequate. Families would not be believed, were turned away from the RCMP or police services, and their loved ones would later be found dead. That is unacceptable. We heard from organizations and individuals from coast to coast to coast, and the message was the same. Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit persons are being let down by our current systems. And while the solutions offered were not all the same, they were all grounded in the need for them to be regionally based and culturally appropriate, trauma-informed, and to be led by Indigenous knowledge. Madam Speaker, we have heard loud and clear that we must recognize First Nations police services as an essential service. This means that First Nations police services are adequately funded to do their important work 24/7, 7 days a week. Through the co-development of legislation recognizing First Nations police services as an essential service, we will be responding to Call for Justice 5.4. Ensuring First Nations can keep their community safe in the way that is best for them is something I worked on when I was at both Indigenous Services and Public Safety. I met with First Nations leaders to discuss how best they can develop their own policing and community safety systems. And not all solutions are police-based. When the Public Safety Committee studied interactions between police and people in crisis, we learned that in at least one jurisdiction in Canada, 80 to 92% of all calls for service were related to social issues, mental health, addictions, poverty, and homelessness. Madam Speaker, 80 to 92%. It's no wonder that we also heard emphatic testimony from both police and community advocates that police should not be the primary or sole response option for calls like these. I think of the good work being done at Kwanlin Dun First Nation to provide a community safety model based on supporting the mental health and social needs of the community, not just policing services. Former Chief Doris Bill of Kwanlin Dun First Nation has spoken of the deep-rooted distrust of police in her community, who see police as having failed to protect Indigenous children from the 60s scoop, enforced residential school programs, and inadequately responded to cases of missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people. Increasing or creating alternative resources like the Community Safety Officer program in the Kwanlin Dun First Nation could alleviate pressure on police services in situations that they may not be equipped or trained to handle. Let's be clear, we can and should admire the initiative of Indigenous communities who are piloting this type of frontline response model. But we must also recognize the history of colonialism and systemic racism embedded in relations between police and Indigenous peoples that have precipitated this situation. Our government continues to work on co-developing legislation for First Nations policing. All parties, including provinces and territories, must provide adequate, stable, predictable, equitable, flexible, and responsive funding to meet the needs of First Nations police services so that they can meet their requirements under provincial police legislation and respond to First Nations policing priorities. In parallel with our legislative goals, Public Safety Canada is launching a distinctions-based engagement process with Inuit and Métis to ensure that their policing priorities are better understood and supported. Based on what we hear through this engagement, the Government of Canada will explore options to advance equity of and access to culturally responsive police services. Budget 2021 investments of $540 million over 5 years will help to stabilize and expand the First Nations and Inuit program. This responds directly to Call for Justice 5.5 through the provision of policing services which are professional, dedicated, and responsive to First Nations and Inuit communities they serve. Madam Speaker, we must also recognize that municipal police services must do better. 2 of these recent killings were in urban centers. Models like the one in Halton region to send a mobile crisis rapid response team to mental health calls and to people in crisis. These teams consist of a registered healthcare professional, either a nurse or a social worker, coupled with a specially trained uniformed police officer. These teams not only respond to calls, but they advocate for the person and families in crisis, ensure mental health assessments are completed, and they are better equipped to provide resources, help, and support for all involved. Madam Speaker, the RCMP must do more. The RCMP recognizes that their ability to carry out their important mandate depends on having the confidence and trust of their partners and community they serve. The RCMP is continually working towards building trusting relationships and delivering responsive, culturally aware, and trauma-informed policing services. This work must be accelerated. The government has invested in the Civilian Review and Complaints Commission, or the CRCC. I commend the leadership of Commissioner Micheline Liehi and the work she and her team have been doing to hold the RCMP accountable, to establish clear timelines for the RCMP to respond to their recommendations, and to clear the backlog that had existed. The RCMP need to continue to work with the CRCC to ensure that the CRCC recommendations are implemented by the service. Madam Speaker, I will close by saying that there's much more work that needs to be done, not just by the government and the RCMP, but police services across the country. Systemic changes must take place in how police interact with Indigenous peoples. Too many lives are at stake not to make these changes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my wonderful colleague across the way who I worked with so closely on putting forward and realizing a red dress alert. We just tabled the study today, in fact, in the House, which was just so exciting. We hear a lot of rhetoric from the Conservative Party about tough on crime approaches. I know that tough on crime approaches don't work, and I'll be sharing an example of how it doesn't work this evening in my intervention. I'm wondering how my colleague feels about that, how she feels about this kind of rhetoric about tough on crime, you know, getting people off the streets, enforcing treatment, violating constitutional rights. I'm wondering how she feels that this could potentially worsen the situation for particularly Indigenous people and the justice system right now.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as the honourable member knows, Indigenous women are the fastest growing population in our prisons right now. And quite frankly, and have been for a number of years, those women are in prison because of addictions, trauma, mental health, and poverty. And quite frankly, it has been proven that these tough on crime policies are actually disproportionately impact Indigenous and racialized people. They've also been proven to not be effective. His name is escaping me, but the gentleman who was in charge of justice for former Prime Minister Stephen Harper has written a book about these. Ben Perrin has written a book about, which I have not read yet, about how these failed policies actually make it worse and don't solve the crime issue. They actually make it worse. So, Madam Speaker, I would say to the honourable member that these tough on crime policies are not will not keep Canadians safe and would actually make it more dangerous for the public safety of Canadians and Indigenous.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gove Highlands.
Well, first of all, Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for splitting her time with me. And second, I want to interrupt. I think it's the first time I've ever yelled anything out in the House, but I remembered the name Benjamin Perrin. He's doing fantastic work in looking at the evidence and realizing that the policies he used to espouse when he was in Stephen Harper's PMO were, despite how much he believed at the time they'd be helpful, realized that things like tough on drugs and tough on crime really come down to dumb on drugs and dumb on crime. And you really have to look at the evidence. So my question to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is, how does she feel we can best address what I hope to get to in my speech? She's sharing the time with me. Can we ensure better training of police officers? They don't get a lot of training and experience before they hit the streets. Does she think that's part of the solution?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, and I thank my friend and colleague for the question tonight. You know, former Public Safety Minister Ralph Goodale said to me one time that police officers need as much training in human rights as they do in criminal justice. And, you know, I know that the RCMP is working with the University of Regina and working to enhance their training. We need to make police services safe places for women, for Indigenous peoples, for racialized people to be able to come in and change the culture within the service. And there needs to be better training, but we also need to do a better job of recruiting a diverse base. And we need to look at whether or not the RCMP are the right service to be responding in Indigenous communities, and whether the Indigenous communities should be designing their own policing model. And we need to leave that up to each individual community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Time for a very brief question from the Honourable Député.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Bay James. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. First of all, my condolences to the families of these victims. With regard to Indigenous safety, could there be police services? For example, in Val-d'Or, we have a joint force that could be funded better. Is that one of the solutions? And what more could be done with regard to Indigenous communities and associations?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, absolutely. Police services could be funded better, but I don't know that that's the answer. And it falls largely upon the provinces and territories to fund urban police services. But, you know, it's not necessarily having police responding. We need to
become so common, it's become almost expected that police forces, when confronted with a First Nations person, an Indigenous person in this country, even on a wellness check where they're supposed to be sent forward to make sure that the person in question is safe, the person in question is killed. It's far too common. There have been a number of studies in Canada. We can talk about them. I know the specific examples that lead us to the debate tonight start with something like this APTN headline: 15 days and 6 Indigenous people have died when coming in contact with police across Canada. And we've been told, again, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary quite rightly pointed out, we were told in the report of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, we were told in the report on missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. Would add that we were told by a report that came out in June 2021 from this Parliament's Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. That report is titled Systemic Racism in Policing in Canada. That report refers to a witness, Honorable Michelle Bastruk, who actually said the culture within the RCMP is toxic. So let's be clear, this isn't 1 or 2 incidents that can be explained away because an RCMP officer thought something was a threat, that they were faced with an Indigenous person that they thought was threatening them. Stephen Dedham shot and killed by the RCMP just earlier this month after he'd been shot 3 times. He was handcuffed and told he was under arrest as he lay there dying. He'd been shot in the chest in Elsipogtog First Nation, Mi'kmaq, Maliseet, and Passamaquoddy territory. But that's not the first time, as we know, in summer of, June 2020, that 2 Mi'kmaq, in the territory of Mi'kmaq, Maliseet, and Passamaquoddy people, that Rodney Levi of another New Brunswick First Nation was shot and killed by the RCMP on a wellness check. And a member of the Edmundston, New Brunswick police force killed a young woman from the territory of Vancouver Island, where I'm honored to be friends with her family and know them well. Chantel Moore was killed on June 4th, 2020. Her killing is one that for which there are no answers yet because the reports have been whitewashes. She was killed by a lone RCMP officer, or rather Edmundston police officer, who was a tall, burly man who woke her up at 3 a.m. because they'd been called to do a wellness check. He did not have a second officer with him, and he shot her 4 times. She was 5'0". This is an insufficiently investigated murder. So let's get back to what kind of solutions we could look to. I've mentioned a number of reports, and one that doesn't come up very much in this context, but I think contains many clues for what we need to do for solutions, is the mass casualty report on the RCMP massive failure to stop a killer on a shooting, sometimes described as a shooting spree, but that makes it sound like they were shopping. A murderous rampage by a known dangerous man. He was known to be dangerous because of multiple reports for over a decade before he started killing people in Portapique, Nova Scotia, 2 years ago, April. He was known because so many reports had been made to the RCMP that he had illegal guns. It was known that he was a threat to people around him. And various racialized people over the years, when you read the report, you find, had reported him for beating up on them or robbing them. And the RCMP notes to the report say, we don't believe the complainant, because why would a wealthy denturist, we might insert the words white, why would a white wealthy man beat up on poor and racialized people? They never investigated the complaints against him over a 10-year period. Now, that mass casualty report led our national newspaper, I'll still call it the national newspaper, but the Globe and Mail is certainly not a left-wing or radical press. It is establishment with a capital E. And the Globe and Mail editorial, after reading the mass casualty report, said the RCMP as an institution must be torn down to their foundations, and then the foundations must be dynamited. Those are strong words, but when you read that report and you realize institutionalized systemic racism, as well as sexism, the unwillingness to believe that because someone had a domestic violence situation and was reported constantly by the intimate partner, there was an issue of coercive control. We've got to get that bill passed while we're here, by the way. But the issue of systemic racism comes screaming out of the report on the mass casualty report out of Nova Scotia for the killings in Portapique. That report pointed out this issue of training. The RCMP don't get as much training as even municipal police forces. I've talked a lot to the chief of police in Victoria, BC, where I've watched the officers in Victoria, BC in the municipal police force de-escalate tense situations, get people mental health supports when they need them. They don't shoot first and ask questions later. I'm very grateful to Chief of Police Dalmanic in Victoria and other municipal forces across Canada. Chief of Police in Montreal is another fine example. But again, municipal police forces, as the Honorable Parliamentary Secretary mentioned, police forces in Thunder Bay, police forces in Edmundston. We've seen municipal police officers also exhibit systemic racist attitude towards racialized and Indigenous people, where guns are pulled when people have been sent out on wellness checks. So solutions, we can go through volumes of reports. From the other place, another expert in this area, Senator Kim Pate, who's done a lot of work looking at what has already been mentioned here tonight, the expanding population of Indigenous women in our prisons. The systemic racism is not confined to the RCMP, let's be clear. It's a Canada-wide problem. It's manifested in the laws, the expectations, the doctrine of discovery, the Indian Act, we can go on and on. But I think it's really critical that we do a couple of things and do them fast. I've said this to the Minister of Public Security before. I think we need to ensure, and we need to take the time to go through the social media of every single person in this country who wears a uniform and carries a gun. That includes the kind of people who were actually drove through the gates at Rideau Hall determined to shoot the Prime Minister. Go through social profiles of every single person in this country who wears a uniform and carries a gun and look for any evidence of white supremacy. Look for people wearing a patch of the thin blue line. Recently in British Columbia, a friend of mine who was a Fairy Creek supporter to stop the old growth logging there, recently the Public Complaints Commission just last week ruled that the police arrest and handcuffing and insistence that somehow my friend from Salt Spring Island was violating the law by refusing to give the RCMP his name. This is the RCMP rogue unit called the Community and Industrial Response Group, and in demanding to search his backpack and then arresting him. In that report, the Police and Complaints Commission said the RCMP need training in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. The arrest was groundless. But the abuse and the mistreatment of people in a number of Indigenous land defenders cases, it's clear that there is greater violence directed towards people defending forests or fighting pipelines if they're Indigenous than if they're arrested with kid gloves the way I was so nicely by the RCMP on Burnaby Mountain. In the 30 seconds I have left, I urge everyone watching this debate tonight participating not to turn the page and think this was the debate for September 16th and now it's over. We have got to take this deeply seriously and ensure proper training. It's not a couple of rotten apples, it's systemic. Get them out of our police forces, protect Indigenous lives, and ensure that there is no place for racists where you're allowed to wear a uniform and carry a gun. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
And I'd like to thank the member for her important intervention. This debate is addressing what I feel like is a tip of the iceberg, and I think she agrees. There are so many examples of other issues of RCMP behavior. In my riding of Nunavut, I have whole communities that will not call the RCMP because they know that the RCMP will not address or protect that community from the violence that they're experiencing. We've seen other issues because of the RCMP's behavior towards Indigenous peoples, to the Black community. And there are stories after stories after stories. As complex as this is, I wonder if the member can talk more deeply about what some of the other challenges are, because I don't think it's just law enforcement. After this emergency debate was agreed to, was granted by the speaker, I received a whole ton of social media, mostly in favor of the debate, but I also received a lot of vitriol, a lot of racism, saying, arrest them, arrest the Indigenous peoples. They're the ones who are behaving badly. And I wonder if she has any messages that she can share with Canadians, that this is not an Indigenous issue, that this is something that all of Canada must do to help make sure that it's not just something that we direct at the RCMP.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Again, I want to thank the honorable member for Nunavut for being a shining example in this place always of how to lead with love. I want to recognize that it's not one or two examples. As she was speaking, I was thinking of Chief Alan Adam of the Athabasca Chippewa attacked by the RCMP in a parking lot. What we can do is remember the first call for justice of the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls inquiry, which was that all settler culture Canadians must read this report. It's on us, those of us who are settler culture Canadians, to face the truth. Truth and reconciliation starts with understanding the truth of 167 years of racism and genocide, and recognize that individuals here, with settler culture Canadians, are very uncomfortable with the word racism because they say, well, gee, I'm not a racist. Yes, white fragility is also an issue. So let's work together at understanding the truth and figuring out how we together turn a page on a horrible history and move forward with love, guided by Indigenous wisdom, to love our Mother Earth, care for each other, and approach everything with the gratitude of heart, mind, and spirit connected.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député d'Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the member for Saanich Gulf Islands for her display of humanity. She's showing that she is humane to this in the face of this topic that is a very sensitive one. I would also like to commend someone. I know she was the co-leader to a friend of mine that recently stepped down, but I would like to thank this person for their contribution to this debate. This person had social justice at heart, and I wish them all the best for their challenges to come. And that said, I think that a very simple, straightforward solution that the government could implement rather quickly at that would be to make Indigenous policing services an essential service. This would make sure that these police services have funding. What does my colleague think of this idea for the communities? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Thank you to my dear colleague, the member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. I'm very happy of the words that he said about my friend Jonathan Peglo, who has retired from his role as deputy leader of the Green Party of Canada. He took decisions, just like the member said, and always had a social justice and human rights lens to it. I think he's right. For Indigenous peoples, for Indigenous nations, and for Indigenous peoples, the best way to protect their communities is to have police sovereignty of First Nations and to have Indigenous policing. This is a question that all Indigenous peoples across Canada should be thinking about, but it's also something that I will believe as a non-Indigenous person. I will never trust the RCMP in these communities because I know that they are not there to protect our wellness.
Honourable member for Halliburton, Kawartha, Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As I rise to speak at this emergency debate, I'd like to take a moment to recognize the 6 Indigenous people who lost their lives on which this debate centers. Specifically, Stephen Dedham, Danny Knife, Haas Lightning, Jack Peache, Tammy Bateman, and Jason West, and to acknowledge the trauma and loss that their families, friends, and communities are suffering with at this time. Indigenous communities, Speaker, have faced some systemic injustices within the realm of law enforcement. The history of Indigenous policing in Canada is fraught with challenges marked by a legacy of colonialism, discrimination, and mistrust. Indigenous peoples have unique cultural, social, and historical contexts that must be recognized and respected in the realm of policing. As we have witnessed time and time again, traditional methods of law enforcement often fail to adequately address the needs and values of Indigenous communities. As a result, there is a pressing need for a paradigm shift in policing practices. I'd like to focus a lot of my intervention tonight on the lack of commitments this government has towards community policing in northern, rural, and remote areas, and their failure to support the First Nations and Inuit policing program in the country. For the information of those at home, and perhaps for some of my colleagues here in this House, Public Safety Canada manages and oversees the First Nations and Inuit policing program, which was established in 1991. Under this program, policing services are provided either by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police through community tripartite agreements negotiated by the federal government, provinces and/or territories, and Indigenous communities, or by communities' own police services under self-administered agreements. Efforts towards Indigenous policing must be guided by principles of reconciliation, cultural sensitivity, and community empowerment. Part of the problem has been an Ottawa knows best paternalistic approach to the safety needs of Indigenous peoples and Indigenous communities. It is essential to engage Indigenous communities in the design and implementation of policing strategies, ensuring that their voices are indeed heard and their perspectives valued, meaning a true partnership. For too long, Speaker, Indigenous communities have borne the brunt of systemic injustices by including disproportionately high rates of crime and victimization. One of the most pressing types of criminality facing Indigenous people on reserves is violence, domestic violence, sexual assault, and homicide. Indigenous women are disproportionately affected by that violence, with rates of homicide and missing persons cases far exceeding national averages. These alarming statistics underscore the urgent need for targeted interventions, police and support services to address the underlying factors contributing to violence within Indigenous communities. Substance abuse and addiction are also significant challenges facing First Nations peoples on reserve, contributing to a range of criminal behaviors, including drug trafficking, poverty, and crime. We've also got intergenerational trauma and socioeconomic disparities that have also contributed to high rates of substance abuse among Indigenous populations. Addressing these underlying factors requires holistic, culturally sensitive approaches that prioritize healing, rehabilitation, and community supports. Overall, the Liberal government's drug policies have been catastrophic, with over 42,000 Canadians dying from drug overdoses. In British Columbia, where this Prime Minister carried out his
hard drugs experiment, there has been a nearly 400% increase in overdose deaths. The Minister of Health, the Liberal Minister of Mental Health, still refuses to acknowledge that the Liberals' dangerous policy was indeed a failure. We must not only get tough on crime, especially when it comes to repeat violent offenders, but we must address the socioeconomic disparities between non-Indigenous and Indigenous peoples. Socioeconomic factors such as poverty, unemployment, and inadequate housing contribute to the vulnerability of Indigenous peoples to involvement in criminal activity. Limited economic opportunities coupled with social isolation and a lack of access to essential service exacerbate the risk factors for criminal behavior. Investing in education, economic development, and infrastructure on reserves is crucial to addressing these systemic inequalities and creating opportunities for positive change within Indigenous communities. These are all factors that a future Conservative government, with guidance from Indigenous stakeholders, must tackle if we are to end the tragedies like the ones we continue to experience, improve community safety, and the quality of life for Indigenous men, women, and children. The challenges facing Indigenous policing in Canada are multifaceted and deeply rooted from inadequate resources to entrenched biases, and these challenges continue to undermine safety, trust, and the well-being of Indigenous communities. Indigenous police services often face jurisdictional and legal complexities that impede their ability to fulfill their mandate effectively. The overlapping jurisdiction between federal, provincial, and Indigenous communities often creates confusion and delays in responding to issues on Indigenous territories. One of the common complaints I hear is that provincial and federal police services won't enforce community bylaws. Clear protocols and agreements must be established to ensure seamless coordination and cooperation among all stakeholders in the justice system. One of the foremost challenges is the chronic underfunding of Indigenous police services. Many Indigenous police services operate with limited resources, hindering their ability to adequately respond to emergencies, investigate crimes, and provide essential services to their communities. This funding gap not only compromises public safety, but also perpetuates inequalities in access to justice for Indigenous peoples. Indigenous peoples deserve to feel safe in their communities, and it's crucial that Indigenous police services have the same powers as non-Indigenous police services and have the proper and adequate resources to do the job they are expected to do, especially when it comes to the funding model, often done on a year-to-year basis, which is almost impossible and extremely difficult for these police services to continue to plan, recruit, and continue with officers that have experience. Indigenous policing resources are stretched thin and face discrimination in Ottawa. In meetings with Indigenous police services across the country, I've heard harsh criticism for the current model. Public Service Canada wouldn't fund specialized units like domestic assault, major crime, homicide, or canine units, and it took a court case in June of 2023 to declare that it was discriminatory and to throw those conditions out of the PSC agreements. 38% of Indigenous police officers don't have backup while patrolling their communities. There are too few officers to keep up with the growing gang problems on reserves. Outside of Ontario, First Nations police officers do not have pensions, benefits, and access to professional development. Indigenous officers make 25% less salary compared to their non-Indigenous colleagues. In 2023, Treaty 3 Police Service, Anishinaabe Police Service, and the United Chiefs and Councils of Manitoulin and Anishinaabe Police had to take this government to court over discriminatory terms and conditions in their service agreements. Together, these First Nations police organizations serve 45 First Nations communities and around 30,000 people across Northern Ontario, and had to operate on a line of credit while the government dithered, putting the community and people at risk. In 2022, after the mass killing at James Smith Cree Nation in Saskatchewan, the Prime Minister promised to work toward making Indigenous policing an essential service in Canada. Yet, here we are now, nearly 3 years later, with sadly no changes. In 2020, the Liberals promised to bring forward legislation to declare First Nations and Inuit police service as essential service, and yet still nothing. The Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls Calls for Justice, Section 5.4, called for immediate and dramatic transformation of Indigenous policing, including civilian oversight bodies to audit and investigate claims of police misconduct, and that was almost 6 years and still counting. In 2024, the Attorney General's Office released a damning report on the status of First Nations and Inuit policing in Canada. The First Nations and Inuit policing program is a cost-sharing program. 52% of its funding comes from the federal government and 48% comes from the provinces or territories. And the Office of the Auditor General found several glaring issues with public safety's management of this program. Despite funding increase to this program, the Office of the Auditor General found that $13 million of the funds earmarked for the 2022-23 fiscal year went unspent. As of October of 2023, Public Safety Canada expected that over $45 million in program funding will be left undistributed for that fiscal year. The OAG also found that Public Safety Canada had poorly managed the program, specifically that Public Service Canada had poor fiscal management oversight, limited expansion of the program despite additional funding, lacked an approach to support equitable funding decisions, lacked consistent engagement and partnership with communities, and lacked the information to measure the program's effectiveness. Furthermore, the RCMP did not consistently deliver on its responsibilities under that program. Specifically, the RCMP had an insufficient number of officers, dedicated communities, no requirement for culturally specific training to understand the culture of the community being served, inconsistent implementation and monitoring of whether policing services promote partnership with communities, and no information on program effectiveness. I should note that the RCMP are not party to community tripartite agreements. Public Safety Canada signs these agreements with the provinces and territories and between First Nations or Inuit communities without bothering to confirm that the RCMP actually has the abilities to meet the terms of the agreement. If that does not define a failed Ottawa Knows Best approach, I'm not sure what does. In fact, this past April, the Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee hearing, Public Safety Canada, indicated that they are currently in the process of co-developing federal legislation intended to recognize First Nations policing as an essential service. And during her testimony before the committee, one of the directors of the Office of Auditor General noted that the new legislation is intended to apply only to self-administered agreements and not to community tripartite agreements. So this means that for those communities under tripartite agreements that are policed by the RCMP and municipal police forces, they would not be regarded as essential, which is the key to this whole issue. For context, there are only 36 self-administered police agreements in Canada, and that would leave the vast majority of First Nations and Inuit communities without the essential designation for police services. Now again, historical trauma and intergenerational mistrust continue to cast a shadow over Indigenous communities and RCMP, including, where applicable, municipal police relations. The legacy of colonialism, forced assimilation, and residential schools has left deep scars on Indigenous communities, contributing to a profound mistrust of authority figures, including the police. Rebuilding trust and repairing these relationships will require genuine efforts at reconciliation, acknowledgement of past wrongs, and meaningful engagement with Indigenous communities in the development of policing policies and practices. In addition, and future government plan on Indigenous policing must prioritize the recruitment, the training, and the retention of Indigenous officers. Representation matters. It matters deeply in law enforcement, and Indigenous peoples deserve to see themselves reflected in the institutions that serve and protect their communities. Additionally, Indigenous policing initiatives should prioritize restorative justice approaches, emphasizing on healing, rehabilitation, and community cohesion over punitive measures. Traditional Indigenous justice practices offer valuable insights into resolving conflicts and restoring harmony within communities. This doesn't mean there aren't consequences for crime, but those consequences reflect historic and traditional Indigenous community responses to those crimes. Where appropriate, these alternative justice incentives can have real and lasting positive outcomes for Indigenous communities. One of the key strengths of restorative justice lies in its emphasis on dialogue and relationship building. By bringing together victims, offenders, and community members in a safe and supportive environment, restorative justice fosters empathy and understanding, mutual respect. Through open and honest communication, individuals can confront the harm done by those actions, take responsibility for their behavior, and work towards repairing the harm done. Moreover, restorative justice practices have been shown to be effective in reducing crime rates, promoting long-term community safety, and we do that by addressing the root causes of crime and addressing the needs of all affected parties. Restorative justice helps to break the cycle of violence and create a more just and comprehensive society. As I conclude, I'd like to leave us all with this. And I've said it a few times here in my speech. Many Indigenous communities have a fraught history with external law enforcement agencies. It's marked with experiences of discrimination, violence, and systemic racism. Indigenous-led policing helps to address these historical grievances by involving community members directly in the process of maintaining safety and order. This approach helps to rebuild trust, making it more likely that community members will engage positively with law enforcement and cooperate in matters of public safety. Traditional law enforcement methods can sometimes fail to address the root causes of within Indigenous communities, Indigenous-led initiatives, on the other hand, can incorporate culturally relevant practices and community wisdom. This approach can lead to a more sustainable solution to crime and conflict, tailored to the specific needs and values of a community. When Indigenous people can serve as police officers within their own communities, it empowers them to take that active role in shaping their own futures. And this representation, as I said before, is absolutely crucial because it ensures that the policies and practices of law enforcement reflect the values and the needs of Indigenous peoples. It also provides as a role model for younger generations, inspiring them to envision and work towards leadership roles in their own communities. Their cultural competence allows them to navigate complex social dynamics with a sensitivity that external officers might lack. For example, Indigenous officers are more likely to understand and honor traditional practices and customs, which can be crucial in resolving conflicts and engaging with community members in a respectful manner. This cultural insight prevents misunderstandings and fosters a policing approach that is both empathetic and effective. In conclusion, acknowledging those historical justice faced by Indigenous peoples is essential for building a more equitable society. And investing in these Indigenous-led police officers, we would take concrete steps to address these injustices and contribute to the reconciliation process. This support demonstrates a commitment to repairing relationships and fostering understanding between Indigenous communities and the broader societies. Indigenous policing in Canada is not merely a matter of policy, it's a moral imperative. It is a testament to our commitment to justice, equality, and reconciliation. Together, let us work towards a future where Indigenous policing reflects the values and aspirations of all. Thank you, Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I'd like to thank the member for his intervention. I'm actually quite confused by it because what his intervention spoke a lot about goes against a lot of what conservative messaging is, including always talking about being tough on crime and all those kinds of things. So I wonder if the member can describe for us how he will try to influence his party to really commit to ensuring that what he said is something that all of his caucus will work hard on from now till later, because part of what has led to today, I think, to this emergency debate are not just broken promises, but funding to important programs when the Conservatives were in government. Specifically National Crime Prevention Centers in Canada, as well as funding, cutting the program, the Aboriginal Healing Foundation.